Come on, guys, that was a pretty good reference. If you are ignorant of geometry, please stay so you can learn more at cerseiinstitute.org. Okay, I'm going to get out of your way as quickly as possible, but I would like everyone to stand and let's open in prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from the evil one. Amen. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you so much. Those who were here yesterday for our classical job fair, thank you for staying for the symposium. And those who are come for the symposium, welcome. We're really glad that you're here. This is our second annual FORMA Symposium. Really an incredible event, and we're extremely excited that you all are here. I'm grateful. I don't have a lot of announcements, thankfully. Well, really my biggest thing is the most important thing of all, which is lunch, and that's in here. We don't have to go to some other building and trek across dreary land. It's gonna be great. So we'll have lunch in here at whatever lunch is, which I believe is 1:30. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. So I'm gonna go ahead and turn it over to our inimitable founder, the inventor of classical education, Andrew Kern.
Thank you, I think. Good morning. Excuse me. Good morning. I didn't actually invent it. I'm just trying to make a big fortune off it. Like you, like everybody, I got into classical education for the money. And so I thought maybe if we could come up with some really exciting new idea that is spreading the globe like wildfire, it'd be easy to take the lead, produce some documents, and the cash would just come pouring in. So we thought quadrivium. But then I was also in the adult accelerated curriculum for college and was able to graduate in only 15 years. Sometimes I wonder if I'm getting these things quite right. The quadrivium is our theme, of course, for this conference. And one of the most exciting things for me about it is that we're having a conference and that it's not the first. It's not the first gathering about the quadrivium. Thank you. Right, I know, okay, got it, I got it, honest. It's not the first gathering about the quadrivium. I think it might be one of the bigger ones, not the biggest, I would guess, but not one of the bigger. And there's some good minds in here, and there's lots of different opinions in here. And so I would like, being the, I think it's safe to say something like most scatterbrained probably in this room, I would like to sort of throw out some ideas about the quadrivium that are, I hope, relatively basic, that can get us oriented to it, and maybe ask some questions that will be interesting, and then just turn it over to the people who know what they're doing and let them clean up my mess. That's kind of the way I've approached life since I was a child, according to my mother. Actually, the quadrivium has helped me understand, excuse me. The quadrivium has helped me understand something about myself that's really interesting, which is that in a certain way, it is true that the one thing I like to do more than anything else is make a mess. And then in another way, the other thing I like to do more than anything else is clean up. Have you ever noticed that, how much fun it is to just take the Lego and spill them? Or whatever it is, seeds all over the ground, whatever it is. And then when you're feeling stressed out and the disorder, the chaos has become too much, what a pleasure it is to actually pick a thing up and put it where it belongs. Those seem to be two of the most universal human impulses that you see them in, as soon as a child becomes conscious of the fact that they want to play with those toys again, then they start to at least become slightly aware of the fact that there's a pleasure in putting things away. I remember when I was a kid, I made a lot of messes in my bedroom. And then my mother would tell me to clean them up. And because she told me to clean them up, it just was so annoying. It was nothing but work, right? But there were a couple of times when one of my parents would come into my bedroom and actually get on the floor and clean up with me. Totally different experience. It was actually enjoyable to do it. And so as we think about the quadrivium, one of the things that has really, it keeps coming out over and over again is this stability and cosmos and chaos, stability and change. To help orient myself a little bit, I'd like to tell an imaginative story that probably never happened, but it's interesting. Along that line, the story of Pythagoras and the what were they hanging down? Weights, yeah. But that probably never happened either, but it makes for a good story and captures a lot. But I have this, maybe I should claim it's a divine revelation. Would that be more interesting? That's what I'll say. I had this divine revelation where an angel approached the Lord before the creation, and he said to him, Lord, can you help me understand eternity? I mean, actually it was the infinite in this case. Can you help me understand the infinite? And the Lord said to the angel, yeah, start counting. And so the angel started counting. A couple other angels heard him and said, what are you doing? He said, I'm counting. So he kept on counting, and then they started to notice that, well, they started to join him. So now you have a few angels counting together. And then they start noticing that you can do this rhythmically. And so as they start doing it rhythmically, they start to enjoy the movement of the sound of the counting as they're counting. And pretty soon they start singing. And then, as Job tells us, they created the world. That's apparently an element of the creation, is that when the morning star danced, right, the angels were there and they were singing, participating in the creation through song. You've probably seen that in C.S. Lewis in which is a creation? Is it Magician's Nephew? In The Magician's Nephew, when Aslan creates the world, he sings it into being. Tolkien actually got mad at Lewis for writing that because Tolkien gave him the idea. And if you read the Silmarillion, the Ainulindale, the creation of Tolkien's world is through song. And the angels are, well, we'll say the angels, they're singing themes that the god, Eru, gives them. And then those themes get disrupted by one of the angels who wants to put his song against everybody else's. And then the god of the account brings that back in to a harmony, and then gives them another theme. And each time he gives the theme, they're all singing together and they're making a beautiful story in their music, but then this one angel decides it's going to sing its own part and make its own part the most important part. And I think that's Tolkien talking not only about the creation, but about his theory or his understanding of good and evil, which is that evil is not the opposite of good. It is in our minds as a concept, certainly it's the opposite of good, but it's only the opposite of good as an idea. As a reality, evil is a contortion of the good. It's one piece of the good rising up against everything else. And isn't it interesting that Tolkien is using music, one of the arts of the quadrivium, to reflect on not only the creation, but on ethics, which is to say on what it is to be a human being. And so whether we take seriously Lewis's, Tolkien's, or my absurd story about the creation, in every case, there's a sense of musicality, there's a sense of harmony, there's a sense of number being in it. And that's also true, of course, in the ancient history when Pythagoras seems to have come up with the quadrivium. And why does he come up with it? Because the story tells us he was walking by blacksmith shop and he hears the pounding of a hammer on an anvil. And as he hears that pounding, he notices that the different hammers, different size hammers, have different sounds. And he asks himself why that is. And then he notices that if one hammer is exactly twice as big as the other hammer, then he didn't notice this instantly, but eventually figured out that what you've got is the change of an octave. And that's how pianos are built. That's why you have hammers on pianos, right? And so all of this musicality can easily be understood in terms of number, sort of. So what is the quadrivium? How many of you have ever been to a workshop or a conference specifically discussing the quadrivium? Okay, how many of you are here because you're super curious about the quadrivium? Oh, excellent. I should probably turn it over to the people who know what they're talking about then. Well, I got to do my time. So the interesting thing, there's a lot of really interesting things about the quadrivium. So if you're curious about it, you're in a good spot now. You are at the beginning of a journey or maybe an intermediate stage of a journey that's never going to end, and you're going to love every step of it except the ones that are hard. Then you'll love them afterward. What is the quadrivium? You've no doubt heard, if you're here, you've heard of the quadrivium, otherwise why would you be here? But you've heard of the trivium probably quite a bit, and you've heard of it perhaps from the Dorothy Sayers perspective of 3 stages, or perhaps you've heard of it from the traditional perspective of the arts of language, and then maybe the quadrivium came into your consciousness as the arts of number. And it is true that the quadrivium deals with number. And so there are 4 different arts in the quadrivium, which is why it's quadrivium, right? And those arts are arithmetic, geometry, music, and astronomy. And I would like very much to tell you what each of those arts are with a simple definition, but then I would have to choose one of the schools of thought over the others, and that wouldn't be fair. Because one of the things you've got to understand to get beyond an introductory level of the quadrivium is that people have been arguing about it for centuries. And there's not only one definition for each of the arts. That's true of the trivium, by the way, too. There are, however, I would suggest to you approaches to each of the arts that can help us to enter into thinking about them. So we don't have to be in despair about the fact that nobody can define them carefully any more than we have to be in despair over the fact that nobody knows what time is. We're still doing okay living in it as long as we have a good management system, right? But we have to live within time. Well, one of the things the quadrivium does is helps us do that. If I were to define arithmetic in a really easily understandable way, I would say what you'll often see is it is the art of number as a thing in itself. That's not the really obvious way to put it, is it? See, when we think of arithmetic, tell me if this is what you would think of when you think of arithmetic first. Adding, subtracting, multiplying, and dividing. If you were in ancient Greek, that's not arithmetic. You know what they called that? Logistics. Isn't that interesting? They call that logistics, which of course comes from logos. And already we see something like a bridge, certainly between trivium and quadrivium, but between quadrivium and reality. Because what's happened over the centuries, I just want to say this and then let it sit for now, but what's happened over the centuries is the arts of the quadrivium have been reduced and reduced and reduced and reduced, and now we actually can think, well, STEM, that would take care of that, right? The answer is no. And I'll tell you right now why, and then we'll come back to the quadrivium. Because the liberal arts are liberal arts. And liberal means something. And it doesn't mean left wing. It means something that sets you free. Liberal means it sets you free. I actually prefer to say the liberating arts. I think that communicates better. They are the liberating arts. And what does a liberating art, how does an art liberate you? How can anything liberate you? And here I think our Lord was really incredibly insightful. What sets you free? When you know the truth. So the liberating arts are liberating because they are arts of truth perception. They are arts by which you can see truth. Well, then why are there 7? We'll come back to that. But they're not only arts of truth perception, they're liberating arts of truth perception, but there's something that is true about the truth. It's a wonderful thing. It's what makes the truth delightful. It's what makes us want to know the truth. And that is that the truth is, how many words can I use for this? I'll say harmony. The truth is harmonious. One of the ways that you can know that one of 2 statements is false is that they're not in harmony, right? If they contradict each other, if they are incoherent, right? Any of those things indicate that something being said is not true, because the truth is harmonious. So they are the 7 liberating arts of truth perception and harmony. By which I mean, the 3 things these arts do for you is they set you free, they enable you to discover truth, and they order your heart, your soul, and your community, and your relationship to the world. And we are in a position today where it's hard for us to do that. Let me give you an example about recent developments that are super exciting in what used to be the art of astronomy, and now is, in crucial distinction, the science of astronomy. They just reported in the last week or 2 that they've determined that there was a crash, that the Milky Way had a collision with another galaxy 4 billion years more recently than they thought. Are you relieved? 3.9 billion years ago, a giant dwarf star, don't you love the idea of a giant dwarf? Galaxy. A giant dwarf galaxy collided with the Milky Way. They thought that there was a collision with the Milky Way, I think it's 11 or 8 billion years ago, way back in 3 billion years is nothing, but like 11 billion years ago, 8 billion, that's a long time. Can you imagine how much your money could gain in interest, even at like 3% compounding? I bet you could retire after 11 billion years. But what they're reporting is that there was this collision between this giant dwarf galaxy and the Milky Way, and here's how they know. When a galaxy collides with another galaxy, it wrinkles it, right? It's almost like there's a sheet, a bed sheet, and a kid jumps on it, right? Well, it doesn't just stay smooth. It wrinkles it. And so there's wrinkles in the relationships and movements and patterns of the stars that are surprising to people, to the astronomers. Now, you and I might be going, how can that be? The world is only 6,000 years old. And that's a dilemma I can't resolve for you. But 3.9 billion years ago, a giant dwarf galaxy crashed into the Milky Way and affected the way you and I live today. One of the things that comes from these collisions is things like gold, metals. And you start thinking, well, what's that got to do with Pythagoras? Think of how specialized the studies are that can lead them to discover that. Think of how much true expertise it takes to be able to make the sorts of calculations. And then think about the technology required. Because they found this out with what's the most recent telescope that went out? It was the Webb telescope that gave them the information, thank you. So now we've got these astronomers who are able to discover, and then they make these models. You can see a model, an astronomer model of this in online at I think it's called CES, the website. And it's really quite amazing because it's time lapse and everything. Well, part of what happens in my mind when I think about this is 3 billion 9 years, that's a long time. After about, let's say, 10,000 years, the zeros start not being imaginable anymore. Have you ever, here's the thing, if you really want to blow your students' mind or your own sometime, put the number 10,000, put 10,000 of something in front of them. Maybe it would have to be a pile. And then add a zero. And ask them to notice, to actually dwell on the fact that they didn't just add another one. They just added 10,000. Well, they added 100 more, right? And then when we talk about money in our economic system, you have a $300 billion deficit. Throwback to the 80s. A $300 billion deficit. What is a $300 billion? What is 300 billion? A billion is a lot, right? A million isn't, if you add a million to a billion, that's not 2 billion. A billion is a whole bunch of things in zeros. And then to get 2 billion, you have to have a billion more. What? Yeah, arithmetic. And then to get to 3 billion, you don't just add a million, you have to add another billion. And that billion, that first billion was a lot. That third billion is just as big as the first billion. To get to 100 of those, good luck imagining it. And at this point, numbers become nothing but figments of the imagination. So when we say a trillion, it kind of sounds like a billion, doesn't it? A billion and a trillion, they're a lot alike, wouldn't they be? Nope. To get to a trillion, first you have to have 100 of those billions, each of which was way more than you can imagine. Okay, so then you have to take that 100 billion and have 200 billion, which is not even getting close to a trillion yet. So I'm not going to go on with this because it would be like the angel in heaven asking God about infinity and we'd just be here forever. Have you ever wondered what do mathematicians, what do poets do in hell? Calculus. Forever. I'll never figure this out. That's what hell is for the overly verbal processor. But the mathematician, he has to read Homer in the original Greek and understand it perfectly. Heaven is when you can do those easily. Well, what's the point I'm getting at? Partly is that we have become so specialized that we can discover things that are so astonishing that we really don't have any idea what we're talking about. We're moving symbols around. And those symbols have resonances depending on how much they mean to us. But everything is so fragmented now that what the astronomer is doing has almost nothing to do with what the musician is doing. And yet if you go back in time, as late as Kepler, when you studied astronomy, you're studying music. And so if we talk about the arts of the quadrivium, we're not talking about arithmetic today. We're not talking about the way we approach geometry today. We're certainly not talking about the way we approach music today, although it's included. And we're not talking about astronomy as we talk about it today. Let me unravel a couple of those points historically. One of the most important moments in American history is 1890, when the Committee of 10 met to discuss what sciences they should require in the public school system. And they decided in 1890 that the 3 sciences that every student needed to learn, guess what they were? Physics, biology, chemistry. We haven't changed our mind in 135 years. But here's why. Because in 1890 they had determined there's nothing left to discover in astronomy. Oops. Maybe the Committee of 10 needs to meet again. It was 25 years later or less that Einstein wrote the relativity theory. Now here's a question for you. Relativity theory, quantum mechanics, speed of light being in some way absolute. What that means, I don't know. Classical physics, Isaac Newton, absolute space, laws of motion, laws of physics. Which of those corresponds better to the quadrivial approach in the early Middle Ages, late Middle Ages, or ancient Greeks? Classical physics or relativistic physics? Now that might be an unfair question unless some of you have had some time to study physics and classical physics and modern physics. By the way, classical physics is like calling the Beatles classical rock or classical music. Classical physics was the rejection of the classical tradition. No, it wasn't. It was the reduction of the classical tradition. Because the moment when astronomy stopped being a liberal art was when Newton wrote his Principia, I think, and reduced astronomy to mechanics, put it that way. Astronomy had been an art of truth perception, and it still was when it became mechanics, but it was also an art of finding the harmonies, and it was a liberating art. Now it became an instrumental art. Now here's the thing about instrumental arts, by which I mean an art by which you do something, you get something done, like engineering, you build a bridge. Okay. Those arts are fantastic. The Lord used them to build the cosmos. We build bridges like we do because God did. And He taught us how to do that by leaving patterns, by doing it. He taught us how to do it by doing it. And then gave us a hunger to understand how He did it. So we used math, we figured it out, and now we can build bridges. Building bridges, engineering, mechanistic work is absolutely godlike and wonderful and should never be diminished. If there's one mistake that I think especially the ancient Greeks made, it's that the liberal arts were the arts of free people who didn't have to make bridges. Right? That's just unnecessary. The separation between the free and the slave and the assumption that somehow that's a social status that determines the work you do is not, it's an unfortunate separation. What we need to do is we need to try to set everybody free. And then everybody who's capable can build bridges and be a free person. But they can't be a free person if they can't perceive truth. And the reason for studying the arts of the quadrivium is not to build bridges. And here I need to emphasize an important distinction. In fact, I would say that in some sense, maybe metaphysically, maybe morally, I'm not sure, practically, this is one of the most important distinctions you need to make when you think about education, but maybe when you think about life itself. We have to learn to distinguish the purpose of things from the blessings derived from them. We need to distinguish the purpose of things, the reason we do something, from the benefits that come from doing them. Because the purpose is given by God, is in nature. But the benefit, they're both given by God, but the purpose is God's direction to us about what we need to know and where we need to focus. The benefits He determines in circumstances. And when we start seeking the benefit instead of the purpose, we lose both. And you might say, well, why would you say you lose both? We just figured out that 3.9 billion years ago, there was a giant dwarf galaxy that collided with the Milky Way, which is pretty awesome, and we couldn't have done that if we were all totally focused on the purpose, and that's a pretty great benefit. Why are you saying that everything's fragmented, and then you're criticizing the benefits? Well, what I'm saying, or maybe the better way to put that question, that accusation against myself is, why am I saying that you're going to lose the purpose of the thing if you only go after the benefits? Look at the benefits we're getting. Well, there's always a time There's always a time when a false god will satisfy you. There's always a time when you'll go after the benefit and make it ultimate and think it's great. And then you'll get it. You'll achieve union with your false god, and you will be so deeply dissatisfied, you won't know what just happened. Or if you're lucky, it might be an angel and say, don't worship me, just worship God. So when we study arithmetic, we need to be asking ourselves, not what benefits can I get from this, like what kind of a job can I get with this, but what is its purpose? We need to ask the same question about geometry, music, and astronomy. So as we look at each of the liberal arts in terms of the purpose, we need to keep in mind that they are liberating arts. The purpose is freedom. They are arts of truth perception. They are arts by which we can know truth. And they are arts of harmony. And because liberation and truth perception are relatively, can I say obvious? It's easier to access what we're talking about with freedom and truth perception. I want to take a moment to think about harmony. Because what I'm arguing is that the purpose of studying arithmetic is to bring harmony. Well, what on earth could that possibly mean? Well, it's got to do with making messes and cleaning them up. Would you say that in your mind right now, everything's perfectly ordered and in the right space and in the right place? If it is, you need somebody to come and kick you. It can be too orderly, right? It can become sterile. But I don't think very many people would respond to that question by saying, oh yeah, I got everything right where I want it. Our minds are chaotic. And if we do have them orderly, which probably required a lot of the arts of the trivium, but if we do have some degree of order in our minds, then what about the world around us? Do we understand it as it is? Do we understand its purpose? Do we understand its meaning? Can we see its glory? Or do we just see instruments for our own use? And then what about each other? Are we in perfect harmony? Well, I would propose to you that the way you teach a child to bring harmony to his mind and develop the habit of harmonizing his mind is by, instead of giving them problems in math, you give them discords. And instead of them solving problems, you say, resolve the discord. Because if I say to you, 2 + 1 = 4, or I could say, what does 2 + 1 equal? Okay, you could call that a problem. Now solve it. But notice the habit you're cultivating. It's that pragmatic habit of problem solving. And it's a really, really, really great habit. I mean, being able to solve a problem is a very desirable state when you have one, agreed? But really, I would suggest to you what's happening when you solve a problem is that something bigger than that is happening. You're resolving a discord. But the problem is this. If you just solve a problem, you're only focused on the problem. And if you're resolving a discord, there's always more. So if I say to you, what's 2 + 1 = 3, and you're accustomed to thinking of that as a problem that you have to solve, you'll solve that problem, and you'll have a mental habit that isolates it. But if I say to you, what's 2 + 1, or what does 2 + 1 equal, resolve that discord, your first thought is going to be, what are you talking about? But that was probably your first thought when I said solve that problem too. Because what happens is we've got students conditioned, as it were, to problem solving by the time they're in first grade. And let me reiterate again, there's nothing wrong with solving problems, but resolving discords is better. And what I'm getting at is that when you teach arithmetic, what the child is doing is learning to bring order to his mind. And the reason I say that, so the evidence for the importance of that is, think about, how many of you ever, this is true confessions time maybe? How many of you ever cried in school? I mean in a class over a subject. Anybody ever cry over math? Now, I got a question for you men. Did any of you ever cry over literature at school? You did? I'm amazed. You have a sensitive soul. Was that in college or high school? Really? Wow, you're a good reader. Any other men? You did? About what?
I cry whenever I listen to certain speeches from some church. I find that. I'm surprised none of you do.
I'm trying to figure out if that's within the scope of what I'm thinking of, but it's okay, it's fine. How many of you have ever cried over a math problem? How many of you didn't cry because it was too stressful? In other words, if you go back to your childhood, well, I can tell you this, that the only time I ever cried about a subject in school that I can remember was when I was a senior in high school talking to my trigonometry teacher, and I was stuck on something, and I had been pretty good at math until I got in a car accident in 9th grade and then missed so much of it. So now I'm in trigonometry, just so you guys can enjoy this point. I tried to do it without Algebra 2. And my teacher, Mr. Schiffer, started asking me about my math background. And then he said this question: why are you trying to learn this? Or why are you in this class? And I realized that the gap between me and what I understood at that moment and the problem that I was trying to do was so great I couldn't cross it. Not at that moment. I needed remedial education. And I cried at the frustration, not very hard. It's not like I started sobbing, I'm German. But I had that moment of just a tear trickling down my cheek because of the unbridgeable gap between me and the understanding. And what I would offer you is that our desire for harmony is so intense that when a discord comes to us that we can't resolve, we can't really endure it. And so we just shut ourselves off to it. And what we'll do is we'll say something like, I hate math. But as everybody knows, you don't hate math. You hate not knowing math. It's a very different thing. When you figure out the discord, I have seen students throw pencils or pens across the room from relief, from joy, because our hearts are so hungry for that harmony and that resolution that it's a moment of involuntary joy that happens to us. In that moment, because it's musical. Do you see? It's musical. And the musical intuitions that are in our soul have gone neglected and isolated and fragmented so that the astronomers can now learn about the 3.9 billion years ago crash of the galaxies. But then to communicate it, they need paint, they need models, and then they put it to music. But there's no sense of the music actually in the event. Right? It's added on as an ornament. And that's the crucial point. In our culture, we've made music an ornament. In our worship at the churches, it's an ornament. It doesn't matter what the music, the music doesn't matter. What matters is the words. Well, this is impossible. This is impossible. It's anti-human, for one thing. Music moves you. That's part of the reason for it. But the reason it moves you, or maybe I should put it this way, the reason you play music isn't for the benefit to you of moving another person. That's tyranny. The reason for playing music is to express a harmony, is to express a beauty, to give embodiment to the resolution of a discord that will move people, and there's so many kinds of discord that there's many, many kinds of music. But you think about it. What is the power of music? It's the power to move. Why? Because there's so many layers and access points of discord into our minds, but the slightest little resolution of a harmony gives us so much happiness. This is why pop music is so popular and why classical music is so demanding. But which is more satisfying? I think anybody who's gone deeply into the possibilities of both would agree that classical music is much more satisfying. And why is it? Because frankly, if you have a discord that can be resolved in 3 minutes and 42 seconds, it wasn't much. Or let me even put it this way. If you have a discord that can be resolved 3 or 4 times in the course of 4 minutes, that's not much of a discord. Back in the 70s and 60s and 80s, when I was more or less growing up, most of the pop songs were love songs, and what can you do with adolescent love? I mean, you can sing about it 3 or 4 different ways, and then you've exhausted the theme, so you have to change the tunes and start new fads every 3 or 4 years. But in classical music, you can grab someone by the throat, as it were, and you can drive a wedge into their heart, their soul, and even sometimes their mind that pushes their expectations and their emotions far apart, and they feel this discord, and you can carry that discord for 74 minutes. And at the end of it is this resolution of every single theme that Beethoven wove into the Ode to Joy, into the Ninth Symphony. And all of it is satisfied. You know what you're teaching kids in music more than anything else, I would suggest? Morally, no, practically? Patience. Patience. Whether you're talking about instrumental music, which takes practice and practice and practice, or whether you're talking about music appreciation, which is a glib thing now to experience widely a bunch of stuff. But if you actually want to appreciate music, you have to come to understand it. Because the more of you that is involved in the experience, the more of you is harmonized with the thing you're encountering, and the joy is increased. But so is the pain. So is the length of the discord. But one of the great principles of happiness is that one of the things that makes us happy is discovering that we can handle more than we thought. When we discover something new about ourselves. This is why it's fatal to be protecting your children all the time, to be making it easy for your students all the time. You need to be giving them genuine difficulties. Adler wrote an essay called Invitation to the Pain of Learning. That's what we need to do. And the quadrivium, I can assure you, it's going to introduce pain into your life. It's going to introduce uncertainty. It's going to introduce discord into your mind. But it's also crucially going to teach you how to resolve the discords. And I would suggest 4 different ways that it teaches you how to resolve discord. 1 is arithmetic. 1 is geometric. 1 is harmonic or musical. And 1 is astronomical. And if you can learn those 4 different paths and the disciplines, what I've come to call them analogical habits. Each of the 7 liberal arts teaches a set of analogical habits. And those analogical habits enable you to resolve discord, enable you to maintain your sense of proportion. This is really cool. Have any of you read Goodbye, Mr. Chips? It's just a fun little book about a headmaster in a British boarding school who was there for about 60 years and then is being remembered. Goodbye, Mr. Chips. Well, there's 2 passages in it that I really love. Chips marries a lady. She's quite a bit younger than him. And one day they're chatting about the kid's behavior. And she says to him, well, when you stop to think about it, you have to admit that the school is a very unnatural setting. So you can't really expect them to behave all the time, can you? I thought that's a really great insight. We have to remember that what we're doing to children when we put them in school is unnatural. It doesn't mean they shouldn't do it at all, ever, but it does mean it's unnatural. But the second thing, and the thing that made me think of him, is Chips is in trouble. Before he's the headmaster, earlier on, he's in trouble with the headmaster. And the new headmaster wants him to stop teaching, excuse me. I have to wrap up, don't I? He wants him to stop teaching classical languages and modernize. This is in 1910, so that's not new. He wants him to modernize. And Chips has this 1.5-page soliloquy, internal thought process about what he'd like to say to the headmaster. But he doesn't say any of it. But at the end of this soliloquy, he says, they have no sense of proportion. And that's what we should be teaching all the time. A sense of proportion. Now, here's a really interesting fact for you about proportion. You know what the Greek word is for proportion? Proportion is Latin, proportio. It means to portion things out. So you have a proportion. The Greek word for that? Analogos, analogia. A proportion is an analogy. An analogy is a proportion. Reality is a harmony. And the way you find the harmonies in reality is by that God-given sense of proportion that everybody has, which is how a child learns to crawl and how you learn to not walk into walls. You have a deep, unavoidable sense of proportion, and that enables you to harmonize. What education then needs to do, literally in every single lesson, is to cultivate and deepen and expand that sense of proportion, which then increases the child's capacity to harmonize his own mind, his community, and his relationship to the world he lives in, and in fact, to harmonize the world that he lives in. That's why we need more than anything else to cultivate in our children analogical habits. And I'm going to end with this point because above all, in and through in all this, there's only one thing that I really want to say, and that is that in the beginning was the Logos. And if there's one thing that I think might explain what happened to the Western mind, it's when we switched from Logos as the ordering principle of reality to Nomen as the tool of access to reality. We went from a Logos-centered cosmos to a nominalistic cosmos that we aren't even part of. We stood outside it and started studying it from the outside. Christ, the Logos, so permeates reality, so indwells all things, and all things are so in him that his name, Logos, appears in the skill that we need to teach our children. Logos, a sense of proportion, with language, with number, with shape, with sound, with time, with space. That's the path to wisdom, because Christ is our destination, our purpose, and the source of every blessing. Thank you.
Thank you. We will go ahead and take a break and return for the first panel presentation about 10:15. Thank you.
I don't know what that means, but it's better for passing. Oh, gosh. Smooth move, XLX.
I think within the world we realm, I think he's saying like, you know how like we say like when you're in high school, it's not gonna matter. 20 years from now, it's not gonna matter. Well, 100 years from now, none of this is gonna matter. Well, 10,000 years from now. So yeah, if you put it within the mortal realm of this kind of realm that we live in, yeah, in 10,000 years, nothing is gonna matter. But of course, in eternity, that has a different. Anyway, I'm not gonna chew your ear.
There's another part of my presentation that came up with encouragement. There's a sense of proportion and linked to arithmetic, and that's taking arithmetic all the way back to just being able to write. And I start my arithmetic section with a great quote from David Berlinski on the relationship between naming and counting. It's so good. I can't wait to share it. Oh, you did? In my face. You saw it? But with my grandson, oh, I can't quote it. But the sheep, in order to be able to count sheep, you have to know what a sheep is. This is the paraphrase. You have to know what a sheep is. Otherwise, it's just so much wool on the hook. That's how he put it. But once you know that it's a unit, once you know that it's a distinct unit, then you can look out in the field and say there's 3 sheep. this is the speech you get. And he spent pages and pages and pages giving out speeches. And I think projected his argument. And then there's this battle, this battle, this battle, this battle. And then Pericles got up. And pages and pages and pages of Pericles' speeches, right? Seems like the alien. Meredith speech! It is. It is, but what he's doing is that they're right there trying to what you have done is disproportionate to what was done to you. What you ought to do is because in proportion to what you have historically done, you are actually
What if you replace it with unique in terms of what it means with something that's happening? Like what you were just saying, just rashness is to bravery. As bravery is to rashness is bravery. I don't know. I don't know if that may be meaningless. But it's also just like, how does the golden mean apply when you take something, when you apply it to something besides geometry? Apply it to something that has a different essence than geometry. You still end up with this relationship that is golden. I don't know. Yeah, my grandson the other day. Once again, there were 6 chairs at the table and 4 people. So he looked at the other 2 chairs and asked who else was coming. And he's done this before, and we just said those are extras. You know, they're always here. There's just not enough of us. But he felt the tension because he can count heads and he can count chairs. And he sees the empty one. And he did it before, which now we did in my regular. Just 2 nights ago, he said, who else is on? And I said, nobody. But it didn't matter. What I said didn't matter because there were 2 there. Yeah, it was a discord. They wanted justice. He wanted chairs to all be used. Bill, he wanted the chairs to all be used. Proportional, right?
You know, I haven't done a public speaking engagement since my senior thesis in high school. No, that's not true. In college, I gave like 30 minutes.
Hi, everyone. We're going to begin here in about 1 minute. I'm just going to ask that all the panelists who are for this presentation come up to the tables. 3 of you did a good job. 1 of you, come, please. You're not doing a bad job. Just please come. Yeah. Dylan, are you here? The sickness that has lasted this past month or so has been awful. So it's very likely that, well, we know for a fact that some people have not been able to make it. So pray for those who are experiencing sickness. Okay. I don't think so. But I need to talk to you guys real quick. So I'm going to sit there. Okay. Yep. Doors are closing. It's okay. Well, I have to say a couple things anyways. Maybe he'll come. That would be wonderful. And if he doesn't, that's okay. All right. So this first panel presentation, for today and tomorrow, the way the panels are going to work, just for simplicity's sake and make sure everything is smooth, we're going to go in order as they're printed in this booklet. So to introduce our speakers today, we have Dr. Boaz Gaz, who is an educational consultant and Catholic high school teacher in Texas, and was recognized as one of the top 10 teachers in Fort Worth last year. He has his PhD from St. Louis University. Dr. Matthew Bianco is the COO of the Hersey Institute, I almost said Classical Conversations, and has his PhD from Faulkner University in the humanities. And then finally, Eric Warren is the assistant professor of economics and director of the National Hybrid Schools Project. He's written a lot, and he's an expert on data when it comes to anything school related, right? Any data? He can answer all data questions. So we'll go ahead and begin. I'll sit down, get the timer set, and then Dr. Goss, you're good to go.
All right, hi, good morning. Happy to be here. Thanks for having me. Okay, so start on title slide with my info on it. Dr. Thomas, could you click exactly one time? Okay, there we go. Yes, that's me. The title of my presentation is technically Growing Modern Science Out of the Ancient Quadrivium. I'm teching the title. I welcome feedback on that. So, I found that the sciences cause more anxiety for classical schools than any other subject. For some, this is an open, unresolved question, which is, why even study modern science and technology? And that anxiety has some historical roots, let's be honest. The Enlightenment, New Atheism, both claim there's a hard divide between faith and reason, the classical and the modern, religion and science. We've all heard about it. And fundamentalists often agree with the enlightened atheist on that point. So here we are, after a worldwide supposed divorce between Christianity and science, tasked with reconciling modern science into classical Christian education. And many intelligent people claim we have an impossible task there. But is it really? Here's how I would state the problem succinctly. Can a classical Christian education, like the quadrivium, train our students into competent scientists who can meet the demands of today's STEM fields? Dr. Thomas, could you go to slide 2, please? Thank you. And my answer to that question is yes. My thesis today is that the quadrivium has always contained the seeds of scientific progress and technological innovation. And I think that's most clear, it's easiest to see when we examine the intellectual virtues demanded by the quadrivium and realize that they are the same virtues demanded by modern research, engineering, the STEM fields. Now, why do the quadrivium and the STEM subjects train students in the same virtues? Well, both share a Pythagorean love for number. And since the quadrivium is founded on number, each of its subjects reveals a new domain for number to operate in, for us to find number in, demanding new logical operations, new virtues applied to more complex phenomena throughout our creation. The quadrivium is founded on number. Each subject reveals a new mathematical domain, each requiring new logical operations and virtues. And as I'll show, those intellectual virtues are the same demanded by modern STEM fields, and a natural progression from the quadrivium to modern science and tech is formed. Now, let's talk a little bit about the history. Let me introduce it, since I'm the first one today. So, the quadrivium's author, I think it's fair to call him that, is Boethius, a 6th century Roman politician and Christian martyr. He probably wrote textbooks for all 4 of the quadrivium subjects, but we currently only know of 2, his works on arithmetic and music. And from these alone, we can already tell Boethius considered number the language of creation, and he credited Pythagoras as the greatest genius for realizing, being the first to realize, that number is the principal exemplar in the mind of the creator. In fact, Boethius opens up his arithmetic textbook with this praise of Pythagoras. Quote, "Hardly anyone has reached the highest wisdom without following the lead of Pythagoras through a 4-part study." And 4-part study in Latin is just quadrivium. So in other words, the original foundational textbook for the quadrivium begins with an ode to Pythagoras. That's important. Keep that in mind. Boethius designed the whole quadrivium around the Pythagorean genius. And each subject reveals how number structures a different part of reality. It starts with abstract, proceeds to the physical. It goes from choreographed motion to natural motion. The quadrivium's essentially a step-by-step mathematical tour through creation. So, I'm going to be talking about the intellectual virtues formed throughout it a lot. Let me go ahead and give you a quick definition of what virtue even is. So, quick definition of an intellectual virtue. An intellectual virtue is an excellence that empowers a soul to reliably discover truth. That's my short one. It's built off of Aquinas Aristotle. Not an exact quote from them. We can talk about it later if you'd like to see how I came to it. The virtues I'll be discussing that are trained by each of the quadrivium subjects are meant to fit in. They're not any of the 5 general classes of intellectual virtues that Aristotle and Aquinas defines, but they would be what Aquinas called secondary virtues annexed to the larger ones. And each of these virtues are necessary for scientific progress as well. In the quadrivium, each of them build upon the last in a stepwise fashion. And Dr. Thomas, can you press to the next slide, please? Okay, awesome. So, starting with arithmetic. Quadrivium begins with arithmetic. It deals with numbers at rest, so abstract, abstract and isolated number. Here, the student is introduced to number and logic in their simplest forms, ideally working with single-line operations in an abstract domain. And in arithmetic, students develop what I would call the virtue of precise abstraction, and that is the power to isolate quantities and manipulate them with absolute exacting precision. Quadrivium trains this virtue first because all later subjects are still going to require that same precise manipulation of number and logic. But they'll add new elements in more complex domains and longer chains of reasoning. And the virtue of precise abstraction remains essential in the STEM fields today, because whether modeling complex phenomenon like, say, quantum behaviors or turbulent flow systems, scientists still must possess the power to isolate right quantities and manipulate them with the right logic with absolute precision. Quadrivium trains this exact power and starts it early. Dr. Thomas, next slide, please. Okay, on to geometry. So, we're proceeding from single operations with isolated numbers. We advance to geometry, which is numbers in space. Students are still going to deal with abstractions. They're still in the abstract realm, but they're introduced to space now and relations and interrelated numbers. And new logical operations are also introduced. The chains of logic, like for example in a proof, become longer, but students must maintain that same precision they learned in arithmetic across these longer chains. And for that reason, geometry trains what I would call the virtue of systematic reasoning, which is the power to unite multiple truths, relations, and operations into a single, coherent, you might say, harmonic system. A single geometric proof might require dozens of steps, each requiring the same precision as arithmetic while building on the previous operations. That same precision is still required, but it's demanded across a whole system. And this virtue is still just as necessary in modern STEM fields. The most recent geometric proofs discovered in the past 10 years are vastly more complicated than anything that Euclid or Boethius would recognize immediately. But that same systematic reasoning remains as important as ever. The virtue is still there, even though the field and content itself has exploded. Dr. Thomas, next slide. Thank you. So now we turn to music. There are a few different ways to define music. I chose to define it as numbers in choreographed motion, and I have a few reasons for that. We can talk about that in the Q&A. Numbers in choreographed motion. So now we're putting students in the physical world, which has an unfathomable amount of relations and even chaotic elements. But what music does is constrain the chaos by focusing only on the things that we can control with the greatest precision, so we don't overwhelm the students. For example, the first element is harmonics. They are, by definition, naturally regular and repeating. Second, we have the musical instruments, which can be precisely tuned and practiced systematically for years. And finally, we have rehearsed performances, concerts, and our performances can be perfected over entire seasons. We have a lot of time for the students. And music also provides some guiding postulates. We give the students some things to orient themselves, like the ideals of beauty and order, and we support them with millennia of music theory. We introduce real relations now, and observation and practice. We start forcing those habits. Students experience mathematical relations now manifested in sound. They have to observe good performances, observe what sounds good, what sounds bad, and they have to practice their skill. The system expands to encompass entire concert seasons now, and that demands sustained precision across multiple habits and months of preparation. So music develops what I would call the virtue of guided harmonization, and that's the power to apply abstract mathematics to physical systems while guided by some things, in this case, the ideals of beauty and order. And this virtue is again essential to scientific discovery. It's not hard to find modern scientists who saw the world through a classical composer's eyes. Anyone trained in the quadrivium would recognize kindred spirits in people like Johannes Kepler or Paul Dirac, for example. Kepler wanted to transcribe what he called, quote, the music of the cosmos. The result was his 3 laws of planetary motion, which we still teach today. Paul Dirac was determined to find beauty in the behavior of electrons, which produced the Dirac equation and led to the most successful scientific model in history, the Standard Model. My point is, Kepler and Dirac basically did science as classical composers. Dr. Thomas, next slide, please. Thank you. Finally, we reach astronomy, numbers and natural motion. Both music and astronomy deal with the physical world, but where music focused on controlled human music, astronomy confronts students with the raw complexity of cosmic music. Music comes prearranged, nature does not. Students must now orient their own investigations, starting with basic observations and asking the right questions. Nature doesn't give free hints. So students have to complete every step of scientific inquiry themselves. Thankfully, by now, we've equipped them with knowledge of number, logic, geometry, harmonic models, plus an understanding of beauty and order. And a major pivot has to occur here. The student has to begin taking initiative in original research. So astronomy develops what I would call the virtue of independent harmonization. That's the power to unite all of one's virtues and knowledge into a research study, resulting in some discovery. The student has to start synthesizing every skill they've learned up until this point. Precision in numbers and logic, systematic reasoning, observation, practice, and harmonizing. And this is a virtue that drives modern science. One great example I think of when I think of independent harmonization is Dmitri Mendelev's creation of the periodic table in 1869. Very little chemical data was known in his time. Atoms were still believed to be solid little balls. We didn't know about electrons nor neutrons. The only data Mendeleev had was relative atomic masses and bonding tendencies of a few elements and compounds. He had to harmonize seemingly random chemical facts with almost no guiding axioms or information. Yet Mendeleev maintained precision, designed an orderly system of related elements, harmonized known facts with theory, used his system to reason his way to knowledge of elements unknown and even unobserved at the time. And Mendeleev's work on the periodic table is the kind of discovery that changes the world, but the quadrivium has always encouraged its students to make those kinds of discoveries. Dr. Thomas, slide please, last one. So, conclusion, practical takeaways. In conclusion, classical Christian educators can stop worrying if classical education, like the quadrivium, can really prepare students for modern STEM careers. The quadrivium has always contained seeds of scientific progress. It trains students to love number, develop intellectual virtues, and discover the cosmic music throughout creation. And the quadrivium progressively trains them to do so, introducing them step by step to reality's full complexity. Science and technology will always need these intellectual virtues that are trained by the quadrivium, no matter how explosive the content itself becomes. And I'll conclude with 2 practical takeaways for integrating STEM subjects with the quadrivium. First, and this is when designing curriculum, I don't think there's any need for gimmicks to force STEM into classical ed, especially the quadrivium. Both share a mathematical spirit, thanks to Pythagoras, and the same intellectual virtues. I would say start from their shared foundation. Second, in day-to-day teaching, I think it would be a great step just to encourage students to see careers in science and tech as natural culminations of classical education rather than betrayals of it, as they are often taught by our culture. Our society keeps repeating that story about a conflict between classical and modern science versus religion. And my question is, what would happen if we just stopped repeating that story to them so often?
Did Dylan make it? Dylan, are you here? This one? Yeah. Good morning. In Plato's Republic, Socrates has this amazing line where he says, I don't think you'll easily find subjects that are harder to learn or practice than mathematics. And with that one line, school children everywhere instantly became Platonists. The quadrivium, a term coined later by Boethius, to name the collection of mathematical arts made up of arithmetic, geometry, astronomy, and harmonia, or what I'm going to call harmonia, is an essential component of what ought to make up Christian classical education. I think we all already agree with that, which is probably why we're here. Even if, as many know, the quadrivium is not frequently being taught in Christian classical education schools or co-ops, it could be argued that many schools claim to do it, that claim to do it are simply teaching arithmetic, geometry, trigonometry, calculus, and believe those to be modern variations of the quadrivium. And so they therefore are teaching it. Others do not claim to be quadrivium teaching schools because they believe they are teaching modern mathematics and not the quadrivium at all. But they do not believe, because they do not believe that they know what the quadrivium is really or how to teach it classically. Or if you're on Twitter, then you might discover that the quadrivium is not important at all. It thus becomes an important and worthy question to ask, what was the quadrivium in the classical world and how was it taught? This question is, of course, too broad to cover in this brief presentation, so I will confine my contribution to this question to simply asking, what is it in Plato's Republic, and does he give us a sense of how it should be taught? In a survey of modern academic research on this topic, I came across a couple of college professors who are working on what they call mathematical learning and mathematical thinking. They're making a distinction between these two concepts, mathematical learning and mathematical thinking. Socrates makes a distinction between mathematics for the masses and mathematics for the philosophers. So that got me wondering if these two professors, Dr. Keith Devlin and Dr. Paul Bullen, were making a similar distinction just with different terminology. A modern teacher, professor would not refer to math for the masses and math for the philosophers the way Socrates might be willing to do. We would not do that today. Too democratic. So Dr. Keith Devlin defines or describes mathematical learning as the application of procedures and, quote, some heavy-duty symbolic manipulations. He distinguishes that from mathematical thinking, which he describes as a specific way of thinking about things in the world. It does not have to be mathematics at all, though I would argue that certain parts of mathematics provide the ideal context for learning how to think that way. Mathematical thinking includes logical and analytical thinking as well as quantitative reasoning, all crucial abilities. I'm not sure if Drs. Devlin and Bullen are offering just a renamed version of the classical world's view of the quadrivium. Dr. Bullen has developed a course on mathematical thinking for college students, and his course does begin with reading Plato and authors like him. But their categories might be helpful for us as we're thinking about Plato's categories. So the first thing Socrates reveals to us in his presentation on the quadrivium, which of course he doesn't call it that, because that name comes from Boethius centuries later, is how it differs from the other areas of education. Music and poetry, along with physical training, make up the bulk of early education in Socrates' program. But Socrates says this is what they teach. Music and poetry and physical training in early education teach harmonies that give them a certain harmoniousness, but not knowledge. Rhythms that give them a certain rhythmical quality. And stories, whether fictional or true, that cultivate other habits akin to these. In Socrates' view, the early study of music, poetry, and gymnastics does not give knowledge, but it does give the students or the people habits of being that prepare them for the weighty responsibility that will come with knowledge. So where does knowledge come from? For Socrates, the answer to this question is important because he's discussing the education that needs to be compulsory for the future philosopher king of the just city. So for arithmetic is at least part of the answer because it enables the warrior who would become philosopher king to count and set his troops in order. Well, surely that's not all arithmetic can be for, right? So Socrates adds that the study of arithmetic is also important if he's even to be properly human. The problem he notes with arithmetic is that no one uses it correctly. This is quote from Socrates. No one uses it correctly, namely, as something that is really fitted in every way to draw one towards being. He goes on to say that arithmetic must be the study of calculation beyond what the laymen do for the sake of buying and selling, but until they reach the study of the natures of the numbers by understanding itself. So you've got to go beyond the ability to be transactional with calculation till it takes you to the point where you're studying the nature of the numbers themselves. The distinction seems to be between what laymen do and what the ruler or the philosopher must do, which is to perceive the very nature of things. It's a philosophical arithmetic. This distinction is going to be carried through all the quadrivium arts. In geometry too, he says, utilitarian geometry is about ranging your troops and camps. Philosophical geometry is pursued for the sake of knowledge. Socrates says, if geometry compels the soul to study being, it's appropriate. But if it compels us to remain in the realm of becoming, it's inappropriate. Socrates is explicitly referring to plane geometry. When he finishes his discussion of plane geometry, he moves on to astronomy, and he says, regarding astronomy, the vulgar version of it, or the utilitarian version of it, is simply the study of the objects moving in the sky. But a philosophical astronomy requires that we, quote, study astronomy by means of problems, as we do geometry, and leave the things in the sky alone. Okay, let's see what that means, hopefully. Socrates advances from plane geometry to astronomy, and then he stops himself, and he quickly retreats back to looking at what he says was missed, which is solid geometry. So for Socrates, there might be 5 mathematical arts, but then we'd have to call it the quadrivium, and it's just not interesting. After a brief discussion of solid geometry and the fact that in his day it's still rather undeveloped as an art, he returns to his discussion of astronomy, which we discovered. And then he moves on to harmonia, which is an interesting note, and I think a discussion worth having, that Boethius and most of those after him put the quadrivium in order of arithmetic, geometry, music, and astronomy. Socrates puts it in order of arithmetic, geometry, astronomy, geometry, music. Even if we combine the two geometries there, right, you still end up with arithmetic, geometry, astronomy, then music. And I think that's a discussion worth having as well, that I'm not really getting into here. So regarding music or harmonia, Socrates sees the vulgar version of it as the study of measuring audible consonances and sounds against one another. And he says that the people who do this, it's like they're putting their ears to the instruments, like someone trying to overhear what their neighbors are saying. That's vulgar, the vulgar study of music. The philosophical study of harmonia makes the ascent to problems. He says harmonia is useful in the search for the beautiful and the good, but pursued for any other purpose, it's useless. The arts of the quadrivium each then have two roles in education, even in Socrates' day, a utilitarian role and a philosophical role. Those who only want or need to live transactional lives in the day-to-day business of the world only need to study mathematics for those utilitarian purposes and in all these utilitarian ways. Those who want to be philosopher kings, all of you, or perhaps what we might say today, those who want or need to be able to rule themselves as free people in wisdom, we need to be students of the philosophical quadrivium. So what does it mean to study the quadrivium philosophically or for the sake of the philosopher? The main clue that Socrates gives us is that the vulgar study of the quadrivium is transactional, and the philosophical puts the student on the path to knowledge and understanding of being. To study music, we saw earlier, is to learn something that gives one, to study music early in an educational career, is to learn something that gives one harmoniousness. To study music vulgarly is to be able to measure the sounds. To study music philosophically is to ascend to being and knowledge, and through problems. So Socrates is doing two things here. First, he is connecting the quadrivium to his divided line and the pursuit of the good that he presented in the previous chapter. In the divided line, the philosopher moves from the study of poetry and art to the study of natural things to the study of intelligible things. Maybe it's a vertical line. Study of poetry and art to the study of natural things, to the study of intelligible things, and then divine things, ultimately. Poetry and art make the person to have harmoniousness and a rhythmic character and other qualities, but not knowledge. The study of natural things, or the application of the quadrivium to natural things, makes him capable of kind of the transactional life. And then the philosophical study makes him capable of knowing, specifically of knowing invisible things, being. The second thing Socrates is doing is pointing the student philosopher to his own soul. There is both a study of being and invisible things that happens with the quadrivium and a study of his soul. As Jacob Klein points out in his commentary on Meno, and I need to thank Mark Hayes for this because he gave me that book as a gift. Jacob Klein points out, we cannot forget that theme of the polis, the just city in the Republic, includes the theme of the soul as well as that of the whole city. The regression, this is this point now, why he goes from plane geometry to astronomy back to solid geometry. The regression from astronomy back to solid geometry by Socrates that we looked at earlier is, Klein claims, the reflective motion of the soul looking back into itself. And this reflexive motion that Socrates makes is a reminder that Glaucon, his interlocutor, and us, the readers, it is a reminder to us that we cannot neglect the soul, just as the city cannot neglect its soul. And because of the introduction of solid geometry here, the soul is given a dimension of depth, a depth that comes out of this discussion from solid geometry and into astronomy. So I want to make a couple of points quickly about how what this might look like practically, as practically as I can get in this short time, between the teaching the quadrivium utilitarianly versus philosophically. And because Socrates starts out by telling us there's this earlier stage that happens before you actually get to the quadrivium, I want to bring that into it as well. So it begins with, in a pre-quadrivium sense, that the student or the child is having poetic experiences, physical and emotional experiences with the quadrivial arts, arithmetic, geometry, astronomy, and harmonia. What that might look like in a classroom setting is, for arithmetic and geometry, you're using manipulatives, and they're connecting it to it starts with a connection to the physical world. When it comes to astronomy, you're looking at stories of the stars. The teaching the child about how that star formation got there. He's talking about constellations at this point, right? How that star got there through the myth that put it there. So like Ovid's yeah, that word. Those are the kinds of stories that, although, just fair warning, you probably don't want to use the Ovid version with young children. Find like a Delaire's or something that which is a little bit more approachable for a 6-year-old. But you're talking about the stories that they connect to this emotional connection that they now have with that star. Like they can watch that star move across the sky, and they know why Scorpio is moving across the sky. And then with harmonia, they're listening to music. They're learning to sing and to dance. Later in another dialogue, there is no Socrates character in this other dialogue, but Plato will have the Socrates type character say that you are not educated if you cannot sing and dance. So, yeah. Look at me, I'm so educated. Oh, Mark. And it has to begin there. It has to begin there. Then you move on to this kind of calculating for the masses, those kind of experiences in the classroom. So with arithmetic, it's going to be counting and transactions. With geometry, it's going to be measuring. With astronomy, it's going to be mapping the night sky and tracking the sky and actually watching and tracking how things are moving. And with music, you're going to start listening for the measurements. And so Pythagoras' monochord can be a really big part of this, right? I think actually somebody's giving a talk on the monochord, so I won't explain it. But the monochord can be used there to help them to hear the measurements. Then we move on to the philosophical component, which is moving on, what Socrates calls moving on to problems. And so with arithmetic, you're looking at the being of the number. So what is oneness? With geometry, you're looking at the being of the number in space, spatial relationships, which might include what is triangleness or what is a point. Andrew has a beautiful story about the point from a geometry class he was in. You should ask him about it on a break or sit with him at lunch. When it comes to astronomy, you're now drawing from that experience you had with mapping the night sky, and you can have these visuals in your head. You're now just focusing on the problems and trying to figure out how can I calculate in a way that explains what I saw earlier, but I'm not looking at it anymore. And then learning the kind of problems that can be derived from that. And then with music, harmonia, you're learning to do calculations from it, but you don't need the music anymore. You don't need to listen to the music. You don't need to play the monochord anymore. You're actually just working with the problems. And on that point, I just want to recommend, there's a little bit of a commercial. I'm sorry, I'm putting a commercial in the middle of my talk, but about a year ago, Mark Hayes did a webinar for Cersei called Creating Harmony, and then there's a subtitle, and in the subtitle it says Timaeus, and he did a webinar on the mathematics of music in the Timaeus, and he shows you how Plato or Socrates walks through this mathematical problem, and it was beautiful. If you want to get into this kind of deeper study of the math of music, it's one of the best places to go. The whole of my paper, I hope, will look further into this understanding of the quadrivium to include how to move from a utilitarian study to a philosophical study, and even why the mathematical arts are to be studied in this order. I need to be done now, so it's my hope that we shall see, at the very least, that whatever the quadrivium is, it is more than simply calculating and measuring. Is utilitarian math another way of discussing Dr. Devlin's mathematical learning and the philosophical quadrivium, his version of mathematical thinking? I'm not sure. That remains to be seen. But hopefully it is a question that I can take up here, or that one of you all who actually knows math can take up in your own work. So thank you very much.
So I typically speak at social science conferences. So usually the convention there is that you have slides with tables like that. Is my better? Like this? Is that better? My technique is better? Okay. Yeah, so typically I have slides. Today I don't, but I have some handouts that have numbers on them that I'll refer to as I talk. But I wanted to start by asking you all to think about the last thing that you bought. Right? Or even better, the last big purchase that you made. Maybe it was a microphone. Or think about like a house or a car or a computer or anything like that you had to think about what features you wanted, what you thought was more important versus less important. Okay, so we'll come back to that, but just keep in mind whatever that big fancy thing that you bought last time was. So my paper talks about kind of the growth in the classical education movement over the past few decades and kind of where we're sitting right now. So just to set this up a little bit, I'm going to offer a definition. Actually, I'm going to take Brian Williams' definition that he offered a few years ago that I think most proponents of modern classical education would agree with. So he says that contemporary classical education is an attempt to recover and continue the long liberal arts tradition that began with the Greeks, Romans, and early Christians, but which was overwhelmed with dominant 20th century paradigms. Right? I think most people, you could quibble, but that's a good start. In more practical terms, there was an essay in National Affairs a few years ago, which by the fact alone that there was an essay in National Affairs about classical education tells you something about the growth of the movement, right? But Ian Lindquist says there are 4 basic components to classical education in modern America. He says that it tends to emphasize rich canonical works that have stood the test of time. Second, these works are usually part of a core curriculum which all students have to engage with over the course of their studies. Third, students and teachers at classical schools are open to mystery and transcendence, so they're familiar with words like goodness, beauty, truth, justice, and virtue. And then fourth, classical schools tend to emphasize a coherent school culture. So rather than encouraging teachers to sort of develop their own practices, classical schools tend to encourage teachers to direct and form students in similar ways to the same ends, right? So these, this take on classical education is really popular. So if you look at the first couple of graphs that I put out there, you can see I've taken numbers from publicly reported revenues to the IRS. And so classical schools, you can see some of these networks have astronomically grown from 2011 to 2022 in terms of the money they're bringing in, right? The growth in schools and homeschools dedicated to classical education also sparked a growth in the ecosystem around it. So publishers, groups like CERSI, graduate programs like the one at Belmont Abbey have popped up over the past 10 years. So you can see the organizations that support classical education have also spiked over the past decade or so. So the numbers don't matter, but you can see the trajectory. So there's been a growth in the attraction to classical education. There's been less of a growth in kind of empirical studies of it, right? So there are lots of philosophical and historical papers looking at classical education recently. There's not much in terms of empirical work, right? So that's kind of what my paper falls into. But there are some examples. So you might remember the Good Soil Report from a few years ago that ACCS put out that looked at not test scores, but kind of later life outcomes for ACCS graduates. There have been a couple of interesting papers that Albert Cheng has done. Albert Cheng at the University of Arkansas and Rian Jita from ACSI put out a paper that looked at the effects of the study of poetry on student success in conducting science experiments, right? And they found that studying poetry helped them do better at these things. Albert Cheng and Cassidy Sifstad, who's now at Hillsdale, did a study of the growth of classical charter schools in Texas, so public secular charter classical schools. They found that the numbers of those schools are growing massively in the state of Texas. And then they surveyed parents at those schools to see what they thought about them. And the parents told them they really like the liberal education, but they're frustrated with the facilities and the lack of sports, right? Big surprise, right? But that kind of gets at where my study comes in, right? So I wanted to look at, okay, we've got all these new entrants to classical education, but I'm not sure everybody's talking about the same thing, right? So I conducted an electronic survey of classical schools all over the country where I surveyed administrators and parents, and I asked them about their definitions of classical education, the academic outcomes they were looking for, and some of the bigger life outcomes that they wanted to see. So one way to do that would be to ask, to give them a list of things, right? Which of these are important to you, right? Think about that impressive thing that you bought recently, right? One way to do it would be to say, well, I have this amount of money, I'm just gonna buy the next car I see that fits into that budget, right? That's not how you would do it, right? Or you could say, like, I'll list out all the features that I like, and then whatever that comes to, that's what I'll buy. Well, your car would cost $1 million if you did it that way, right? So instead of doing it that way, what I did was something called a max-diff analysis, right? And this gets at kind of a foundational question that economists ask all the time, which is, is this important to you, right? Or is this a good idea? The question is, well, compared to what, right? So is this feature important to you? Well, compared to what? So what this max-diff analysis does is it forces respondents to make choices when they're asked about different features. So in this survey, I gave them 3 sections, right? A set of 12 definitions of classical education, a set of 12 academic outcomes, and a set of 12 kind of later life outcomes. Within a couple of them, I tried to mix up ones that were more focused on virtue and tradition, and others that came directly from modern technocratic sources like the UN, right, or the U.S. Department of Education or something like this. And so you can see on another page of my handout kind of what the max-diff would look like. Basically, the respondents to the survey would see only 3 things at a time, right? So the survey software would kind of randomly offer them 3 items within each section, and the respondents would have to choose which was the most important, which was the least important. So over the course of the whole survey, when you group it all together, you can see as a whole which items do the respondents prefer more than others, right? And which do they not prefer? So just without getting into it too much, if every single respondent saw an item and chose that one is the most important, their score would be 100 for that item. And if every respondent saw an item and picked it as the least important every time, that item would have a score of negative 100, right? So if you look at the last page, I'll go through some of the results, right? So the value in this max-diff is it forces the respondents to kind of think about trade-offs as they're answering the survey, and then kind of declare their preferences in their answers, right? Okay, so what do we see here? For time, I didn't put in the results from the definitions, but I'll summarize them for you. my hypothesis was that all of the items that were kind of tagged as virtuous and traditional would be the most popular, and the ones that were modern and technocratic would be the least popular. And that was mostly true, but not entirely true. With the definitions, though, the three most popular ones came from the websites of Classical Academic Press, Hillsdale, and Cersei, right? The least popular one was a line from an article in a Josh Gibbs essay for Cersei, where he's speaking in the voice of a parent who completely doesn't understand classical education, right? So that makes me feel like people actually read my survey questions and didn't just pick numbers. So that made me feel better that they picked that one as the worst. Okay, but so I do have results here for the academic outcomes and for the later life outcomes. So if you look at the last page, the top chart gives you the aggregate score for the academic outcomes. Far and away the most popular choice was virtue. So these administrators and parents at classical schools say, yes, among all these things, we prefer virtue to be taught in our classes. Now, I did not define virtue, right? I just said the promotion of virtue, and they said, yes, whatever that is, we like it. Classical pedagogy came in next, right? Again, undefined, so I don't know what they think they mean by that, what I meant by that. But then third came academic skills, so just basic literacy and numeracy was the third choice, right? At the other end of the spectrum, things you might expect, individuality and self-expression, do not like, right? They did not choose that. College and career readiness, right? They didn't prefer. But then above that, right, with negative scores, which means, you know, when they showed up, they more often than not picked that as the least important thing, were promotion of Western civilization, which I think is in a lot of mission statements of classical schools, right? Or at least it's promoted a lot. And then visual and performing arts, right? I think that's interesting. Those things scored worse than preparing students for citizenship in a global economy among classical school leaders and parents. Right? And then the other item that I wanted to point out just on this top chart is the wide gap between virtue and religion. Right? So we can talk about what that means, but it cashes out as they really, when they saw virtue, they said, yes, we want that taught in schools. When they saw religion, they either said no or they didn't pick it. Interesting among people who are connected to classical schools right now. And then the bottom chart shows results for the later life outcomes that they wanted, right? So religious involvement, the wording is on your chart, but it's something like active participation in a religious community, right? Was by far the most popular item. Followed by having a job, right? Great. The least popular one was delaying marriage and children, right? So they don't want their graduates to delay that. But if you look up a couple more, being quickly married with children also is negative, right? So they don't want you to wait to have kids, but don't have them too soon either, right? I don't know what the window is, but it's somewhere in between delayed and quickly, right? You can see the other ones. Faith-based higher education was preferred a lot more than just prestigious higher education, which you might expect. The religious involvement question would not have surprised me, but for the previous chart, right? So somehow, as a group, this group is telling us that they're not preferring religion to be taught at their schools, but one of the things they really want is for the kids to be involved in religious entities later. I don't know how that's going to happen, but that's what they're telling us. Okay, so just to wrap up, a few questions that this pushes me to ask based on these results are, first, what is virtue? Right? Someone should look into that, maybe. For me, my perspective is maybe I should poke on this a little bit, right, and ask people, okay, what do you mean by virtue? We could resurvey people and give them options and see what they say. Another one, though, is the pressures that come from being closer to the cool kids table, right? So as classical education gets more popular and more entrants come into it, do they have different wants and desires and needs than the people who have been doing it for a long time, right? So these schools that are pushing performing arts, right, and promotion of Western civilization as core to their identity may see more pushback from people who are coming into classical education these days, right? So there's going to be, I think, an increased haggling with modern culture, right? One of the things I wanted to do, I didn't get a big enough sample size to do this. I wanted to do something like compare the charter schools, which are by their nature secular and public, against the Christian schools. I didn't have enough to do that, but that would be one question that I might ask, right? Are there differences between those two groups? And maybe there's not, and what does that imply, right? So I think there's going to be, as our understanding and our improvements in our understanding and implementation of the quadrivium kind of gets refined, I think this haggling may get worse, right? As classical schools do a better job of harkening back to the quadrivium, but we've got this new wave of people who are much more okay with contemporary education practices. What does that conflict look like? And is that a problem? Or is that a bad problem? Well, I mean, I would ask you, compared to what, right? Compared to no one talking about the quadrivium, I think this is actually a good problem to have. It's better for us to be arguing through this rather than not. But we need to approach it kind of with our eyes open about what parents and even some classical school leaders are pushing for. So, thank you.
What? Got it. Thank you. Excellent. Thank you all. 3 great papers. We have time now for questions. So think really hard. Prepare your questions. You can give a question either to the entire panel to chew on, or specific questions to specific individuals if you want. I will say this, we actually have a lot of time, but that being said, don't go on and on and on with your question. Okay. I saw you in the back first.
Correct. It's in relation to each other. Right. Like, so they might like everything, but it's in relation to each other.
It may not be the government that is delaying. It makes greatest that's just not a feature that they think should be a part of taking about education.
Right.
Good. Question here?
Yeah, I wanted to ask our first two presenters if you wanted to maybe reflect on each other's definitions of the aspects of the quadrivium. Matt, for example, I'm wondering, based on what you presented for Plato and how he is looking at the arithmetic jump to astronomy and music, and how, what struck me as you were looking at Dr. Hux's work on the quadrivium drawn from Boethius.
Yeah, I'm not as familiar with Boethius's work clearly as Dr. Goss is, but the Boethius is in so far of what we have of his, right? Boethius is great because he's going into more detail, right, about what the quadrivium ought to be or the different arts ought to be, whereas Plato is not doing that. He doesn't really have a dialogue on arithmetic or on, I mean, we don't call it that or we don't think of it in that way, except the Timaeus. Though his dialogues always have references to those things going on in them, but he doesn't give us a specific plan of action for it. So the definitions that Boethius give us are I think they're agreeable to, I think Plato would be like, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's not bad. You did good with my work. But I don't know.
The main thing that struck me about Plato's and Socrates' quadrivium They actually emphasize harmony even more than Boethius, which I thought was a lot. Because the way I see it, Plato's insistence on starting gymnastics, dancing, singing early, he's really just saying, let's train the kids to be harmonious themselves first. So that then by the time we start teaching them the content, there's a natural harmony between their soul and what they're encountering, and they'll sort of mesh with it. I think that is also why Plato was so concerned about, well, we would call it helicopter parenting, but if you read throughout the Republic, he's very protective of what gets into the kids' minds, what they see plays. I think the best way to understand it is he wants to start out the harmony by training the children's souls themselves. I would say there's still an emphasis on harmony, but Plato's going even further back.
Looking at your two charts here, and it is an interesting discrepancy between religion in this top chart and religious involvement in the bottom one. But to my mind, the difference is, at least from my perspective as a homeschool parent, would be the relationship between, or the understanding of the role of a parent versus the role of a school. And I was wondering if you considered adding in anything along those lines. I know for me, if I were considering sending my children to school, one of the top things I would want to know is, what does the school believe is its responsibility towards my child versus my responsibility? Because I know that while I do desire religious involvement, I don't think it's the school that generates that outcome.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the things that comes with needing a bigger sample size for this, right? So a couple things. One is that the MaxDiv is good at picking up things that are strongly preferred and strongly not preferred, but in the middle it gets really muddy, right? So if no one picks an item ever at all, it'll get a score of 0, right? Or if it's really polarizing, so half of them think it's really important and half of them think it's not important at all, it'll also get a score of 0, right? So seeing the religion score, I looked that up, and it was about a third, and a third, right? So a third said it was not important, a third said it was very important, a third didn't choose it. So if I had a bigger sample, I could look at subgroups like this and say, well, there's certain groups of people who feel this way and they value these things as a group, and if you pick this other answer, then that's a different group that values these things, right? So yes, that is the kind of thing that we could pick up with this kind of survey. This is really like a technique that's used in marketing research that's only been used a couple times in education policy, which is my field. So your point is good. Yeah.
One, I was wondering, in terms of the academic outcomes, is there a possible disparity between parents' perceptions versus administrators' perceptions, and maybe that's coming into the mix? And then I'm wondering if you can also comment on what I'm thinking is a bit of a disparity between less of a concern for college and career, or at least career readiness, but then later life outcome as in gainfully employed, which was kind of high up.
Yeah.
Seems to be a discrepancy. So I'm just trying to see, because of course schools will always say we don't care about gainful employment and college readiness as a classical school, but parents usually will care about that.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm wondering if those two questions are also kind of tied up.
Yeah, so on the academics one, that is one kind of crosstab I could sort of do. So I looked at parents versus the administrators, and they were pretty similar. The administrators maybe preferred some of the conventional outcomes like maximizing academic potential and things like that a little bit more than the parents did, but not much, right? So they were sort of similar. And then I wonder if the college and career readiness, just those particular terms are so the connotation is so coded against classical schools that they just said, no, I don't like that. But then they really do kind of want their kids to have a job, right? So I wonder if the phrasing maybe had an effect on when they said, no, I don't, that's what my public school says all the time, I don't care about it. Mm-hmm. We want APs is a big one, yes, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's all true. I think people don't know their own minds sometimes about it yet too.
This is probably either to Dr. Goss or Dr. Bianco. How the Greeks wrote numbers is different than how the Romans wrote numbers, which is different than how we write numbers. So how does that play into arithmetic? Or does it? I don't know. I just know it's different, but I don't know how it's. So one of you speak to that?
Thanks. So first things first, they didn't really have, at least the Greeks, maybe the Romans figured this out, but the Greeks didn't have special symbols or letters for numbers. They just had to write everything out. So at a first glance, that would be a big difference. But even going through some of Boethius's manuscripts on just how he did and the operations he did, because we have some of those, he wrote them down in the book where he was philosophizing about the subjects. It's pretty undecipherable. The operations he does, he has power towers, he has lines connecting numbers, and he does seem to have the Arabic numbers figured out by then, but you need a scholar to just tell you what he was doing in any particular thing. So that's a first glance thing. Have you thought of anything? Let's see, what else? Boethius and I imagine Plato would have said the same thing. Arithmetic for him actually started with a whole lot of philosophy of math. So he starts arithmetic just philosophizing what a number is, difference between magnitude and multitude. So like the difference between an abstract number and what we would call a vector, something that actually has a physical thing connected to it. That's great. That is a big difference. Boethius and Plato would insist that's part of arithmetic, is some of the philosophy, but when it comes down to teaching this, especially if we want to teach it first, we're going to have to find a way to abridge the philosophy stuff really quick if we want to teach it to our youngest. That's the biggest tension I found personally going through arithmetic. They wanted the philosophy in it. That was non-negotiable to both of them, but it has a lot of pedagogical challenges if we try to do it.
Thank you guys for your insights. I was struck especially in Matt and Eric's presentations about the insights that you brought forward. I wondered if you both say a few words about the fitness of your kind of discourse with respect to conversations about the quadrivium. So, Matt, you acknowledged that even Plato's not actually doing the mathematics for us. He's talking about mathematics. There's places in the Meno, for example, that will do a little bit of mathematics. But I wonder if you would say a bit about the fitness of philosophical discourse that doesn't necessarily contain mathematical content, but it's about mathematics. And then Eric, likewise, some words about how sociological discourse and survey-based discourse and economic type discourse can help us inform our conversations about the quadrivium.
Can you say your question for me again, but with like different words?
As a philosopher who's not doing mathematics for us,
Yeah.
but what is the value of that type of discourse when we're thinking about actually doing mathematics with our students? I believe there is value, but I'm curious to hear what you have to say.
Oh, so like, should the philosophical discussion be part of the math class kind of thing? Yeah. Okay. Interesting, because I had an argument on Twitter, X, a while back with a guy actually it was on Facebook, but it doesn't matter, with a guy who said that Plato opposed the teaching of vulgar mathematics at all, and that it should only be the philosophical mathematics. And I was just like, what? I don't think that's the case. And then, so I looked for that specifically when I was reviewing the text for this, and I think Plato's actually pretty clear that Socrates is saying, no, you have to develop that to get there, which is interesting because those two professors are saying the same thing, that you have to learn, that they think you have to go through the mathematical learning before you can do the mathematical thinking. And they actually argue there that is actually what Common Core math was doing. It was trying to pull mathematical thinking down to the younger grades and skip the mathematical learning process. So although they actually don't refer to Common Core math, they refer to something that happened earlier in the 70s, but what they described is what Common Core math was doing, so I assume it's connected. But anyhow, and so then they see that there's this kind of debate going on even today about whether do we really need to do mathematical learning or do we need to do mathematical thinking. And it seems to me like that philosophical component to the discussion can't really happen unless they've done the calculating part or the learning part, and then bring it in. Maybe like the two professors say that they think that either the last math class you take in high school or the first math class you take in college should be a mathematical like what is mathematical thinking, because they said that the biggest problem college students have is that they're coming from mathematical learning, they're going into mathematical thinking, and they don't know that math classes is being changed on them. They don't know that the goal of the math class has been changed on them, and so then kids that go into college that think they're good at math find out very quickly they're not, and then they either struggle through it or they switch to humanities, what the colleges would call humanities. Math, the quadrivium is humanities, right? It like Plato said, like I quoted, Socrates said, if they want to be a human being, they have to study arithmetic in this way. So, yeah, I think, is that, okay.
Thanks. Yeah, I think what I'm looking at is kind of the very recent evolution of the classical education movement and how people are interacting with it, right? So you can imagine a school where they say, no, you know what? We've really discerned that we're all in on the quadrivium. Our 4 math classes are arithmetic, geometry, music, and astronomy. And a parent says, yeah, cool. We really love your school. Can we get some AP credits out of this too? Right? And they don't know how to even have the conversation yet. So I think what this is showing is there's still a lot of conversation to be had among even the current families and current school leadership about how this needs to cash out in real life. Yeah.
So I'd be interested in hearing you guys discuss about, I feel like, Matt, what you did identifying early math with Socrates, Plato, versus philosophical math, kind of matches on to what they did in the Middle Ages. So, for example, quadrivium was a study that was done after trivia, right? It's essentially 11-year-olds to 21-year-olds
Yeah, that's right. There's definitely like preparatory work that has to be done. Like even this morning in Andrew's talk about what music does to the soul and harmonizing the soul and the difference between pop music and classical music for that. It's quadrivial, but it's in Socrates that would be preparatory, right? You're teaching them harmonies at a young age to create harmoniousness. Then they can study the quadrivium and get knowledge, right? So there is this preparatory work. It's very interesting to me because Socrates argues in the Republic explicitly that the quadrivium ought not be taught until the child is 20 years old. 20. Now, again, the philosophical quadrivium, not like you don't wait till they're 20 to teach them how to count. That's just not going to happen. Or it ought not happen that way. But when you get to that philosophical component of the quadrivium, you do it at the age of 20. And I think there's two things here. One, I think that the tangible preparatory work, the physical preparatory work that's happening before that, I think it almost probably happened automatically then because they lived in the physical real world. I mean, except for the guys that only lived in their heads. Looking at you, Socrates. Just kidding. But they lived in the real world. They were out, picking up acorns and keeping track of how many they had. I don't know. We don't do that anymore, right? Like it just doesn't make sense. Like when I was a kid, there's a poem about this. I can't remember who wrote it. But when I was a kid, I used to have to sit in the backseat of my parents' car on a road trip and then just watch the rain just run across the window and see which one was going to win. I mean, I don't know if my children have ever even seen that happen. Like they've never even noticed it, right? Because if they're in the backseat of the car on a road trip, they're playing on a phone, right? They're on their iPad or whatever. So I don't mean you. I mean the other ones. I don't mean you either. I mean the one that's not here. The one that's not here. The young children today are not engaging with the physical world in the same way. So I think we do have to be way more intentional about creating those physical, tangible things. And in James Taylor's book, James Taylor of blessed memory, James Taylor's book, Poetic Knowledge, I don't know why I'm pointing out there as if it's out there. It was yesterday, that's why. He has a whole section in there where a story in there about a guy who in school, his parents the teacher sent home a letter to his parents saying, your child is a math dunce. He doesn't need to take math anymore. Could you imagine, where's that on here? I want you to call my child a dunce. It's not on there. Come on, Eric. And, excuse me. So the parents took him out and they sent him to a farm for a year or whatever time period. And then when he went back to school, he understood math because he felt what a 50-pound bag of grain. He felt what 50 pounds was. It wasn't just this abstract thing in his head. He felt it. He knew what a lever was because he had to take the pitchfork and pitch bales of hay, whatever farmer people do. He did all of that. And so then when he goes back, like a perimeter makes sense, an area makes sense, weights, volumes make sense to him, levers make sense to him. And that guy goes on to become the head of the math department at Catholic University of America later on, right? He wasn't a math dunce. It's just that they forced abstract math on him without preparing him through that physical component. So,
I have one last question. I think Mr. Toma had.
Essential to classical education, but very
What's your name? Who am I responding to? Jacob? That's a really good point, Jacob. I mean, I've done studies in bioethics, so my whole education for a while was just how has science gone wrong. I mean, I think definitely working in the background of this this kind of science that I'm proposing is harmonizing with the quadrivium. I mean, at a certain point, you got to ask, who's science? It's definitely a version of science that not all scientists, not every educator is going to think, well, that's not what I see all the time. We have abuses of it all the time, now more than ever. I think I would say, though, that yes, the quadrivium teaches a certain kind of science, but I would ultimately argue that it's what science is supposed to be. And the hope is that getting more students through a classical education would harmonize not just the student souls, but like we said in the plenary, they would go out and harmonize their world, and that includes the careers, and for some of them, that includes STEM. I'm under no illusions that STEM is currently utopic right now. But I think if we start introducing students who are willing to think about being and contemplate reality and contemplate their own souls and have the resources to think, okay, I'm doing this research, but what is it going to do to me and what is it going to do to the world? That's going to uplift science at the same time. So yes, you're absolutely right. It's not there yet. It needs to get somewhere better, and I think this is a great way to get it there.
Let me just add something to that I meant to say earlier in my last response. The reason Socrates says 20 years old, like neurologists would tell us today that that's good because the brain's not developed enough before then to study some of these higher level maths. Socrates' argument, probably because he didn't study the brain as a neurologist, is that you can't teach this sort of thing by compulsion. And so they need to be 20 years old so that they can freely choose to study it philosophically. And that the soul doesn't learn anything by compulsion except what it learns through gymnastics, through physical training. So everything else that you're doing before that has to be poetic and playful because that's it, that you got the kid. I don't think he means play the way we mean play, but there has to be something about it that they're not engaging with it compulsory. I think that's an important component, and it really makes me miss. I think Dylan's paper was on. Is that right? Dylan's paper was on compulsory education, so I'm very sad that he didn't get to make it because it's a very interesting topic to me because of that.
Thank you all. Yeah, let's go ahead and take a break, and we'll be back for the next panel at noon. Thank you. Oh, and just to be clear, we will not push religion on you, but we expect you to be fully religious when you leave. Yeah.
I would not want my school to make career readiness the goal, but that I would expect it to be the fruit of. Absolutely. Same thing with religion. I think that's true. I don't need you to come to religion to it, but I expect that as a goal, grad school,
reminds me of like it reminds me of that because or the way you asked it too, like what kind of food does it remind you of? Which of your grandparents? Basically, before he says, I'm not talking about the technical skill here. like, okay, we need them on this top, and then they give me 40 of them. Maybe 10, but yeah, yeah, what you were saying, even there, populating the lectures.
Just a 5-minute warning. We'll begin in about 5 minutes.
If they abstract the content of the entire universe.
All righty. You guys ready? If you're out in the hallways, make your way in. If you're really lucky, you get to do a presentation and then have to be a moderator immediately after your presentation. All right, we're going to start this next section, this next panel is titled Bridging the Trivium and the Quadrivium. So there's looking for a relationship there. We have three speakers. Our fourth speaker couldn't make it because of that illness that Alec was talking about earlier. So Daniel Shirley, Metered Poetry as a Bridge, will not be joining us for this session. But we have Heather Bradford, who is, there you go, right there, a single homeschooling mother of three, a Circe apprentice. And I just wanted to pause on there so you guys would all wonder, what is a Circe apprentice? Should I join? Yes, you should. She's a full-time student. She's currently founding an Orthodox classical cottage school at her local parish in Huntsville, Alabama, and she credits the coronation scene in C.S. Lewis's Perelandra with drawing her to the liberal arts. You credit or blame? No, credit, okay, yeah. And then our second speaker will be, let me follow the order here, will be Austin Choate. You'll notice that he looks a lot like Boaz Goss. Basically twin brother, yeah. Austin couldn't make it. Boaz has Austin's paper, and he's going to deliver Austin's paper in his behalf. And then Shay Ramquist will be speaking to us as well. And Shay is, he has his BA from Biola University and Oxford University. He has an MA in intellectual history at the University of Notre Dame, and he specializes in the rise of the modern university, or his MA specializes in the rise of the modern university. He teaches history and rhetoric at Trinity Classical Academy in Santa Clarita, California. So welcome them, and then I'll be sitting.
Hello. I just want to thank the Circe Institute for putting this on for us today and giving me this opportunity. In the early decades of the 20th century, American poet Josephine Miles conducted a quantitative analysis of English language poetic diction. She endeavored to tabulate the parts of speech, vocabulary, and grammatical structure of 100 poets over 400 years. She enlisted the help of her colleagues at Berkeley University, designing with the engineering department a system whereby punch cards were fed into and read by a rudimentary computer. In the end, the project amassed over 250,000 index cards, and findings were published in Miles' 1957 book, The Continuity of Poetic Language, Studies in English Poetry from the 1540s to the 1940s. She charted the frequency, ratio, and proportion of the poet's adjectives, nouns, and verbs. The findings at times were about as poetic as a fertilizer recipe. Somerville, 16:19:8, Keats, 11:16:4. To many readers, such an analysis of quantity and connection, Miles writes, may seem alien to the modes of poetic creation. But is it not possible that proportions, once poetically felt, then numerically discovered, may be poetically reperceived, end quote. Ambitious as Miles' project was, and as astute as were her findings, the scope and scale was necessarily truncated to only include the decades of the 40s of each century, 1540s, 1640s, etc. With modern methods, a more comprehensive, inclusive, and accurate quantification is possible. Recently, for example, a team of 25 British lexicographers working over a period of 7 years used those modern methods, and last year published the Arden Encyclopedia of Shakespeare's Language, a massive 4-volume tome revealing his linguistic patterns, mapping clusters of meaning, and putting Shakespeare's vocabulary in conversation with the 350 million word strong corpus of virtually all published English language drama, providing the most robust panoptic survey of Shakespeare's linguistic habits and influence. So our time allows today for only really a cursory look at Miles' study, narrowing in on only one of her chosen poets, Emily Dickinson. But note that by maintaining a posture of classical inquiry, quantitative analysis of poetic diction confirms what an intuitive reading reveals. Far from being disembodied facts, these studies serve instead as gateways to a more holistic, and I would argue fourfold understanding of, first, the entire body of an individual poet's work. Second, the linguistic relationships among poets. 3, given language as medium and flux, living organism. And 4, these type of studies encourage inquiry into the metaphysics of language, ultimately gesturing towards its natural marriage to number. They can lead student and teacher to apprehend this truth, written by Scott Buchanan in his Poetry and Mathematics, that, quote, mathematics and poetry move together between two extremes of mysticism: the mysticism of the commonplace, where ideas illuminate and create facts, and the mysticism of the extraordinary, where God, the infinite, and the real poses the riddles of desire and disappointment, sin and salvation, effort and failure, question and paradoxical answer, end quote. So in my paper, I allow for a more comprehensive modeling of these first 3 types of inquiry. So we'll only very briefly glance at what they reveal today. Emily Dickinson looked down into the valley of American possibility and up into the vastness of eternity, while the hum of bees, the ghosts of faith, the chokehold of unrequited love, and the purple brook of mortality all held their secret concert within her breast. She drew all things into the circumference of her reference and connected them within the ambit of her language. All things were linked by strings of meaning, whether sinewy and taut or layered and lacy, upon one end, the literal, and the other stretched to the breaking point of metaphor. Miles' tables enable a steady ground upon which to traverse these strings and make more concrete the argument that Emily has knit the literal and the symbolic together with linguistic industriousness, a vanguard style, and the poetic apprehension of original association. The variety of her subject matter is quantifiably smaller than that of some of her contemporaries, such as Keats or Emerson or Lanier. This did not, however, affect the breadth of her vocabulary. In short, her world was cloistered, but it was a universe unto itself. She coined new words, not with florid kaleidoscopic nonsense, but instead took existing words and added prefixes or suffixes such as redeck or an erudite. This has a sort of folksy make-do about it, and this became a quintessentially American contribution to the English language. She also deftly imported professional jargon from law, medicine, and industry with pluck and ease. One anachronistic aspect of her poetry that Miles revealed is the ratio of adjectives, nouns, and verbs in her writing, which equates to 5, 12, 8 per 10 lines. This ratio places her at the forefront of a trend that unfolded in the 20th century, that of clausal structure, but one that is also a revisitation of sentence structures more common to 16th century English poets. She also had a statistically low employment of high-frequency words. Miles' study shows the frequency of given words per 1,000 lines of poetry. The 100 poets whose works were surveyed used an average of 36.9 high-frequency words as compared with Dickinson's 17. So thus we can count what we've already compassed. Though she had some frequently used words, she had a lively and inventive, unusual, and playful intercourse with language. At times, language itself was her amanuensis. So what issues forth from these enumerative endeavors into linguistics is no less than a new form of translation. These translations reveal patterns within the corpus of a poet's work, the connections to other poets, and the wild and lively development of a language. But what of language itself? Miles wrote that language is not the sum of words, but that language is the relation between words. Owen Barfield said that men do not invent these mysterious relations between separate external objects or in between objects and feelings or ideas, which it is the function of poetry to reveal. It is no stretch then to assume it is also a function of mathematics to reveal those same relations. For mathematics, says Buchanan, demands that we first define what it means to count. And I would add then that poetry demands that we define what it means to recount. Poetry and mathematics share the same function, and they describe the same action, that of the human mind in contemplation of the logos. We're familiar with the use of words to describe numbers, but what of this landscape that we find ourselves in now, wherein the numerical arts serve to illuminate the linguistic? What to do with these digital mountains of raw data that will inevitably issue forth as more of these projects are undertaken? When words like ratio, vector, and tabulate cross the hall and into the humanities classroom, how are we to model a classical spirit of inquiry? The answer lies, as it always does, in the pursuit of harmony. Scott Buchanan later wrote this, and it's a lengthy quote. Poetry and mathematics are two very successful attempts to deal with ideas. Both employ sets of symbols and systems of notation. They exchange disguises so that mathematics, commonly accepted for its hard-heartedness, rigor, and accuracy, is often poetry. And poetry, commonly loved for its playful spontaneity, becomes the mathematical demiurge, joining words and images into a world of hard, persuasive fact, end quote. So if poetry and mathematics bear witness to man's apprehension of the logos, and if we remove the artificial barriers erected between the trivium and quadrivium and allow them to splash together in mud puddles of wonder, what metaphysical dreams may come? So this leads to my final point. A deeper magic is revealed when we desegregate the liberal arts. The statistical analyses of poetry and literary diction now possible, far from being a case of murder to dissect, in fact grant entree toward the comprehension, should we maintain the pursuit of harmony, into the oneness of all things. We must strive to imagine, however dimly, a state wherein the arts of the trivium and quadrivium have harmony, a sort of metaphysical unified theory wherein word and number, while retaining their distinct offices, originate and culminate in oneness. The seed of all things was exhaled with the breath of God's "let there be." And when all things are made right and the fractured brought back into the fractal, we may finally be able to comprehend this oneness. But for now, we must be content to stand on this side of the window, fogging it up with the expectant pant of our philosophies. If you'll allow me one more lengthy quote. This is from Richard Lawler. He wrote that the universality of number can be seen in another more physical context. We learn from modern physics that from gravity to electromagnetism, light, heat, and even what we think of as solid matter itself, the entire perceptible universe is composed of vibrations perceived by us as wave phenomena. Every living body physically vibrates. All elemental or inanimate matter vibrates, molecularly or atomically, and every vibrating body emits a sound. The study of sound, as the ancients intuited, provides a key to the understanding of the universe, end quote. This means that the entire created order is song. It is rhythm, and for those with ears to hear, it is one resounding lyric that commenced at the creation of all things and was fully pronounced at theophany over the waters of the Jordan. This is my beloved Son, with whom I am well pleased. Therefore, the classical educator does well to welcome the cooperation of the trivium and quadrivium, as suggested by studies such as Miles. Rather than dismissing computational models, she might do well to integrate this new application into the classical study of poetry. This welcome is laid out by a hearty dose of perhaps. For perhaps is the fuel of the imagination. Perhaps the enumeration made possible by new digital means will prove a vital form of literary translation. Perhaps all things really means all things. Perhaps, as Victor Hugo wrote, in fact, nothing is insignificant, as anyone susceptible to the deep insights of nature knows. The contemplator falls into boundless ecstasies on account of all these disintegrating forces culminating in unity, end quote. Perhaps poetry and mathematics stand as twin sphinxes riddling us further up and further in. Perhaps number is the weight and breadth of word, and perhaps both are the primary harmonious utterance. To end with Emily's own words, for heft them pound for pound, and they will differ, if they do, as syllable from sound. Thank you.
Okay, hi, glad to be back. I'm not Austin Choate, I'm his brother, and I have his papers, so I'm going to give it on his behalf. You can ask me questions. I will be able to assist. I know him pretty well, but I'll also write them down. So yeah, let's get into it. The title of this presentation is Natural Science and Classical Education, Allies or Adversaries. So, classical education and natural science seem to have little in common. Some even make a case that they stand in opposition to each other. And when we survey the classical education landscape, we're confronted by an apparent segregation between classical schools and so-called STEM schools. Although classical schools have tried to overcome a reputation of being soft on science, that's a stigma that's proven hard to shake. Even in classical schools where science is treated with some rigor of their STEM peers. That cost of rigor is frequently at the expense of classical pedagogy and commitment, making classical so-called instruction indistinguishable from any other kind of school. And there's an implicit assumption there that while other subjects, history, literature, art, so on, can be taught classically, science can't. And whether that's in fact the case is only part of the problem. There's also a scarcity of classical teachers who are competent in science. And that's one that's not likely to improve anytime soon. because there's no classical education track for college students majoring in natural sciences. And as a result, classical schools are forced to choose between someone who's scientifically untrained but classically aligned and is a humanities major versus taking on someone who's scientifically literate, classically uninformed, but is a science major. Self-selection usually makes the choice for them. Science majors tend to just not apply to classical schools because of the stigma. Yet, if we look at the true classics, the dichotomy between what we today call the humanities and the sciences is actually a false dichotomy. And it illustrates a basic lack in the most fundamental art of all, which is logic. And the thesis here is that through an adoption of a rigorous classical understanding of logic based on Aristotle, but updated with modern contributions from Charles Sanders Peirce, we can start to bridge that gap between the humanities and natural sciences and invigorate both. So, classical education based upon the 7 liberal arts, we've already talked about that. But one thing to add is that some of these arts are considered more basic than others. And at the root of it all is considered logic, which was frequently called the ars artium, or the art of arts. Historically, logic curricula was based on the works of Aristotle, who was called the father of logic. He has a major collection of logical texts called the Organon. You can split it up into 6 individual texts. And while modernity has departed significantly from Aristotle's overall philosophy, his logic continues to be held in high regard. In fact, as Immanuel Kant said, since Aristotle, development of logic has come to a close. Now, he was ultimately completely wrong on that because people like Frege, Peirce, and Kurt Gödel were still to come. But Aristotle nevertheless remains foundational, even with the new form. And one way of illustrating the transdisciplinary nature of logic is to focus on deductive reasoning in syllogistic form. Aristotle talks about this a lot. I'm not going to go through it. Start with 2 premises, connect a middle term, results in a necessary conclusion. We call that deduction. We're basically inferring a conclusion from a given set of premises, drawing out what's already there implicitly. It's not hard to see how deductive reasoning is essential to every subject within the classical and non-classical curricula, all subjects, but also life in general. Deduction doesn't introduce anything new, but it unfurls the implication of a particular hypothesis. And that in turn creates some standards by which we might then test the veracity of a hypothesis. It shows what would follow if a certain hypothesis were the case. And that's just as applicable to literature, say theorizing about what the author of Moby Dick intended, or the symbolism of it, as it is to craft a biological or physical theory. Thank you. Still, a lot of people imagine that the sciences are distinctly united by a so-called scientific method, and that supposedly distinguishes it completely from the humanities. But in reality, that's simplistic, because there's very little in common between the practice of a theoretical physicist who spends most of their time at the blackboard in the ivory tower, and a field biologist who spends weeks or months following a herd of bison and documenting their behaviors. Really, all they actually have in common is their reliance on certain inferences and tools of logic, the same ones used by the literary critic. So logic, then, is not only the art of arts, but also the bridge of the sciences, what really connects all the sciences together. But deduction alone is not enough to capture the whole picture. It's not difficult to understand why logic, and Aristotle along with it, has been seen as unnecessary or irrelevant to the study of science. So in order to bring science and the humanities together under one classical umbrella, classical schools need to treat logic not as Kant did, let's just stick to Aristotle and everything's finished with him, but rather we need to adopt Aristotle's spirit. Aristotle considered logic its own living body of work, a science in the classical sense, open to new contributions over time. In his 1992 Aquinas lecture, The Inference That Makes Science, Ernan Macmillan stated that Charles Sanders Peirce was the first to say straightforwardly that deduction and induction is only complete if you add a third operation of logic, which he named abduction or hypothesis or retroduction. I prefer abduction. And we need all three if we're going to understand what properly makes science work. And here's Peirce's original explanation of it. Abduction is the process of forming an explanatory hypothesis. It is the only logical operation which introduces any new idea. That's important, keep that in mind. For induction does nothing but determine a value. Deduction merely evolves the necessary consequences of a hypothesis. So while all three operations are important, abduction introduces something new, which is necessary if there's going to be a genuine discovery. And like many terms that Peirce used and introduced, abduction is called by different names. His own terminology developed over time as he clarified the concept. So although he treats abduction and retroduction as synonyms at first, for simplicity's sake, we're just going to reserve the term abduction to refer to forming a new explanatory hypothesis. By contrast, following what Macmillan did in 1992, we're reserving retroduction to refer to the whole order and process of interlocked inferences. So the entire system of logical operations, abduction, deduction, induction, the entire cycle that results in feedback loops which characterize scientific progress and revision. There's a little graphic on the paper if you'd like to see this illustrated. And speaking of this whole process, Peirce wrote, quote, "There are three stages of inquiry demanding as many kinds of reasoning governed by different principles. In other words, in many different subjects. And these three are abduction, forming a new explanatory hypothesis, deduction, tracing out consequences, and induction, experimental testing." And while Peirce, and to a greater extent Macmillan, would attribute this order of inference to science, inquiry, as Peirce intends here, is not just limited to the natural sciences. Thank you. What we would call the natural sciences. For this logical process, this logical feedback loop is much at work in historical studies, literary criticism, as it is in physics or chemistry. And the attempt to monopolize retroduction as a uniquely scientific thing is just false. We all use it. And if that's correct, then a revitalization of education about the fundamental process of logic will have the effect of not just strengthening the sciences, making them definitively classical, but at the same time dispelling an artificial divide between sciences and humanity. So, in the introduction, we described how temporary classical education often fails to address a gulf between humanities and the natural sciences. The gulf, there's a division that's assumed. And rather than seek to find a classical sounding gimmick to this problem, Austin basically invites us to return to the bridge of all further subjects, the art of arts, and see how the logical operations that we normally assign to only the natural sciences are actually critical to all of them in the quadrivium. And in that way, it provides a way forward to see the harmony between all of them, classical, humanities, and sciences. Thank you.
Good morning. Why does an old door at Oxford University's Bodleian Library bear the title Schola Astronomiae et Rhetoricae, that is, the School of Astronomy and Rhetoric? The Bodleian Library, built in the 17th century, remains Oxford's premier research library. It is also an architectural masterpiece, the centerpiece of Oxford's dreaming spires. Enter the Bodleian's stunning interior courtyard and you will see 10 Gothic-style doors placed at regular intervals and ornamented with stone grotesques and gilt lettering. While the other doors in the courtyard bear stately titles like the School of Moral Philosophy, or offer more familiar conjunctions like the School of Arithmetic and Geometry, the combined title of Astronomy and Rhetoric seems bizarre. To the modern eye, it makes as much sense as a joint department of physics and French literature. Last year, a pair of essays on the Circe Institute blog marveled at the Bodleian's astronomy and rhetoric doorway. Each essay offered astute considerations of the ways in which the liberal arts of astronomy and rhetoric might be connected. And they both began with the assumption that Oxford had taught both arts together, a reasonable supposition given the door's title. But that assumption turns out to be mistaken. Perhaps lamentably, there's no evidence that such joint classes ever occurred. So the mystery remains. Why does one of the 10 weighty wooden doors in the so-called School's Quadrangle at the Bodleian Library have the title, Schola Astronomiae et Rhetoricae? The answer has much to tell us about the ways classical education has grown and changed through the centuries, and warnings for us to consider as we today rebuild and restore the figurative edifice of classical learning. The hunt for our answer begins in the 16th century, when both the buildings and the education at Oxford University had fallen into disrepair. Throughout the upheavals of the English Reformation, the Oxford Fellows had maintained a rudimentary teaching of the trivium arts of grammar, logic, and rhetoric, but they lapsed in their instruction of the quadrivium arts of arithmetic, geometry, music, and astronomy. Further, in the midst of the Reformation's disruptions, the building that housed the university's library and the divinity school were largely destroyed. Enter Sir Thomas Bodley, a wealthy Oxford alumnus and a favored courtier of Queen Elizabeth I. In his retirement, Bodley decided to return to Oxford and refurbish the library. In 1598, he donated funds to restore the Divinity School and build a library above it. That gorgeous library room above the Divinity School, now known as Duke Humphreys, actually stood in for the Hogwarts Library in the Harry Potter films. Next, in 1610, Bodley negotiated a deal whereby every copy, or a copy of every book, rather, published in England would be donated to Oxford's library. Finally, as he neared death, Bodley arranged plans and funds to build a grand 3-story quadrangle of buildings. The top floor would house the incoming books, and the first 2 stories would replace what Bodley called those ruinous little rooms where centuries of students had heard lectures and taken exams, which at Oxford were called schools. Designed with an ornate fusion of classical and Gothic stone architecture, the structure on its completion in 1624 was dubbed the School's Quadrangle. Now, the School's Quadrangle was the largest work of architecture created by the university to that point and would serve for centuries as England's most impressive set of classrooms. Among the illustrious students soon to be trained within the golden limestone walls of the quad were John Locke, Thomas Hobbes, the Wesley brothers, Samuel Johnson, Adam Smith, William Penn, Jonathan Swift, and Edmund Halley, the astronomer. The elegance of the school's quadrangle extended beyond its physical design, for the schools within the quad were carefully arranged as a microcosm of classical education, a small universe of learning within the university. And by examining this layout, we can both see the beauty of our classical view of learning and begin to untangle the puzzle of the door. Begin by dividing the school's quad into a west wing and an east wing. At the center of the west wing, on the ground floor, is the entrance to the Divinity School, the classical Christian apex of education, where the postgraduate higher discipline of theology was taught. Flanking the Divinity School on the second level are the other 2 higher disciplines of medicine and law. Beneath those 2 higher disciplines are the 2 philosophies of moral philosophy under the law school and natural philosophy, with its emphasis on anatomy, naturally supporting the medical school. These advanced studies made up the western wing of the quad. The eastern wing was devoted to the 7 liberal arts, the trivium schools on the ground floors, and placed above them, the quadrivium schools. Except the layout was not quite as neat as that. Some compromises were made in the design. And these compromises reveal changes and tensions that classical education was experiencing in the 17th century. One was a simple compromise of space. The philosophy of metaphysics could not fit on the Western side with its fellow advanced philosophies, so it was positioned opposite theology near the center of the Eastern wing on the ground floor. Other compromises were more substantial. 4 rooms were appointed to the 3 trivium arts. Why? Oxford had added Greek and Hebrew grammar to the curriculum, in addition to the traditional Latin grammar. Greek for the new emphasis on classicism via the Renaissance, and Hebrew due to the Reformation's devotion to the Bible. Further, the Latin school had to somewhat awkwardly share space with a newly popular art, history, in a nod to the Renaissance humanism's interest in the lives and wisdom of the past. The space allotted to the quadrivium arts was likewise inapt. 3 rooms were given for the 4 mathematical arts, since arithmetic and geometry were housed together. In fact, the extra room for the trivium arts came at the expense of the quadrivium. Still, merely devoting these formal spaces to the mathematical disciplines was a strong sign of recommitment to the centrality of the quadrivium at the university after some years of neglect. Prior to Newton's Principia, the math theory taught in the quadrivium had almost no practical application. Teaching such abstract concepts to sometimes surly college students was an act of faith in the power of classical paideia. And despite resistance from students and their wealthy parents, Oxford placed the quadrivium squarely in the heart of their education. Music, however, struggled to keep its place. Alone among the quadrivium subjects, music was demoted to the ground level. While the other quadrivium subjects had twice-weekly classes, music, then taught in its pure classical theoretical version, was judged to be sufficient if students attended just one lecture per term. Rooms in the school quadrangle had no heating until 1945, nor artificial light until 1929. And since the rooms in the upper floors received more natural light and warmth, Oxford's fellows decided a more frequently attended class should take the music school's place: rhetoric. Here we solve the mystery of the Bodleian doorway. The stairway up to the two quadrivium classrooms for astronomy and music would have shared a door, but now that door led up to the schools of astronomy and rhetoric. So, does this mean we should see the potentially enchanting combination of astronomy and rhetoric as no more than a quirk of early modern classroom distribution? Far from it. Look at that door and the quad around it, and we see a noble, if imperfect, attempt to bring all of classical Christian education in one place. An attempt that many of us are pursuing at our own schools. Indeed, that door offers a number of reminders for the project of classical Christian education that we are engaged in today. First, in the building of the school's quadrangle, after a period of pedagogical disrepair, we see another episode in classical education's repeated process of development, breakdown, and recovery. We may imagine a golden age of classical instruction, where our predecessors had everything figured out, but such a golden age does not exist. Look at the history of Oxford, one of the oldest institutions in classical learning, and we see an uneven, often messy record of moving closer and further from classical education ideals. So we should give ourselves grace as we also reach for those ideals, as we take up the standard passed down to us through the ages. Further, as with 17th century Oxford, we today also struggle to make all the pieces of our educational project fit. We sometimes want to offer everything to our students. We feel pressure to add fashionable subjects to serve the changing desires of students and parents. We want to keep our commitments to the traditions of the 7 liberal arts, but may struggle to know how best to faithfully teach them. We may want to teach the quadrivium in its full philosophical glory, but most students also need to know enough practical math to advance to collegiate studies and gainful employment. So we do our best to balance these tensions and pray the resulting compromises do not endanger our whole endeavor. Yet, despite these tensions, there is undeniable beauty in our project. As difficult as it may be to make the pieces fit, our efforts are a courageous testament to our faith that God is the author of all truth, and thus knowledge is a unified whole. Starting in the 19th century, schools like Oxford lost that faith. Disciplines of knowledge were siloed, and academic departments splintered away from each other. What began on an intellectual level became an organizational and physical reality. Today, academic departments can be located over a mile away from each other on some large campuses. These disconnected intellectual fiefdoms are better termed a multiversity. At Oxford, the school's quadrangle was once an embodied university of knowledge, but today it is an empty shell, an image of an intellectual world that no longer exists. Except that vision of unified knowledge still continues in classical Christian education. Our schools are now the true universities, some of the few that are left. How wonderful it is to teach in classical education, where the map of knowledge is whole. As any immigrant from the often narrow intellectual spaces of academia can attest, classical education is a spacious intellectual world where the same teacher might lead students through the Inferno's circles in the morning and dive with students into Euclidean proofs in the afternoon. Classical education is an intellectual realm where we can confidently assert that rhetoric and astronomy have connections worth considering, and then seek those connections. We should think deeply about the links between astronomy and each part of the trivium. We should do the same with the quadrivial arts. I confidently look forward to reading more essays on the Circe Institute website or hear more presentations at conferences like these on the ties between geometry and grammar, say, or music and logic. But in the end, the Bodleian doors in the school's quadrangle also offer a sobering warning. No classes meet in those rooms anymore. Oxford as a whole has drifted far from being a fortress for the teaching of classical Christian ideas. Physical and curricular structures, no matter how beautiful, are no guarantee of fidelity without the institutional will to keep them. These days, the wooden doors with gilt lettering at Oxford are ornate facades, like the fading trappings of liberal arts education at the many universities that were once founded in line with an education Christian and classical. Today, despite its promise, through the door labeled Schola Astronomiae et Rhetoricae, you will not find passage to the study of rhetoric or astronomy. For many years, the door gave entry to the men's lavatory. Now it merely opens into a gift shop. Thank you.
All right, well, just like last time, you guys can ask questions. You can ask a question of the whole panel, of specific members of the panel, of portions of the panel, but as long as you do it in proportion. Wow, guys. All right, questions?
I do think physical spaces matter a lot. And I think that one of the challenges that many classical schools face is as they grow and they get bigger, that's the goal for many schools. But the larger you get, the harder it is, I think, to keep the faculty working together and speaking together and having this type of fruitful cross-disciplinary conversations. One of the best things that my school has done is they put a really big mega Harkness table in one of the rooms, and that was ostensibly for having good discussions, but that room has become the default lunch room for all of our faculty. And so we all claim that table at lunchtime, kick out all the students, and then we just meet, and all the faculty from all their different disciplines come, and we have all sorts of wide-ranging conversations. And that type of regular interaction and people bringing in things that they're studying and things that they're just thinking about cross-department, I think is so fruitful for building not just a faculty culture, but also for having that type of engagement. And I worry as our school continues to grow, will we be able to continue to meet? I mean, even some of the people from downstairs don't always make it up to that table. They stay downstairs, and some of the downstairs people are more in the science department, and I'm sad about that. So I think that I'm not sure what the solution is, but I think continuing to meet together and having just conversation is important. I think when you start to move far away, that it becomes easier to think intellectually. We are on our own. We are not doing anything. There's no math and poetry together. We don't have to talk to each other. Even just having small schools where one teacher has to teach across disciplines maybe, or not only in their focused area, I think is a fruitful and encouraging thing. The beauty of being able to become more specialized, you can go deeper, but you can lose some of the ways in which we notice the cross-discipline connections. Do you guys have thoughts on that?
Being that most of my experience has been in the homeschool community, I would say that the home has a sort of natural architecture reflecting the liberal arts, specifically in that when my children and I gather around the table, and we quite literally, I had to have Dante and Euclid on the table at the same time, it's Eucharistic. And I think that that true learning is Eucharistic, and I think the fact that it happens at the same table that we pray and that we break bread is very harmonious. But it is a consideration what you brought up as I'm discussing with my priest how we're going to develop our local cottage school. That is a huge consideration, and I'm very grateful that I'm literally at the groundbreaking time, because we haven't even built the building yet. So it's definitely part of the consideration is how can the architecture and the environment and the atmosphere reflect and be integrated with our hearts.
Seems like the architecture can aid and support what you're trying to do, but it can't be a guaranteed protection against you deviating from the mission, right?
And on that note, it really struck me about the history of Oxford, just how important getting the admin on board to actually believe in these ideals are, because I would say, at least in Oxford's case, it sounds like the admin's support of the quadrivium and of the ideals came first. Specifically, it came first to being lost. Shay, you obviously know more about this than I do, but from the story you've given, briefly, it sounds like the music department was basically strangled out of its space because if you have admin that are only giving students a requirement one class a semester, and you're not putting heating in there, that's a great way to drive away all the interest in music and then take the space away. I could see some non-musical admin conniving to come up with that. So all that's to say, physical space is important, but it seems to reveal also just getting admin to respect the space and give it space to exist is also part of that package.
Questions? Yeah.
This is to Mrs. Bradford, but also the other two can answer as well. The idea of quantifying poetry is fascinating, and I think the project sounds really cool, but how does that open the door, and is it okay door to open when it comes to AI, and AI as a creator?
As creator?
As a creator.
As creator, it freaks me out. I'm not going to temper my distrust and disgust, frankly, for the whole idea completely. It just freaks me out. But I do think that it's probably going to serve as a great tool, or at least to ease the process of this tabulation. I mean, thank goodness we don't have to use the index cards and all of that. I can't believe, that what dedication and labor went into that. But now we can kind of just control F our way through it and get pretty much the same information. So I think in terms of a tool of the quantification process and the graphing, and I'm sure you can speak to this even better, but it's going to be so smooth and probably very helpful. But I just don't want us to land there and just say, okay, cool, this is how many verbs she used and this is how many adjectives he used. But what does that tell us about her as a poet, or them as communicants, or language itself?
This is a general question. Does mixing the liberal arts ever pose a danger of diluting any one of the arts that are being mixed? And if so, how do we avoid that?
I think there's definitely a danger. Off the top of my head, I could see a teacher who's a little bit insecure, a little bit rusty on one of them, saying, "Oh yeah, we're gonna do some interdisciplinary stuff," and then just go to their specialty. My intuition is that's a problem that's not going to be addressable with a manual, or I have TEKS in Texas. That's what we call the state accreditation stuff. I suspect that's a problem that's not going to be solvable just by publishing more about it. I suspect it's going to be a matter of getting to the teachers and forming the teachers in a certain way that they are going to want to resist. Using interdisciplinary and plenary as a camouflage for, I like this one a lot better. I know this one's on the paper, but I think it's going to be a matter of starting with the teacher's generation as well as the student, and driving home to the teachers as well. All of it's important. You as a teacher need to love all of it. Love all of it enough to teach it, even if you're not comfortable with it, even if you feel a little rusty on it. I think it's going to have to start with the person instead of a document, and that's going to be hard.
At this point, I think the idea of there being two cultures from C.P. Snow has taken root so deeply in academia and then filtering down into our schools that I would love to have it be a problem that we're too promiscuously mixing the sciences and math with the verbal arts. So I'm not sure what would happen if we got there and we did that too badly, because it's hard to imagine how many steps it would take to get there. I think within the trivium and within the quadrivium, that seems to be the place where maybe we would not do as good enough job of being discrete at each of those stages and making sure that they're interconnected. But even there, I think that thinking about how does each trivium art build on the other and being thoughtful about that, or how does each quadrivium art build well, that seems to be a good move. I think we are in a point where more interdisciplinary art thinking needs to happen before we reach the other side, or if there's a ditch on the other side, what that would look like.
Peter Harrison?
Thank you. He wrote a book in which he claimed, and he's given quite a few talks, in which he claims and documents that the science-religion conflict is a fantasy of the late 19th century that never actually happened. Do you have an opinion on that? Is it just a propaganda move by the intellectual elites, let's say? Is there a conspiracy going on? Or is he
So personally, and I can confirm this with Austin too, we're big fans of Peter Harrison, Territories of Science and Religion. Great book, put it on your reading list. And the Harrison's basic idea is Andrew, you did a great job of expressing it succinctly. Basically, this conflict between science and religion, especially the natural sciences, it's a lot of politics more than anything. And the politics came first, and the people involved sort of made this story to make the reaction even stronger and sort of solidify their place in universities, solidify their department's existence, things like that. Basically, academics playing politics. And the result is we get this cultural story that there's always been a science and religion battle, always been a classics versus modern battle, so on and so forth. Obviously, there's difference in content between the subjects, humanities and science. Even if we were to make both of them classical and say, pick great works from Dante on the humanitarian side and pick great works from Faraday on chemistry, and get a classical science curriculum going. There's obviously going to be a difference. But do I think there's necessarily a conflict between them? No. We are going to be teaching different content, and it's almost a guarantee that getting a teacher competent in one of those means taking so much time away from them in everything else they can't be competent in the other ones. But that's not necessarily a conflict. I think it depends on the school. I'm teaching sciences and my PhD's in theology, so it doesn't have to be a hard content divide. Personally, I've been edified by mixing all of them together, mainly because I found a lot of the virtues overlap. You get competent in one thing, you can get competent even faster at the rest of them. In an ideal world, I would say high school, college, whatever grade, you would want a teacher jack of all trades. In reality, the way things currently are set up, there's going to be some siloing, even when all the disciplines are of goodwill towards each other, and that can definitely cause problems. But metaphysically, no, I don't see a conflict. So like what we're presenting to the students. From the student's angle, like they have time to learn one or the other. Right. Well, when it comes to, let's say, blocking time schedules, that's its own can of worms for administrators. But when it comes to what the teachers know, could speak on, could help the students with, in my experience, I haven't seen, I don't think you hit the limits of human knowledge, our reason, our capability, knowing multiple disciplines, even if there's supposedly a hard divorce between them. even amongst teachers. The best teachers I've had in philosophy, for example, was a past ER surgeon. He was a doctor, emergency room doctor. And over time, his training in theology, training in philosophy, helped him make sense of cases in the ER. His time in the ER helped him work through ethical problems, even the very difficult fringe cases that you encounter in bioethics. Using him as an example, I think all teachers would stand to benefit from learning as much as they can, and I don't think there's anything stopping them other than the excuse of, this is the way it is, we don't have time to change it, pick one, go for it.
I think that one of the ideals of what we're trying to do in classical education is to train students that would graduate from our schools, and then we could rehire them back in 4 years and they could teach in either end. I think of some of my most excellent students, and I teach a lot of rhetoric, and they're just killing it at the rhetoric level and writing an incredible senior thesis. And I find out, oh, they're a hardcore STEM tracked person, is what they think of themselves as. And that blows my mind. They're so capable with word and logic, and yet they think of themselves as, oh, I'm going to go into the sciences, or I'm going to become an engineer. And so I'm trying to help them see the unity of those areas. But then I could absolutely imagine them coming back after they get their BA or maybe their MA and having them teach competently a rhetoric class or a literature class, as well as a science class or a math class. And so that gives me hope that maybe our generation didn't get that type of training, but in the future, it could be possible. I think we should be doing everything we can to breaking down the type of disciplinary walls that our modern education system has put up. And so however we can do that, whatever level our faculty are willing to go with us on that, I think we should be doing. I think it would be wonderful if we could have the math teacher guest teach a poetry class. I know that at our school, our science teachers are trying to bring in more poetry into their science lessons and just have students scan poetry that's relevant to whatever the natural phenomenon they're studying is. In our professional development trainings, our Dean of Classical Education is going through the different liberal arts. And so this year, all of our faculty, whether they're humanities-based or math or science or language, we're all learning the art of refutation and confirmation. And so that's just going to be a common thing that we all hold and we can know, and we want our science teachers to use that language with our students. And we've done math work or logic work as well as part of that. And so we're trying to just get this familiarity across all our different teachers of different parts of the liberal arts. So I think whatever we can do to get to the point where people feel less like, oh, I'm a math person, that's me, I could never do poetry. But being able to move to some extent into the other arts, I think would be really good. And like you're saying, modeling for our students, right? We can't expect it of our students if we're not doing it ourselves.
I think you've got a great proposal. And to tie it back into Andrew's question, I think our teachers are totally capable of doing something like that. I think the problem right now, and it is a long-standing problem, we just don't try that. We don't have time. Admin wants us doing something else. It's not in our job description. We just haven't made space for it. It's an untried path. I don't think having a science teacher spend some time reading poetry or even teaching a literature class, that's obviously not beyond human capability. I mean, we're basically asking our students to do that. It's just the way we've structured education so far, we just don't make any time for the teachers. But do I think it's possible? Absolutely. And I think it's ideal. I think it's worth trying. It's just a matter of logistics at that point. Like, can we get schools to carve out time for that kind of thing and take the risk?
I don't have much to contribute except what may seem like a quite naive ideal that I have envisioned for our little tiny cottage school, is kind of the posture of frankly, kindergarten teachers. We kind of teach everything with wonder and delight, and are able to kind of step in gracefully from gymnastics to geography, and dance in between the subjects. And so what I'm looking for, we've got about a 3-year preparation period, is onboarding some educators now and training them and hopefully encouraging them to join the apprenticeship, and become immersed in the world of liberal arts, regardless of what they're going to be teaching. So again, that might be naive, but that's kind of the vision that I have for us.
You guys hear that? Join the apprenticeship? I just want to make sure you heard that. Actually, Heather, I disagree. I think you have a lot to say about this, and I want you to say more because you're a homeschooling mom and you do this every day, just like every other homeschooling mom. So why are homeschooling moms able to do it? What makes them better at it? And what are the difficulties that they encounter when they're not good at it? Do you have any?
Sure. So just to understand the question, what is it about homeschooling education, the structure of it that prepares us for that? Is that the question?
Yeah. What's the secret? And then
What's the secret?
I mean,
mediocrity.
the difficulties that you encounter as
right. Honestly, I think because the children are my children, or my friends' children when they come over, we see them as whole. It's easier, I think, to see them as whole persons, because you've seen all the different little versions of them, and they're all still sort of stacked inside that little person in front of you like a nesting doll. And how do we do it? I think part of it is by necessity, because when you've got different children at different ages doing different things, by necessity, not efficiency, but by necessity, you have to find the connections, and because of that, those kind of appear. So it's quite an organic process. Plus, just being in the company of children and the wonder and the connections that they naturally make, and bearing witness to that, they're definitely teaching me every day. Did I answer your question?
I think so. And then, do you think do you find as your experience that those children see those connections more easily because it's always with you, with the same teacher throughout?
It is, and also the integrated ages. I think that has a lot to do with it.
They're all different ages at the same
All the different ages. Oh,
We're just having our own conversation.
The children, he was asking if the children are making those connections between subjects. Yes, I think they are. Between the subjects, part of it, again, is where the architecture of the space. They're in the same space, so that same chart is still up on the wall. That same artwork is still up on the wall. So that is kind of the realm of their mind put forth. This is all the things I have learned. They're making visual connections, and so thus they're making intellectual connections. And because of, I was saying, because of the integrated age groups, those little synapses are firing everywhere, and they're kind of like little starbursts, little galaxies crashing into each other, wrinkling one another.
You guys know Susie Brooks? She runs a boarding school in Minnesota. How does this, is there something right there? Is there like, are you somehow combining the traditional classical school model with a homeschooling model, and is there something that happens there because they're living together in a boarding school?
There is, except at this point in time, a lot of our energy spent in just building that culture of we are a classical school. We are not just a means to the economy, because most of our students that come for the boarding part, their goal is to go to American colleges, not a classification. So,
Yeah.
But it is, but I see what you're saying, because at the same time, living in that space, like we've been intentional in how we design our building. We put a lot of education on the walls. You see pictures of our girls. You read about who these people are. And students live there, so they have a chance to see and to experience. So even if they're not, they want to think they're coming to classical school, it is everywhere around them, the things that we do. So there's that aspect of it just happening that we see.
Yeah. Do you have one door that connects the biology and the poetry classes? No, okay. Well, thank you very much to our panel. We'll, thank you. We appreciate those questions and those contributions. I'm going to release you all to lunch in just a second. Don't get up yet. I just want to tell you first that lunch is in this room. I strongly encourage you to eat at a different table so you can get to know some other folks while you're here today. And I strongly encourage you to start at that end of the table as you work down the line. Otherwise, you'll have to hold your food in your hand if you go this way and then put it on the plate. So you'll want to go this way to get your food, sit at a different table with different people, get to know some folks here today. And I'll pray. Let me pray for our lunch. And you guys can also, if you don't like my prayer, you can do your own afterwards. But all right. Christ our God, Extend thy right hand and bless the food and drink of thy servants, the hands that prepared it, and this community, this FORMA community right here, the community, the students and the faculty here at Belmont Abbey College, and the community here in Belmont, North Carolina. For you are holy always, now and ever, and unto ages of ages. Amen. All right, thank you.
Hello. Hi, everyone. We're going to begin the next panel in 2 minutes-ish or so. I think most of you are in here, so I'm just going to take this opportunity to make a quick announcement that, and I'll announce this again later, but tonight, I think we end about 5:30-ish, something like that. And then you're free to go to dinner if you want, or you can stay here and sit in silence. Go to dinner and then come back to the alumni house, which if you go out of this parking lot and stay on the campus road, just follow it that way all the way to the end, you'll find another gate and then go through that and there's the alumni house. We'll be hanging out there this evening about 7:30-ish, just having drinks and community. So please, everybody is welcome to join that. We'd love for you to be there. Thank you.
What time are we supposed to start? Now? So I thought we were back. Is this on? All right, we're going to get started with our next panel. If everyone could give the panelists your attention, please. We have here first Alec Bianco, who's going to be speaking about the monochord as the foundation of philosophy, harmony, mathematics, and the Trinity. Alec is a director of marketing at the Circe Institute. He went to St. John's College and is currently doing his master's in theology. His beautiful wife is in the back, who may or may not be my little sister. Oh, sorry. And that's Alec's son in the back with his wife.
She's nursing. Everybody look.
Next to Alec here, we have Philip Johnson. He's going to be speaking on the one, the many, and the infinite, the metaphysical and theological background to modern mathematics. Philip Johnson is a teaching fellow at New College Franklin, and he has his PhD in chemical engineering. And then after Philip Johnson, we'll hear from Winston Brady. Winston Brady is going to be speaking on Masters of Nature, Masters of Men, Science, Power, and the Ways of the Quadrivium. And Winston Brady is a teacher at Thales Academy, yes, and the director at Thales Press. And I will leave it to Alec to go first.
Oh, so excited to be here, guys. Yeah. I got it? Right here? That's perfect. Okay. You ready? Just 1 second, guys. I'll go ahead. Plato reportedly only delivered one public lecture, and it was entitled On the Good. Any record of this lecture has been lost, but we have, through Aristotle's student Aristoxenos, this amusing account concerning the lecture. Quote, as Aristotle was wont to narrate, this was what happened to the majority of the people who heard Plato's lecture on the good. Each came expecting to learn something about the things which are generally considered good for men, such as wealth, good health, physical strength, and altogether a kind of wonderful happiness or good fortune. But when the mathematical demonstrations came, including numbers, geometrical figures, and astronomy, and finally the statement, the good is the one, it all seemed to them, I imagine, utterly unexpected and strange. Hence, some belittled the matter, while others rejected it. I'm not going to rush to judge our poor listeners of Plato's lecture, however, because it is indeed an odd thing to suggest that the one is the good, and to insist upon mathematical demonstrations as a means by which to assess this claim. It is particularly odd to modern ears, because those two words do not seem to belong together in any meaningful sense. When was the last time you heard that in order to be just and virtuous, you have to have a clear understanding of the nature of triangles and squares? For whatever reason, the ancients saw a deep connection between philosophy and mathematics, and I contend that not only is this an interesting subject to explore, we must consider it in order to improve and reclaim our classical tradition. As we can see today, there has been a massive split between mathematics and science and the humanities. Even in our own classical schools and homeschools, far more attention is given to literature, philosophy, art than to mathematics and science. Even those who understand their importance struggle to identify what and how to do it in the classical tradition. In order to reclaim these important arts, we must consider how the ancients thought of and treated them. Considering that 4 of the 7 liberal arts concern number, it is fair to ask, what does number have to do with philosophy? Before we begin, I must say I owe immense gratitude to Professors Jacob Klein and David Feidler for their work exploring ancient Greek thought and practice in helping develop this paper. I intend to explore primarily the thought of the Pythagoreans and the Platonists. While this subject is vast and there are many various thinkers to consider, I believe that in the classical Christian tradition, these two schools are the ones we should spend the majority of our time understanding. There are 3 areas we must examine in order to understand this question: nature and number, music and geometry, and finally, man and philosophy. Nature and number. To begin, we must shed any notion of number in the modern sense. not because it's wrong or inaccurate, although it may be, but because it is simply far too foreign to the ancient understanding and may result in anachronistic thinking. Number, in the modern sense of the word, is treated more as a sign or symbol to denote quantity, or in some cases to be treated as a conceptual symbol. For the Pythagoreans, this is far from the case. Instead, they treated number as a principle of nature, something to be discovered and worked out. For them, it was more similar to force or gravity than it was a conceptual language by which to measure or calculate. Number is real, and it gives shape and form to the cosmos. This is evident in music in particular, but we'll talk about that later. Theon of Smyrna says in his Mathematics Useful for Understanding Plato that number is, quote, the principle, the source, and the root of all things. For the Pythagoreans, number is not simply just a guiding force within nature, but even greater than that it is divine. This divine aspect of number comes in part from its inherent universality. It is the same in all, unaffected by change. This universality makes it divine in essence, and thus behooves the one desiring to become more divine to contemplate it in its entirety. However, even more important than number itself is the principle of number, that is, the unity, or the monad, or the one. The one is the source then of even number, and thus all things that exist. Again, Theon of Smyrna says, quote, unity is the principle of all things and the most dominant of all that is. All things emanate from it, and it emanates from nothing. It is indivisible, and it is everything in power. It is immutable and never departs from its own nature through multiplication. Everything that is intelligible and not yet created exists in it, the nature of ideas, God himself, the soul, the beautiful and the good, and every intelligible essence, such as beauty itself, justice, equality itself, for we conceive each of these things as being one and as existing in itself. End quote. To understand why the ancients thought of unity in this way is beyond the scope of this paper. However, one can see some of what he's saying demonstrated mathematically. 1 times 1 is 1. It remains itself. The principle of unity is seen as the one, and this is borne out in the nature of the number 1. You may be wondering, though, what if I were to add 1 to 1 instead of multiply? First, you're starting to think like a Pythagorean. Second, this actually leads to an extremely important point of Pythagorean philosophy. When we multiply 1 by 1, we get 1. When we add 1 to 1, we get 2. 2 is the concept of the dyad, or the many. It is from 2, which is the doubling of unity, that we get multiplicity. Again, Theon says, quote, 2, in which is seen matter, and all that is perceptible, the generation of motion, multiplication and addition, composition in the relationship of one thing to another. In other words, while in the one we have the principles of unity, the source of all things, the possibility of order and form, in the dyad we have the possibility of logos, that is, the possibility of relation. It also contains the possibility for something to go awry, for it is in multiplicity that chaos can happen. But with the dyad also comes the possibility of a third term. This third term is relationship, or harmonia. Thus we have two extremes, unity and duality, and now a third term, harmony, which allows for the unity within the multiplicity. There are two other important principles aligned with the one and the dyad, which are the limited and the unlimited, or limitless. In Greek, they are peras and apiron, and they are extremely important to Pythagorean philosophy. For the Pythagoreans, all of the world was made up of these two elements, the limited and the unlimited. There is a well-known saying that for the Pythagoreans, all is number. But this should be more properly understood as all is composed of the elements of number, that is, the limited and the unlimited, or the definite and the indefinite. Matter, or the material world, is composed of the indefinite. Because of this, it is susceptible to change and infinitude, that is, infinite divisibility, which is a kind of weakness for the ancient Greeks. Therefore, the indefinite requires a kind of definiteness or limit, which is form, capital F. In the cosmos, then, we have these two most essential elements for all phenomena, limit and the indefinite. Plato later identifies these more strongly with the one and the many, and thus we have the one and the indefinite or indeterminate dyad. That was nature and number. Now, music and geometry. There is a well-known story of Pythagoras walking through the town and hearing the hammers hit the anvils at a blacksmith, that old tale that we all know. In the striking of the hammers, Pythagoras perceived certain pleasing sounds, which he attributed to the relationship between the weights of the hammers. While it would be very difficult to replicate this with hammers and anvils, we can very easily replicate the same thing with the ancient instrument called the monochord. In fact, this was a tool that was utilized quite proficiently and frequently by the Pythagoreans. The monochord, a singular string attached to a board with a movable bridge, allows the user to pluck the string in various increments, thus producing various intervals corresponding to whole tone ratios. For example, the ratio of 1 to 2, or half of the string to the whole string, produces the octave. A ratio of 2 to 3 produces the perfect fifth, and 3 to 4 produces the perfect fourth, and so on. You can find all of these. It is possible to create the entire scale this way. What the Pythagoreans discovered was that by plucking the string and touching certain points along the string in certain ratios, actually allowed for all of the intervals to be heard together, albeit faintly. This is called the overtone series and occurs always. This always happens. Why this occurs goes back to my point earlier on about number. The problem that arises with the monochord is the very same problem of indefiniteness. The string can be infinitely divided. In other words, I can take the movable bridge or touch my finger to any point along the string. In order for me to pluck the string and produce any kind of meaningful interval, I need some kind of order or limit. I need number. Number is that which brings form to the indeterminate. In this case, whole tone ratios provide the limiting element to the unlimited nature of the string. This very fact occurs in nature and thus demonstrates why the Pythagoreans held number as both foundational to the understanding of the cosmos and that which brings it its name. Cosmos means well-ordered, and number is that which orders it. Shifting from earlier, more materialistic philosophies of their time, the Pythagoreans made the emphasis of philosophical pursuits not merely matter, but form, capital F. Almost all of my nouns actually are capitalized. This emphasis on form, or first principles, is also what led to an important consideration of harmony, that is, the relationship between opposites in particular, but of all things. With number as a guiding principle of the cosmos came a deeper contemplation of numbers themselves. The Pythagoreans consider numbers in their geometric forms. 1, the number 1, was a point. 2 was a line. 3 was a triangle. They would draw each of these as points and use the gnomon, literally means carpenter's edge, to show the figure that it represented. Of great interest were the two classes of numbers, the odd and the even, drawn out of 1 and 2 respectively. Again, exploring the totality of the Pythagorean treatment of numbers is beyond the scope of this paper, but I'd like to spend some time exploring one particular number of great importance, the tetractys, or decad. Theon of Smyrna discusses the tetractys, it's a very hard word, at length in his, again, the book I mentioned earlier, but I'll try to summarize the significance of it. The tetractys consists of the addition of the first 4 integers together, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4, comprising the shape of a triangle. So I don't have a slide, but you take 1 point, and then 2 points, and then 3 points, and then 4 points, and you have a triangle. Cool. In geometry, 1 represents the point, 2 the line, 3 the surface, and 4 the tetrahedron, which is the first naturally occurring 3-dimensional shape. There are a vast number of philosophical extensions to be drawn from these facts, but here are 3 to consider. 1, the tetractys represents the continuity from the dimensionless point to the first three-dimensional shape. For what it means is how it is possible that matter can come from the one. It also shows the relationship between unity and multiplicity and the hierarchy established there. 1 is at the top, and multiplicity extends from it. And finally, the tetractys is of musical importance because it contains within itself the 3 most important whole tone ratios: 1 to 2, 1 point, 2 points; 2 to 3, 2 points to 3 points; and 3 to 4, 3 points to 4 points, the octave, the perfect fifth, and the perfect fourth. To summarize the importance of these points, I will quote Philolaus of Tarentum, the first member of the Pythagorean school to write down the teachings of Pythagoras, and most likely an inspiration of Plato. Quote, "The power, efficacy, and essence of number is seen in the decad. It is great, it realizes all its purposes, and it is the cause of all effects. The power of the decad is the principle and guide of all life, divine, celestial, or human, into which it is insinuated. Without it, everything is unlimited, obscure, and furtive. Indeed, it is the nature of number which teaches us comprehension, which serves us as a guide and teaches us all things which would otherwise remain impenetrable and unknown to every man." Finally, man and philosophy. What does all of this talk about numbers have to do with human flourishing? Firstly, it is important to understand that for the Pythagoreans, the ultimate goal in life was assimilation to the divine. Contrary to some other philosophical schools at the time, this was not done either through observation of the material world merely, nor through religious rites and ceremonies. Instead, partaking of the divine required philosophy. And we have to remember, for them, religious rites meant like sacrifices and a lot of crazy things that are weird to us, and Christians should be weird to us, at least. Pythagoras was reportedly the first to call himself philosopher. And it was in this love of wisdom, not simply wisdom, that the pursuit of wisdom became a way of life for him and his followers. This pursuit entailed many various rules, customs, and perspectives on how one ought to live his life. To begin to understand this, we must examine their understanding of the human soul. It seems that Plato received his understanding of the tripartite soul from the Pythagoreans. They believed that the soul contained three parts: the rational, the spirited, and the appetitive, each having its own particular virtue, and the whole soul containing one ruling virtue. To quote Theages the Pythagorean, quote, "Virtue therefore contains three elements: reason, power, and deliberate choice. The soul's reasoning power's virtue is wisdom, which is a habit of contemplating and judging. The irascible part's virtue, the spirited part, is courage, which is a habit of enduring dreadful things and resisting them. The appetitive part's virtue is temperance, which is a moderation and detention of the pleasures which arise from the body. The whole soul's virtue is justice. Justice is that which separates all the vices and all the virtues of the soul from each other. Justice is an established order and organization of the parts of the soul. It contains the bond by which the whole and the universe are held together." In other words, the Pythagoreans saw in this virtue of justice the balancing and harmony of the soul within the human person, allowing for the soul to be lifted up away from the merely material and to be drawn closer to the divine. But we should be clear about this harmony. There is an established hierarchy within the tripartite soul. Harmony does not mean a balance of equality within the soul, but rather a right ordering of our members. In other words, the reasoning power of the soul is that which rightfully rules the lesser two parts of the soul that are more drawn to the irrational. Again, we see the one and the many reflected in the microcosm of the human person. Let's consider the words of Eryphamos the Pythagorean to understand this harmony within the person. Quote, "Human life resembles a properly tuned and cared for lyre. Every lyre lyre the instrument, not somebody who lies. Every lyre requires three things: apparatus, tuning, and musical skill of the player. Human life requires the same three things. Apparatus is the preparation of the physical basis of life. Tuning is the organizing of these according to virtue and the laws. Musical skill is the mingling of these according to virtue and the laws." Here, and seen also in the Republic of Plato, we have not only a representation of the ordered nature of the cosmos within the human person, but the actual realization of it within. The soul ought to be ordered, can be ordered by the same principles that order the cosmos. There is an inherent similarity and sameness in the properly ordered person and the order that comes from the monochord. Plato says, quote, "The just man does not allow the several elements in his soul to usurp one another's functions. He is indeed one who sets his house in order, by self-mastery and discipline, coming to be at peace with himself, and bringing into tune those three parts, like the terms in the proportion of a musical scale." Last page. Why is there this emphasis on justice in the soul and describing it in musical terms? This is because for the Pythagoreans and for Plato, justice was a kind of proportion. In the Greek, analogia. These principles of order and proportion permeate this ancient philosophy because it is how the cosmos is ordered. Universally and unchanging, the cosmos embodies the perfect harmony between the one and the many. Thus, for the human person to recall his more perfect nature, the body and soul must be disciplined to allow the reason to contemplate that which is closer to the soul itself, the immutable universal principles of number. Plato says again in the Republic that mathematical studies have the capacity to, quote, draw the soul toward truth and to direct upward the philosophic intelligence which is now wrongly turned earthwards. This is why the Pythagoreans and the Platonists studied number and geometry so carefully. The eternally existent nature of geometry allows for the soul to relieve itself temporarily of its mortal coil, to have the eyes drawn away from the merely material and temporal, and to lift up the soul toward the divine. It is important to note, though, that for the Pythagoreans, this study of number was the study of the divine. But Plato diverges importantly in this. For him, the study of number was preparation for the contemplation of the divine, which exists beyond the realm of number, perhaps even past the one, to something ineffable. At any rate, they both seem to agree on this important statement from Pythagoras. True happiness consists in knowledge of the perfection of the numbers of the soul. Thank you.
The study of the quadrivium is for arts, but as Nicomachus points out into what was him, the 13th book of Plato's Laws, we call it the Epinomis, there should be a move from the many disciplines into one thing. The study of the quadrivium is ultimately the study of one thing because it is an ascent upwards. If you think back to Plato's divided line, we move from the things that we reason to the intelligibles. And as you move up epistemologically, you also are moving up ontologically. And as you go higher up the scale, you go to things that are more simple. You go from the many to the one. Mathematics then serves as an intermediate passage between the physical things that are corporeal, that are filled with multiplicity, to the divine, which is the most simple. We see elements of mathematics as the intermediates in the divine ladder in some of the Platonists, or Pythagoreans, such as Nicomachus of Gerasa. So he wrote an introduction to arithmetic, which was the standard arithmetic text alongside Boethius' translation. But he also wrote the original theology of arithmetic. We don't have his text. We have a compilation of notes that has the authorship may or may not be Iamblichus and some others. But there's a move from the study of number and its relation to things such as the monad or the dyad. Number then forms a symbol to higher things, the monad being both simple and transcendent as a stand-in for the divine. There's a similar, though less explicit, reference in Euclid's geometry. So whereas today we speak of axioms as arbitrary rules, that we use to design the game of mathematics, or at least some of that school of thought. One interpretation of Euclid's common notions is that they are the intelligibles in the divided line that need no hypothesis. So the idea that things that are equal to a third thing or equal to themselves is something that we should just intuitively know, because they are of the highest realm of intelligibles that we just know even in a super rational way. So each of these disciplines could point to something higher. And what I want to argue today is that there is similarly in modern mathematics, particularly in calculus, but in some other fields such as the transfinite numbers of set theory, there is also an intermediate that we can look to towards the divine. But in order to unpack this, I want to quickly go over a short intellectual history of the infinite, because in our understanding today, the infinite is a good thing. We often speak of something having positive connotation if it has more quantity, and well, what's the most quantity you could have? An infinite amount. Someone has infinite potential. But in the antiquity, this was not the case. Infinity had plenty of negative connotations. For reasons that were partly just unpacked in the last talk, thank you, sir. There were early thoughts on the infinite. You can look at Anaximander, you can look at Philolaus and some of the other Pythagoreans, with the cosmos being made out of a fusion of the limit and the unlimited. One of the hardest things for my students to understand is how not only the infinite can be a bad thing, but how something limited could be a good thing. Someone is limited means they're lacking in something. The ancients, to have a limit meant that you have wholeness, you have an identity, you have that sort of participated divine simplicity that makes you whole. And so it's actually the limit coming down onto the unlimited that gives something its true form. You see semblance of this all over Plato. He particularly works this out in the metaphysical system in the Philebus. There's the one, there's the many, or if you think about it as multiplicity, and then the infinite is a kind of unbounded multiplicity. He even ties this in with ethical connotations because the point of that dialogue is to address whether one should live the life of pleasure. And the life of pleasure is associated with the infinite because pleasure is never satiated. But the intellectual life is the life of the limit because to know something you have to be one with it. So there is a unity associated with that. Limit with unity. And you see similar themes later in Nicomachus. Aristotle perhaps gave us the most words about the infinite and had a great influence in antiquity and in some circles still today. So for Aristotle, there is no actual infinite. There's certainly no infinite body. The infinite can exist in potentiality only. And if you know Aristotelian metaphysics, potentiality is something associated with prime matter. It is at the bottom of the metaphysical hierarchy. It needs form to be actualized. And so infinity is at the bottom of the metaphysical hierarchy. It has negative connotation. It needs the limit. It needs form. And so there's a kind of horror of the infinite, if you will, in antiquity. And this played out directly in certain mathematical operations. So if anyone is familiar with Archimedes, there's a way to look at what Archimedes is doing with his theory of exhaustion as a kind of proto-calculus. But he's not doing calculus for several reasons, one of which is that he doesn't use an infinite number of operations. So quickly, if some of you may perhaps have seen this proof where you take a circle and you divide it up into triangles. You probably have seen a popularization of this with pizza slices. And I can turn all the pizza slices into a nice rectangle if I make them thin enough. But to actually get that rectilineal figure, you need an infinite number of infinitely thin triangles, at least at where the circumference touches the base of the triangle. But Archimedes, when he measures the circle, he doesn't do this. He gives us an upper and lower bound. He inscribes and circumscribes, and he uses the method of exhaustion, where you take the triangles as small as you would like, which means that you could potentially get infinite, but we can't. We're humans. We're finite. And so he will fill out. There's several other cases where he'll look at curvilinear figures like the parabola and fill them with rectilineal figures, but he will always sum up increasingly diminishing sizes up to a certain point and then sometimes leave a remainder term. So it's a finite sum with a remainder term or given upper and lower bounds. He never says the circle is the sum of an infinite number of infinitely small triangles. And that is because of the larger metaphysical implications of the infinite in antiquity. We can thank Archimedes. He did great work, though. He gave us very close approximations to pi, but he never says pi is equal to something. The theme of negative infinity is continued on. So again, Nicomachus, he will explicitly say when he lays out the four arts in his introduction to arithmetic, he says there's magnitude and multitude, and there is an infinity to them in potentiality, but there's no science of it because there cannot be a science of the infinite. There's not an episteme or a scientia of the infinite because to have an understanding of it, again, it needs to be finite because it needs to be limited so that the mind can grasp it. The infinite eludes the mind. You cannot hold the infinite in the mind. However, there were already undercurrents that would shake this notion through the Platonist philosophers and also Christian theologians. So Plotinus perhaps is one of the first. Plotinus did many things, but he's one of the first philosophers to really grapple with where did the infinite come from, at least it's stated explicitly. So for Plotinus, it's best to actually start with the transcendence of the one. So you have the one, the many, the unlimited. But as there is a realization that we increasingly need to make the one transcendent or understand the one as transcendent, well, it is above being, but still everything originates from the one. We would say maybe as Christians, everything must come from God. There's nothing in creation that eludes his grasp. And so if the one, for Plotinus, is transcendent above all, but it also generates all things, that includes the infinite at the bottom of the metaphysical hierarchy. So in a way, Since the infinite must originate from the one, it must be contained in the one. And so he begins to reflect on how both the limit and the unlimited are in the one. And he lands on saying that the infinite, that the one is infinite in power, dynamis. So potentiality, possibility, there's a lot of discussion about what all the implications are there, but we would maybe translate it as the one is infinite in power. On the other side, Christian theologians such as Gregory of Nyssa found utilization of the infinite in combating heresy. So particularly against Eunomius, where he's speaking out against the Arian heresy, he'll make an argue that the generation of the Son is an act of in timeless eternity. So even though God the Father is generating the Son, he does so in eternity. And eternity has long associations with the infinite. And so there's a kind of infinity in God, and this is why we can uphold the homoousia of the Father and the Son and be Trinitarians. Dionysius the Areopagite will continue both these trends, both from the Christian perspective and also the Platonist, and he will talk about God as the boundary of all things and the unbounded infinity about them. And so some of these speculative mystical theologians and philosophers in late antiquity will start a trend that will carry on for centuries, reflecting on how the infinite is in the one, and then as Neoplatonism fades out and it's the Christians that are remaining, how God himself is infinite. And for the sake of time, I'll have to skip over John of Damascus. I'll have to skip over Thomas Aquinas, who cites Damascene in his Summa on God as the infinite, and also some work of Duns Scotus, and land at Nicholas of Cusa. So Nicholas of Cusa is going to be a conduit pulling for various reasons, either in history and also pulling together many thinkers. So Cusa will cite Plato, Dionysius, Augustine, Anselm, Thierry of Chartres, those of the Chartres school, and talk about both God is absolute maximum. So God is unity, absolute unity, but God is absolute maximum in an Anselmian sense. Nicholas also develops what David Albertson calls a mathematical theology, where he uses an analogy he uses mathematics in that intermediate status and therefore speaks analogically between the mathematics and the divine, but he still holds to negative theology, apophaticism, and I would note that the infinite is a term of negation. Right, so he's still holding to apophaticism by saying that there is an analogy between mathematics and the divine, particularly for the infinite. And so he builds this bridge between thinking mathematically, thinking theologically, but since God is infinite, let us think about mathematical infinity. He gives us a series of wild paradoxes about how a circle of infinite radius actually has a curvature that is a straight line at its circumference. There's a nice figure for this. I don't have time to unpack it. There are many paradoxes. So a straight line, an infinite straight line, an infinite circle, and an infinite triangle are all the same. And there's only one infinity, and it's all simple, and it's God, analogically. Cusa, with his mystical reflections on both mathematics and the divine, is a direct conduit to modern mathematicians, particularly Johannes Kepler, who refers to him as the divine Cusanus. Kepler is one of the first to perform an integration where he says a circle equals an infinite number of infinitely small triangles. And he does all sorts of other operations of integration. He finds the shape of wine barrels that have their curvilinear shape. He'll fill them with various rectilineal figures, and he will be cited possibly by Galileo and others. And really, it's through this conduit of Cusa and Kepler and others that sets the stage for modern mathematics, where integrations are being performed with that equal sign, that a curvilinear shape is equal to an infinite number of infinitely small rectilineal shapes, and it bridges the curvilinear and rectilineal. And that's a lot. That's really what was needed to get calculus started. There's a whole story of calculus. And how the limit concept was developed. Initially, people were quite cavalier with using infinity to find solutions to problems of what we would say are calculus, and also the infinite series. Later rigor came about, but people had fun with it for a while. So for those that like such things, you can expand polynomials through like find the coefficients, use Pascal's triangle, but also there were some that couldn't be expanded. So the square root of 1 minus x squared, it couldn't be expanded until we use infinite series. So if you expand that, it's 1 minus 1/2 x squared minus 1/8 x to the 4th minus 1/16 x to the 6th, on, and it does not terminate. We did this with polynomials. We also did this with some numbered constants. So 1 minus 1/2 plus 1/3 minus 1/4 plus 1/5, et cetera, is pi over 4. Lots of lovely results like this that I'm going to run out of time if I list. People went wild with infinite series and their utilization in calculus. Some waxed mystically and poetically about it. So Jacques Bernoulli, even as the infinite encloses an infinite series, and in the unlimited limits appear, so the soul of the immensity dwells in minutia, and in the narrowest limits, no limits in here. What joy to discern the minute in infinity, the vast to perceive in the small, what divinity. Calculus is rooted in the infinite. And there is another side of this story with set theory and transfinite numbers, and also Georg Cantor, who was also quite a mystic himself and believed in some theological implications of his work in transfinite numbers, something he had to hold to as people criticized his work before it won the day. And so what I want to propose here is that this brief historical survey shows the richness of the infinite from a metaphysical standpoint, but also a theological one. And for those of us that are thinking from an ancient quadrivium perspective and asking what to do with calculus and other modern mathematics, how can we approach this from a quadrivium perspective? If you understand the quadrivium as using math as an intermediate bridge to think about the divine and higher things, calculus has something to say for you. Or on the other side, if you have a standard program of algebra, pre-cal ending in calculus, and you say, how do I make this a little more classical? Tell this story. Talk about the infinite and the role it plays. Students love this, by the way. For those students that may be a little bit bored with operations, they love to reflect on infinity. And then when you tell them that there is a story about the divine in the infinite, they have taken to it in some of my courses quite well. So I propose this. Let calculus tell the story of the infinite and the divine, because it, like all the other arts of the quadrivium, can lift us up to the higher things and help us to pursue the end for which we are involved in education. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Winston Brady, and I'm the Director of Curriculum at Thales Academy. We're a network of private classical schools in Raleigh, North Carolina. Thank you to everyone at CERSI for organizing such a wonderful event, and for Belmont Abbey for hosting this in your beautiful space, and for allowing me to speak on science education on classical principles. The famous quotation, scientia potentia est, or knowledge is power, or science is power, from Francis Bacon, creates several misconceptions about science and science education. First, because power cultivates pride, science education will always have the dangerous tendency to produce students who become prideful on account of their knowledge. Such students believe they are smarter than their forebears or their teachers, and they are thus unconcerned with how they wield scientific knowledge. In addition, a person who expends great effort to acquire something cannot help but use it wisely. On this side of the scientific revolution, cannot help but acquire scientific knowledge with relative ease. The solution I propose is to present stories of noble scientists and recreate their experiments so that students would see the noble ends these individuals directed their efforts, their Christian beliefs, albeit quite unorthodox in many of them, and just how difficult their experiments were to develop. For you see, we classical educators ought to practice science in the shadow of the Caucasus, where the Titan Prometheus was chained as his punishment for stealing fire from Mount Olympus and giving it to mankind to raise us all up from the beasts. But modern science education is more like Prometheus and commandeering It's a nautical term that means stealing the accomplishments of others, bringing them before the masses, and taking credit for it all without thinking of the consequences if such knowledge was used for ends not intended by the original developer of the idea or the formula. After all, fire helps us cook food, but can be used to make weapons. Hence, the easy moral derived from Greek mythology, the gifts of the gods and of knowledge in general all too quickly becomes a curse, and knowledge once learned cannot be unlearned before it burns wildly out of control. A real liberal arts education, the trivium alongside the quadrivium, can help us to prevent such disasters. In the Republic, Socrates lists astronomy, music, arithmetic, and geometry as the ways human beings comprehend truth in the world and delight in the process of discovery. But when speaking of this education, Socrates warns that these subjects have a double use, a philosophical aim towards truth, but also a military aim towards power, and the use of this knowledge for making weapons. Once the discoveries have been made, the people who want to use them for evil ends end up doing these things without entering into the kind of debate we are having now. As C.S. Lewis writes in The Abolition of Man, these individuals are more like magicians and witches, born of the impulse to subdue reality to the wishes of men and making Faustian bargains to do it. So how did we get here, and how can we get out of this mess? We can begin with René Descartes, a French Enlightenment thinker who, in Discourse on Method, describes the steps largely corresponding to the scientific process of observation, testing, and experimentation. Descartes writes that in experiments, we may come to understand, and since he's French, I'm going to read my pull quotes with an accent, so you know where he's talking and I'm not. Fire, water, air, the stars, the heavens, and all the other bodies that surround us, as we know the various crafts of our artisans, that we would become the lords and masters of nature. Well, through this pursuit of knowledge, two things might occur. We may first promote the general good of mankind, and second, we may make ourselves the lords and masters of nature. One can think of the untold good advances towards the general good in medicine that have alleviated human suffering and glorified God to the extent the evils of the fall were mitigated. But Descartes' phrase, the lords and masters of nature, describes a second, alternative, ulterior telos, one that constitutes the goal of the science for many people, control. Control of the natural world, often ostensibly for the benefit of mankind, but consider the consequences when people who don't know God learn such amazing things. For the politician and the bureaucrat, for whom the world is a closed, godless system with no power over and above the mind of man, power becomes the goal worth pursuing in and of itself. And herein, the modern world is modern, inasmuch as human beings control natural phenomena and bend them all to serve the needs of man. After all, except for occasional, tragic volcanic eruptions or hurricanes, mankind has largely conquered nature. And having conquered nature, we've created a world that cannot help but forget God because life has become so easy. The prophet Moses warns of this throughout Deuteronomy, that when life becomes too easy and times too good, do not forget the Lord your God. Life has become so easy that so many people feel no need for a relationship with God since they mistakenly believe they can take care of themselves. So what kind of masters will we be? How are we to use this knowledge, this power? And even if we use it in a benign manner, will it change us, corrupt us, make us indolent and lazy, or capricious and cruel as the ancients warned? Well, the modern secular world has not only forgotten God, the modern secular world has rejected God, viewing God as an impediment to their flourishing. And so the greatest impediment to scientific progress is us, believers. The church, orthodoxy, with both a lowercase o and a capital O, all received in revealed traditions derived from Christianity. We hear of the conflict between faith and reason, between the church and science, a conflict most famously depicted in the life of Galileo, brought before the Inquisition on charges of heresy and sentenced to house arrest until his death in 1642. In this issue and others, the conventional narrative is the church holds back science. So our story concerning the creation and governance of the world is the only one available for people to believe. This is an intellectual sleight of hand, misleading people from the real problem, the sinful heart of man, and of a certain class of men, and of their endless quest for power and rule. Such men are found in greatest concentration, not in a local church, but the state, attracted as they are to various offices of government like moths to a flame. Institution-wise, it is the state that is the greatest opponent of science and scientific progress. At times, scientists can cross over ethical boundaries for scientific discovery. More often, ambitious rulers of states just throw those individuals over those ethical boundaries because the state needs weapons or some other means of controlling its own people. And this example is pretty well documented. Archimedes and his death ray, Leonardo da Vinci making weapons for the Sforzas, the Soviet Union's entire nuclear program, and most pertinently, Britain's top-tier universities jettisoning a classical liberal arts education to keep pace with German research institutions. And today, the new emphasis on STEM education, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, is likewise born out of the same fear. As the current generation of students loses interest in science in favor of vlogging, that's when you record yourself and put yourself on YouTube. It's the #1 career goal for students in a 2019 study in comparison to the #1 goal of Chinese students, which is to become an astronaut, which is hard, really hard. All in all, as American students fall further behind their Chinese peers, it's becoming a national security threat. The goal of STEM education is not to help students develop their talents or to unlock the mysteries of the universe, but rather to keep pace with a dictatorship that has stolen a march on the United States. To divorce scientific education, as STEM education does, from history and ethics is not going to create future scientists, but little devils, men without chests, who manipulate nature like so many butterflies pinned to a board. Indeed, the lack of emphasis on the humanities may very well be intentional, since scientists who know nothing of history or philosophy may be a tool as pliable and malleable as the scientific equipment they use for their work. Many current benign practices in science education encourage this kind of pride inadvertently. In most schools, the process begins when we give students complex formulas to memorize. It grows as students replicate experiments that are more like Lego sets in their difficulty. And it hardens as chronological snobbery sets in and students begin to think their education sets them apart from the generation of scientists who produce the formulas that they now memorize, like consuming so many pieces of candy. To combat such pride, we should present stories of noble scientific characters, each of whom emphasize 3 important interrelated ideas, and thereby direct students to the author and creator of the natural world we study. 1, these scientists were most often believers, heterodox believers to be sure, but not the hardened functional atheists walking around college campuses today. Second, we highlight how long and how hard it took for history's great scientists to develop these insights by recreating their experiments. Certainly, students should memorize the formulas. They should memorize a lot of things. That's how they remain on the shoulders of giants, but only after they have spent some time climbing up the giants. We can give students then objectives or perhaps a primary source, but leave the procedures of the experiments up to the kids. That way, students may recognize how difficult the scientific process really is. Examples abound from Galileo's experiments in testing the acceleration due to gravity, Newton's experiments from the optics involving multiple prisms, and if you ask me for instructions, they involve gummy bears and laser pointers, and Pascal's experiments on air pressure and water pressure that involve balloons and hiking up lofty mountains. And third, students can realize the true nature of their opponent. Two of the scientists I've name dropped, Galileo and Pascal, spend considerable time criticizing Aristotle and their respective works. They criticize the Aristotelian position on whatever subject their work is treating, because in their time, just prior to the scientific revolution, the works of Aristotle had become a kind of intellectual prison fashioned by medieval universities. The leaders of such institutions made Aristotle's writings a kind of fence hemming in the pursuit of knowledge, that there was nothing beyond Aristotle's insights, just as European sailors should not dare go past the Pillars of Hercules. Those universities were in part teaching students what to think rather than how to think. Such a prison contradicts the purpose of the quadrivium, presented by Socrates in the Republic as the ways that we comprehend and delight in truth. Per Plato, the ways of the quadrivium should lead us to comprehend in the world around us, and that this reflection and meditation would help us become more authentically human. But today, the practical uses of science have swallowed up the philosophical foundations, so that from kindergarten onwards, the student knows nothing except the utilitarian uses of science. They know nothing of the music of the spheres or of the divine wisdom binding constellations of stars and the components of cells together. But if we present these ideas and I know so many of you are, right? The grain is what's going on outside of the institutions that you guys faithfully serve. But if we continue to present these ideas in and alongside the lives and accomplishments of famous, relatively godly scientists, and remind them that these individuals often had a similar faith to what they possessed, they will be assisted in the climb from the feet to the shoulders of the giants. That climb can help in part prevent students from developing the hubris that so often accompanies scientific knowledge and the pride that comes before the fall. Students may thus enjoy the warmth of scientific knowledge without getting burned by it or imprisoned on the crags of the Caucasus for stealing it. Because rooted in a real liberal arts education, students would know what is good and could persuade others to choose what is good too. So thank you all so much for listening to this speech.
All right. Do we have any questions? Yes, in the back.
Yeah, thanks. So I think maybe part of the question is like how to teach it, what text, what. Or how to find room for it. Yeah, I mean, part of that is going to be, the end to which you see the study of mathematics. There is I have to do, both sides. Trained as an engineer, and there's so much space. Even if you're not going for engineering, there's just so much that you have to know to get to a point like calculus. But I think, you ask what is the end, and the end will set then your expectation. Like if the end is to see, God through it, then you will find spaces for it. It may be the theology of arithmetic. I think Iamblichus is great, but it may, look different. But there is time that needs to be allocated. But also, how you structure it. Part of that is set by the text. And there is, it's much easier, I think, to find primary sources in the, if you will, the humanities. We have all these lists of great books, and then you see in these lists, Algebra 2. And it's part of that is justified because primary texts in mathematics are difficult. There is a slew of problems related to even notation. confusion of their own authors. Like there is a sense that mathematics is progressive. It does get easier with time because people figure out the issues with notation. But even still, I think some primary engagement should be there. But it's an ongoing research project. I mean, Newton had 3 different variations of calculus himself, in addition to Leibniz. So, but I think if you engage in some capacity with what they wrestled with, then you begin to see the intellectual problems of infinity. And you say, okay, why did people balk at infinity? Why did Berkeley and Hobbes go on screeds against using infinitesimals? And you begin to ask those questions, and then that opens that space. So yes, use some primary sources, yes, make time for it, but it's a research project. It's something that I think we need to spend time on and think about. So in short, does that address it? Yeah, I mean, I think also too, one of the issues that particularly befits calculus is the order in which you approach the concept. So you have analytic geometry, the Cartesian coordinate system, you already need to be there, and then it's what order. So you have to deal with limits, derivatives, integration, and their fusion. And how we teach it is almost the opposite of how it was developed historically. So I focused on integration and talked about how you accumulate this area through these small triangles. That's not talked about at all. The way I was taught calculus is we spent a month on limits, which is like the final logical foundational capstone of it all that comes from the 1800s. And then you talk about derivatives, and by the time you get to integration, it's the integral undoes the derivative. And none of that is there. There is no Kepler, there may be better ways to do it, but there have been even some in the mainstream mathematics education community to say, we actually need to talk about integration as accumulation. And to do that, we need to think about what Archimedes could or could not do. And so I think even those currents will help. Just telling the story will help. But again, that's a big project. Yes, sir.
I just want to understand a little bit more from a practical perspective the demarcation between how much do high schoolers need to know versus at the collegiate level. For example, at CERC, we were always learning like the ideas of your 7 liberal arts, then you do the natural sciences, then you know that little pyramid that we always learned and all that sort of stuff. And it always seemed that this was the first level, then you do the natural sciences, then you build up to the other the humane sciences, and not necessarily this before that, but there seems to be a base level at the high school and even younger. And the more we're talking about the quadrivium, it almost seems like this is college level stuff, and I'm trying to understand how much is expected at a high school level that a teenager would be able to get. Because for example, you see, for example, now like even with Canon Press, for example, we have calculus for everyone. So like everyone, by the time you graduate from high school, you should be able to. I've done calculus in high school, but not always the expert. I did engineering, for example, so I did calculus in high school, for example. But not everyone actually does that. So what's the exception for? Maybe this is actually a question for all of you. It's like, how do we see in this classical renewal this limitation? Are we expecting too much from the high schoolers, and then maybe more should be done at the liberal arts college level? I'm just curious.
Can I pass to the admin curriculum person?
Well, just where should we be teaching calculus? I mean, like traditionally it's 12th grade. I mean, I think. Oh.
Right. Let me just rephrase it quickly. If this is what you mean, can we actually address or approach the quadrivium in K through 12?
Yeah. How much of it should be addressed in K through 12? I think that's maybe the
Well, I have the benefit of being friends with Philip for like the past 18 months, I mean, as long as we've known each other. So, and chatting about this, especially math education, and maybe in viewing calculus as the mathematical means of modeling natural phenomenon. So things that go on, in the heavens and projectiles, objects in motion, and looking at the quadrivium as, numbers in space, numbers at rest, numbers, dynamic harmonies. Dr. Bose's talk earlier was really good. And I feel like calculus fits in perfectly with that. It's the science that they were looking for in order to more accurately predict events that were going to happen. You have some cool forebearers, the Achilles and the Taurus, that race, like that kind of plays with elements of infinity. You need the infinity in order to accurately predict the path of these objects in space. I'd love to find like Kepler's barrel example, because I think that would be a good kind of intro text to read somewhere along the way. I mean, I feel like if you look at calculus as that modeling objects in flight, then it fits in perfectly with the whole thrust of the quadrivium. It does have that same sort of dangerous tendency for weapons making. So like Napoleon, he loved mathematics and history, but history, he really liked, biographies of Alexander the Great and other great military generals. But he really liked mathematics because he was an artillery guy. You really need to know mathematics well to aim cannons and set your targets and stuff like that.
I think it's a really important question, what you're asking. And it's not too dissimilar. There's a mindset to when our children ask us in classical schools or homeschools, Mom, why do I have to study Latin? And then we have to think about that for a second. Well, I don't, I'm not a mom, but moms do. And then have to come up with some kind of answer. And usually it's, well, we're going to do it, and because I said so. And then it was, well, why do I got to read, Homer and Plato, and why do I got to read Jane Austen and da da da. And we do this, and we force them to read it, and and then eventually they recognize, oh wow, just because it's old doesn't mean it's not valuable. And then it comes to math and science, and we're the opposite. We're like, well, why? They were wrong. The old astronomers were wrong about how the universe works. Geocentric model was wrong. It's not, by the way. All these things were wrong, and now we can see. And I don't think you meant it this way, but I think she asked earlier, she said development. That is a dangerous word, a very dangerous word. We have to be very careful with that word. I don't think you meant it in a dangerous way, but especially with math, because it's in science, because we're really susceptible to this idea that they were just completely wrong, and then we got better and better and better and better. And that's just life. Except we don't at all are willing to accept that for the humanities. You say, actually, I think Homer is probably a lot better than the guy who just wrote a book last week. Unless it's Andrew, then he's better. So all that to say, I think we need to be really attentive and deliberate about approaching mathematics in but the same operating principles as we approach the humanities, that these older authors are valuable. I think what Philip pointed out is exactly right. There are notational issues. There's big gaps in between, the more ancient way of looking at the quadrivium to Cartesian algebra. And there's some gaps there that are kind of hard to fill in with primary sources. However, it's important, I think, to consider those. And I think it's the question you're asking is the right question that I don't think we actually have a really, really solid answer to. One, because the state's breathing down our neck and saying you need to pass Algebra 2. Well, okay, so what am I going to do? Not do that? Maybe we put up a fight and say, I don't want to be beholden to your state standards of mathematics because it doesn't consider the one and the many and the good and the simplicity of God. But I don't know. So you pick your own battles. But something to consider. So, and to really answer your question, I think we do too much in high school, and we demand too much of our children. And I think Dr. Bianco this morning pointed out that we need to not rush from the concrete to the abstract when it comes to mathematics, that we need to let them count on their fingers for as long as they need to, and we need to make sure that they play outside a lot. Yeah.
Can I just give one quick?
Sorry,
Instead of answers, I'll just give 3 anecdotes because it is a hard question. If it can be done, it's great. It's lovely. I was able to do it. I was trained as an engineer. I did lots of calculus. I loved it. I learned this story, but I also had to teach myself. It was lovely. Can that be done for everybody? I don't know. I've had students at my current institution that did the calculus for everyone as high schoolers and loved it. I've also taught at an institution where calculus was required for all freshmen. It was difficult. A lot of them came from homeschooling classical backgrounds. It was very difficult for some of them and painful. They liked talking about infinity, and the rest was just painful, frankly. And then the third anecdote was that I have looked at what would it be like to actually structure some type of course or a textbook. And then I immediately, for high school mode, and I immediately then looked at the requirements for the AP tests, which I'm sure that parents would ask the administrators about, and you're not going to have space. So sorry for the anecdotes, but yeah, it's a hard problem. I think if it can be done for some, it is a lovely story to tell. I don't know about everybody, but I would love for it to be the case. But yeah. So a part of it is to pose the question in such a way that there's a respect for it. Because if you truly look at the end of logic, and I'm thinking about even some of the movements in the early 20th century with the logical positivism in Wittgenstein's work, like there is an end to logic. And logic, if you think that's all there is, it undoes itself. Axiomatic systems cannot prove themselves, and so like if you know the full story, like you have to have something that is supra-rational. So the question is, what is that? So first is just making space for there is supra-rationality even for the logical and especially for the logical and the mathematical. So what is that? Is that mysticism? And I think this is where those that have recognized that problem in late antiquity, that's where they landed. Like apophaticism is not like I'm going to reject rationality. It's I'm going to push, and then I realize in my finitude there is something higher. And so just telling that story and like letting logic run its course and say, okay, there's more to that. I think it's helpful. And then mysticism I don't know if there's really a satisfactory, answer. There are other answers, which is like a kind of nihilism. There's Pyrrhonian skepticism. Some people may be drawn to that, but I think mysticism I think it's bad if you're drawn to that. You need healing in your soul. But I think if you're already religious, it's not that hard of a door to walk through once you open it and say, okay, logic is great. And also it's helpful for those that are mystics to make sure that you're always affirming that logic is great. Rationality is great, and there's more. I found it helpful to distinguish sub-rational and super-rational, because when they hear mystic, they hear emotions, which they think is irrational, sub-rational, distinguishing sub and super-rational, I think. I think Alec had something on her.
I was just going to comment. I think, all three of us want to comment. Okay. I'll go first. Second, actually. No, you're the one and I'm the many.
I need you, though, to make things.
Oh, thank goodness. When we talk about being and becoming in literature and philosophy, we're talking about the one and the many. We're talking about the numbers 1 and 2. That to me is very fascinating. I'm not going to answer your question at all. I'm just going to ruminate for a second. I don't know why. I do know to some degree why, but it's worth contemplating. And that's sort of the interesting thing about the mystical, is that it is obscure, it is furtive, and it requires this sort of dwelling beyond what's the merely material. And number, I think, fascinatingly brings us to that. because it exists apart from matter. Truly, like geometry. I mean, this is why Plato ascribes, "Let no one ignorant of geometry enter here," above the academy, because what he saw was that geometry represents the eternal, the ever existing, the unchanging, and there's something mystical in that. And when Saint Maximus talks about God being super existent, like super existence, meaning he's completely beyond merely being and becoming. He's beyond that entirely. He's super existent. Even Plotinus, brokenly, kind of understands that when he talks about the ineffable and goes beyond the one and saying there's something ineffable beyond that, and I just can't even talk about it. And he arrives at that through what we would consider a more mathematical way of thinking. So again, not really an answer to your question, just mysterious.
Does the triad have an answer?
It's a wonderful question, and I think it hits at trying to make mathematics, a subject that's really difficult for students. Often it elicits a lot of tears, but to try to make it wondrous and beautiful, and perhaps lesson plans that, practically lesson plans that encourage a sense of discovery, an idea of discovery. So perhaps giving students the numbers in the Fibonacci sequence, asking them to divide them to try to get the golden ratio, then maybe to draw out such like the square graph of the Fibonacci sequence. I have some lesson plans that I've developed in teachers in my own network along those lines to try to, rather than explaining the concept behind the golden ratio and how that's found in like nautilus shells and pinecone seed distribution, but in such a way that the students could find out those things for themselves. Maybe instead of memorizing digits of pi or eating pie, this is typically the way that we celebrate Pi Day at our school, maybe we could get some string and some plates and frisbees and cups, anything with a circular surface, and we could start to measure the circumference and then divide that relative to the radius of said circle and see if we can get really close to 3.14. Get them really thinking about like these really like magical properties, really are like magical in that way, the mystery in some of these mathematical properties. I love this quote. I think Immanuel Kant said it, that mathematics is the autobiographical language of the universe. And maybe if you can have some lesson plans like that where students can discover these amazing mathematical principles drawn out from nature, they would start to develop that sense of wonder that I think is wrapped up in that idea of mysticism. Beyond that, I mean, sometimes I think about, like if I were to throw one of these objects across the room, there is, and I won't do it, but there is a way that you can chart the trajectory, the speed of the object, how high it goes before it starts coming down, the variables affecting it, like the wind resistance, gravity, the genius in this room, how that would affect the flight of that object, right? All of those variables and that speed, I can't possibly think about because I'm really not that intelligent, but God can. God knows like the speed, the variables, like everything that's involved in it, the path of the sparrow, the hairs on my head. Granted, there's not many left there. But, to me, that might wrap up in that sense of mysticism. That might have an analogy with the Orthodox tradition, the way that you guys might think about mysticism and define it, like being wrapped up in just how intelligent and sublimely wonderful God is. All these things that God knows that I definitely don't. So that might be it, modeling the world with mathematics, how insane that gets, how I can't possibly know it, but God does.
Matt, can I say one more thing? I want to hear yours. Math is symbol. Math is symbol. And also, too, for those that are skeptical and think this is just a Greek thing, for those that are coming at it for more of, I want to hear it from the Bible, when God says to make the tabernacle or the temple 20, 50, 100, don't just make it proportional. Don't make it human size. The specific numbers. God cares about specific numbers. Numbers must be kind of intermediary. Okay, that's it.
So, like 10 to 12 years ago, a classical school math teacher told me that the problem with the modern math curriculum was that it was designed to get you algebras. So it teaches you algebra to get you algebra 1, to get you algebra 2, to get you geometry, trig, pre-calc, and calc, and that it's designed so that nowhere along the way do you encounter beauty I might request the microphone back, but your story reminds me of a Latin teacher that I talked with who had the same sort of progression, that her Latin class, 6th, 7th grade Latin students, her goal was to prepare them to take the AP class when they were in 12th grade. And I immediately countered that your job as a Latin teacher is not to get your students ready for a class they may never take and for an exam that they may take as less seriously as I did. I was so burnt out by AP Latin that I filled in a butterfly on my exam sheet and turned it in after like 15 minutes. But the goal of Latin for you as the teacher is to encourage your students to love Latin more that day than when they came in at the beginning of class, which would be the same thing for the math teacher or any math curriculum, that you would love your discipline just that much more. Your students would love it just that much more. And I think there, same with Latin as with anything else, that students would develop that sort of grit and rigor needed to solve problems. Latin grammar is its own problem. Math is really, the tools to solve a variety of other problems. Certainly we structure mathematics sequentially, because you can't do calculus until you've mastered all these other steps. And in a certain way, they kind of mirror man's discovery of these principles in nature. It's probably a bad thing that we do it, but I think the goal really should be that they love the subject more than when they came into class, and they have that sort of rigor needed to solve problems, that they don't just fold like a napkin, but they keep working at it until they figure out how to do it.
I think it probably is structured that way. I think a lot of the steps, though, could be redeemed, but it would be a job kind of like what they described. I mean, I think, we're taught fractions, which is not the same as Euclidean ratio and proportion, but there's a way to redeem it, both from a sake of understanding proportion, but also for the sake of understanding music. There's also trigonometry typically in the high school sequence, which can pertain to music. We're going to hear a good talk, I think, tomorrow on algebra. I think it'll be a good talk. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. But I think algebra fits within the arithmetic sequence. I think it's a kind of higher arithmetic. I'm of that school of thought, so there's a way. It's certainly not being taught classically or taught in a quadrivial way, but it could be in potential. Geometry's there. It could be taught more classically. So I think some of the stepping stones towards it have a natural fit, if you will, in some of the quadrivium places, but it would require a major rework of the goals of what those courses are themselves. One of the positives about thinking about algebraic geometry and calculus, though, is that it does actually fit that goal, as I mentioned, the many of the disciplines into the one discipline, that it really is the study of one thing. And some of these modern techniques with algebraic geometry and calculus, it actually bridges those gaps to show you that mathematics is one thing. The real is one mathematics. So that's a positive thing that speaks towards that goal. But showing that to students, that's a major undertaking that's not there presently. So I don't think calculus at the end is a problem, but we need to rework the steps. Do you have anything else?
I'm just going to quickly add, I agree with what you're saying. I think we need to revisit how we understand number and how we understand whole tone ratios. And if we can go back and try to understand how the ancients understood those, and then see what we're doing with algebra, pre-calc, calc, trig, and how it might relate, then we're going to make, I think, strong steps toward incorporating those in the classical tradition. But if we can insist on thinking a number our way, and then trying to retroactively, anachronistically put those back in and say, I can make algebra fit, it's not going to work. So we need to address that somehow.
Yeah, to me, like Yeah, a good curriculum will never be a silver bullet for a good teacher. You certainly need to prepare that individual, reminding them of the goal, that they would love their subject more than when they came in. I don't know of any books per se. Classical Academic Press does have some life science, physical science, earth science books. I don't know if they necessarily build in that process of discovery. Most of the larger textbook publishing companies don't really have that baked into it either. They tend to give way more instructions for their experiments, for the sake of safety, if not for anything else, rather than maybe allowing, because with an experiment, you're really trying to advance knowledge in a particular way. And that was my comment about the Lego sets and their difficulties. It's typically very methodical instructions. I do really like the idea of recreating certain experiments and withholding the answer until the very end of the lesson so that students have to struggle through it. I did write a book for our program that had those sorts of elements for some experiments. Newton's optics, messing with prisms, Galileo's acceleration due to gravity, and other similar experiments, trying to build that into it, as well as the lessons about how unbelievably difficult it was for some of these people to come up with the experiment to begin with. Galileo's pendulum experiment is a great story. He was bored in church. So he's in church regularly. He's bored, and he notices a swinging chandelier. And from there, he begins thinking of an experiment to see if the swinging is more rhythmic and orderly than perhaps it first appears. He gets a couple of buddies to hang out during the summer solstice. I think it was the summer. I'm blanking on some of those details now, but he has friends that help him count the swings of a pendulum over a 24-hour period. Stories like that I think are really valuable for students to, maybe not the process of discovery, but the work ethic needed to come up with these sorts of scientific advancements. So I don't know of particular curricula that speaks to this. I would really work on training the teacher to be more like Socrates in not giving explanations to problems, but to try to give questions that push students' understanding just a little bit further from the beginning of class and so on. And I do have some lesson plans, at least I've made, trying to build this, that I'd be happy to share. So.
This is going to sound like a troll response, but I promise I'm serious. Should make your teachers read Plato, particularly the dialogue where he Pythagorizes the Timaeus. Both your science and your humanities teachers. Part of it is that there's and this is ultimately about healing the divide. I mean, you think about teachers that are siloed. You have STEM people and humanities people. And recasting that vision of it's all one thing that we're studying and one end that we're aiming towards, I think will help both sides. For me, all of my degrees are in engineering, and the terminal one as well, but it was Christianity and Platonism, a Christian Platonism that really cast this vision. And so when I say the Timaeus, where you see those elements, because it's a cosmos that's divinely created through number. Specifically, the number symbolism, but the musical number. And this geometry, it has all of the things there. And when you begin to nurture that aspect of the soul, I think that will help grow the desire, at least in the faculty member, to say, okay, how do I, just nurturing that, I think we're at that level for the most part. I mean, there are steps, maybe programs, something more practical, but I think if you nurture the soul and have that desire, you will find something if the desire is there.
Question. Yeah.
Can you tell me a little bit about algebraic geometry? Is that just what we now call algebra?
Cartesian plane. Taking an algebraic function and plotting it in a geometric orthogonal coordinate system, XY. But if you just do it that and you make grid paper and quantification and don't have the richer story of where it came from, then but that's what the references do.
Read definition 1 of Euclid's elements. A point is that which has no part. Force your students to write an essay on that. 5 paragraphs.
And we will now take a break.
Yes. Oh, no.
Reminding my students of the point that was has new parts. Not my students, the seniors that I was subbing astronomy class for on Wednesday. Help them open up the discussion of the difference between the view of the heavens versus the view of space that Lewis talks about in.
Oh, nice.
We were comparing those two models, and I was like, even in the heavens model, he describes the Earth as basically being a point compared to the rest of the
That's right.
comparatively, right?
The Earth is a point.
And I was like, okay, so it's kind of calling it almost nothing, almost because the point. I'm reminded them like, what is the definition of point from your geometry class? And they're like, point is that which they got there eventually. And I was like, yeah, it's immeasurable. Like it has no measure. Yeah. And I was like, so that means one thing in this model, right? And then they were getting there. So it means one thing in this model where it's like, yeah, he's calling it that in relation to the grandeur of the heavens, the layers of the heavens, right? But if it's a point, if it's in space, all the bodies that you see are just points. They're kind of nothing in that view. It's nothing inside of a big, vast emptiness of nothing. And okay, now, and they got there, and I was like, now, if this is your only model of the universe, cosmos, the heavens, how does that affect how you see how you are? And if this is your only model, right? It's fine that this model over here of space is useful for things, that's fine. But if this is your only model and they're like, I feel like it would just be, yep.
All right, just a 1 minute warning. We're going to begin in about 1 minute. Uno minute.
Thanks, man. Mark Hayes got his high school diploma in 1992.
Is that what?
I
Okay.
don't put that on my bio. Everybody's like, this is my master's. This is my PhD.
How do you want me to introduce you? I'll just say
You don't have to mention my high
Mark
school diploma.
Hayes has a high school diploma. We found him hanging outside. And Douglas Jones. Doug Jones. Department chair of the Cambridge School, literature teacher. And you are a music guy.
It's the Tennessee License Line Surveyor. That'll throw him for a loop.
That
What's
will
the
be-
school teaching you?
Love it. All right. Let's get this show on the road. Got a great presentation panel. What? Why? Okay. Bye, guys. All right, we have a very exciting panel up next. As you can see, Philip Johnson's coming up. Andrew Kern, the founder of the Circe Institute, great guy, one of the best. He wrote a book recently called Unless the Lord Builds the House. If you have not bought it or bought it yet, please go do that now, just in case the panel makes you not want to buy it. Just kidding. Do buy it, but this is great. We're really excited to have a couple friends to review Andrew's book, and then he will get a chance to respond to the review. So they spend a lot of time and energy doing this, and we're really grateful for you being here. So first up, we have Mark Hayes. He is a Tennessee licensed land surveyor. That is it. He is a Circe certified master teacher and an old friend of the Circe Institute. We love him. And Doug Jones, he is a literature teacher. Okay. That's what he said to say. He is a department chair. Incredible man. You can read his bio there. But we're really grateful for both of you guys for being here to do this. So, Mark, are you up first? Excellent. Let's clap. Yeah.
Softly and gently holding the microphone, calling for you and for me. Andrew wrote a book. You wrote one other book. Two other books? I missed one of them. Oh yeah, that's right. I didn't read that one. That's probably where this is going to fall apart. I didn't read your book on how to read. But we'll just keep going and see how it goes. So I was not very many pages into Andrew's book, Unless the Lord Builds the House, before it reminded me of C.S. Lewis's Abolition of Man. That may seem like a compliment, but it's not. And I'll begin with a little story to explain why. In an alternate reality, I grew up in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And one evening, while I was walking down the sidewalk, I passed a construction site. And being my inquisitive self, I thought I'd go down and take a look. So I made my way down the embankment to this construction site, where the construction workers had just poured a pad of concrete. I wanted to get a closer look, so I leaned in and I fell in. I fell into the concrete and I began to sink. Up to my waist,
up to my chest, up to my shoulders, but then my feet hit, thankfully. And there I was in the concrete with just my head above the neck, sticking out above the concrete. Has this ever happened to anybody else in here? Yeah. No way. Get out of town. Well, let's just say it wasn't the best night's sleep I've ever had. I cried out, but nobody heard me. Nobody came. I cried out, but I didn't cry because I'm German. In the morning, I could hear people bustling about up at the top of the embankment, making their way to work, and I began to shout out again, hey, hey, but I didn't wave because I didn't have any hands. I just shouted out, hey, hey, hey. And one man heard me, made his way down the embankment, and he had some sort of lab coat, kind of a white uniform coat on. I thought, well, maybe he's a physician. That could come in handy right now. As he made his way toward me and leaned down to see if I was okay, I could see that on his coat it said Happy Smiles. I thought, oh, he's probably a dentist. And then I could read his name below the Happy Smiles, and it was Gaius, or maybe Titius. I can't remember exactly. And he asked if he could help. And I said, I would really appreciate some help right now. Sorry, I lost my train of thought with Gaius and Titius. Oh, he asked if I had been to the dentist recently. And I replied that I had not. I was a little embarrassed to say that to a dentist. And he said, well, that's okay. Don't be embarrassed. I think I have exactly what you need. Since I wasn't going anywhere else, I tilted my head back and opened my mouth wide, expecting him to scrape off some tartar, maybe fill a cavity, maybe a free crown. That'd be nice. But you know what he did? He left my teeth untouched and my head crammed full of his Obiter Dicta on bimetallism and the Baconian theory. Has that ever happened to you? No. I had expected the work of a professional dentist, but instead I received the work of an amateur philosopher. Upon reading page 73 of Andrew's little tome, he starts the chapter by saying, you've been on a long journey with me through all this discussion of the temple. Yes, it was a rather long journey. And at this point in my first reading of the book, I felt that I had come to a professional educator, but it had been handed 73 pages of amateur theology. I considered whether the infamous duo Gaius and Titius should be expanded into a trio by adding the name Curnius. And then on page 73, Andrew gave us a chapter on how we learn. Finally, some explicit education talk after 73 pages of temple. And then following how we learn, you know what he gave me? A poem. No, it wasn't a poem. It was excerpts from a poem that he wove together into a thought. It's a beautiful poem. They were beautiful weavings. But after 73 pages of theology, one chapter of education, I got a poem. You asked a lot of me, my friend. Thank you. I know you do. I love you too. Well, caveat at the moment is that every book I read reveals to me as much about myself as it does about the author. My struggle with the first 73 pages of the first reading and the poem excerpts is not all on Andrew. My ability or inability to read and focus and pay attention was just as much on display as his ability or inability, I guess that's fair enough, to write. My second reading, however, revealed that I had missed much about education in the first 73 pages. It was there, but somehow I had missed it. And on the topic of multiple readings, I had to read C.S. Lewis's That Hideous Strength 4 times before I even liked it. But I read it because somebody said, you have to read it, Mark. And I said, I already have. And they said, you have to read it again. I said, okay, I will. I must have loved that person too. So many characters, Jack, right? I mean, come on. That's tough. Anyway, sometimes it takes more than one reading to begin to digest a good book. In the essay collection Liber Amacorum, published by the Circe Institute, Matt Bianco has an essay on mimetic teaching. In this essay, Matt described mimetic teaching as, quote, a means to know something perichoretically or by co-inherence, by entering into a relationship with it, end quote. Thankfully, on the next page, Matt explained himself by saying that perichoresis is like dancing. It's like, okay, good. That's helpful. On the topic of dancing and teaching, although the first several pages of Andrew's book had me wondering if I was dancing with my philosopher dentist, I remembered that Andrew's a pretty good dancer. When Andrew dances with ideas, and I'm humble enough to let him lead, I find that the dance reveals things that I wouldn't have seen if I had demanded to lead or if I had refused to go out on the floor. So I started the book again. No, that was just the second time. That was leading up to the second time. I've read most of it a third time, though, now, just trying to remember some stuff. So now it's my job to summarize his arguments. Summarize Andrew Kern's arguments. We're going to try. I see a lot of people shaking their heads, Andrew. You're shaking your head. Try to summarize. You try to summarize Andrew Kern. Oh, wait, you do. Try. Okay, here's the overview of Andrew Kern's Unless the Lord Builds the House. It's in two parts, a heavenly pattern and the pattern revealed. Part one, he begins with, is there anything more wonderful than light? And he describes 4 ways that we experience light. Light inaccessible, beyond the eye's capacity to perceive. Light radiant, light within the visible spectrum between infrared and ultraviolet. Light refracted through a rainbow or through a prism. And the many-colored coat of the world around us. These are 4 ways that we experience light. Since God is light, this 4-fold experience is vividly expressed in the biblical tabernacle or temple. The Holy of Holies, where God dwells in mystery, is like inaccessible light. The holy place, where truth is embodied in the showbread and the altar of incense and the candelabra, is like the radiant visible spectrum. The courtyard, where we respond to truth through repentance, is like light refracted in the rainbow. And the camp outside is where the glory extends outward to creation, like the many-colored coat of the world around us. So 4 ways that we experience light linked to the 4 parts of the biblical tabernacle. I tried to summarize this in my own words. Summarize basically the first 73 pages. In the Holy of Holies, God has unapproachable glory that instills appropriate levels of fear in the creature. Everything was created by God and therefore also has its own glory that should instill appropriate levels of fear in the creature. Everything was created by God and therefore also has its own glory that should instill appropriate levels of fear in the creature. The holy place. God reveals himself and his glory to man in ways that man can receive and be blessed. Teachers can reveal truth and its glory to students in the way they can receive and be blessed. In fact, the glory of the truth drives the love of the truth, which enables the reception of the truth. Glory drives love, which enables us to receive it because we love it. The courtyard, the 3rd part of the temple, the primary thing about the courtyard is repentance. Both the intellectual, I don't know, like the slave boy in Plato's Meno, metanoia, intellectual repentance, as well as spiritual, O Lord, have mercy on me, a sinner. As well as to our neighbors, I have not loved you as I ought, please forgive me. And in fact, in a sense, to creation, when we don't look for the logos and the thing that God created and honor the glory that he's put in everything that he created. It might seem odd to repent to a tree or to an apple, but it's the same idea. I have not given you the glory that you deserve because God made you and he is glorious. So he only makes glorious things. The 4th part is the camp, where the daily grind happens, where we live and learn following the glory who leads us through the wilderness. in awe of the glory who lights our way and has created all things, and in relation to the glorious image bearers with whom we live and work, against whose mimetic glory we fall short, and to whom we repent. So the first portion of the book is on the temple, tabernacle, fourfold pattern of Holy of Holies, holy place, courtyard, and camp, how that relates to light and how that relates to revelation that God gives. And then on page 73, we get to how we learn. And Andrew says, without all four elements of the temple pattern, no lesson is complete. No truth has been learned. No glory attained. It's a big statement. It's a big statement. And I guess this is where one of my questions comes in, is just especially regarding the courtyard and repentance. It's easy to see the intellectual repentance of the student, the I don't know, the honor for the lesson that comes when you say, oh, I've fallen short of the Logos, I don't know, then you're ready to learn. That part of repentance in a lesson makes sense. The part where you've wronged someone, or the part where you've been wronged. I don't know that every lesson would have somebody wronging someone in it. And maybe you're not saying every lesson has someone wronging someone, or maybe you are, and you can clear it up for me. But that's one question I have, is with the statement that no lesson is complete, no truth has been learned, no glory attained unless all four elements are there, I would understand it better if especially the courtyard part was explained more to me. I want to read some excerpts to you, partly because Andrew is a good writer. It's not just the ideas that he rolls around and we wade through it until he shows us something wonderful, as he is wont to do. But when he sits down to write, he's a good writer. Your elocution, it's nice. I give you, 87. Yeah, high marks. Okay, I've already gone over the camp. I'm going to skip that part. Here's something wonderful about the temple pattern we were just talking about. Thus far, the pattern may be familiar to you. The proposal I make in this book, and I do so with hesitation and awe, is that the majestic humility of the Lord of hosts is so great, and that his desire for us to participate in this pattern is so endless, that he has spoken it into every part of the cosmos, and he has woven it into our souls. Because we find it everywhere, everything speaks a parable to us. Because he wove it into our souls, this parable whispers itself to us every time we learn. The parable is simple. God dwells in unapproachable glory. By analogy, everything has within it an inaccessible mystery. God reveals himself. By analogy, everything manifests its inner essence in its radiance. Since God is holy, true, and good, while we are unholy, false, and broken, we need to repent to restore our relationship to him. By analogy, everything is what it is made to be. And if we relate to it inappropriately, we break our relationship with it, can harm it, and need to change our minds and our actions in order to restore our relationship and the power to bless. And regarding the camp, God desires to dwell with us in his house and provide us with a land. So he has gathered us, numbered us, and arranged us in a camp that surrounds his house. He will provide for his hosts, guide them through the wilderness, and bring them to the promised home. By analogy, everything consists of elements and parts that we should purposefully gather, number, and arrange in order to bring it to its fullness so it can satisfy its created purpose. Only love can generate the wisdom, the principles, and the knowledge that enables us to treat things wisely and well. Love awakens when glory is revealed. One of his pull quotes for the book is, "Show me the glory, show me the glory." He's got it twice on the front. Show me the glory, as opposed to Jerry Maguire's. Is that where it came from? You like messing with Jerry Maguire quote? Okay. Remember Cuba Gooding Jr.? Show me the money. You didn't think about that? Show me the money. It was a very exciting part of the movie. Where was I? Oh yeah, I was trying to be Andrew. Oh. That makes sense with the whole temple thing. Yeah, nice. All right, so his next section is how love yields principles. And he gives us the example of a father who wants to give his son a puppy, but he can't afford a puppy. And so he gives the son a puppy puppet. And he tries to make it work by the way he maneuvers the head this guy doesn't really exist, though. No one would ever do this. Psh, no way. The son saw through the whole sham and went back to playing with his other toys. The dad repented. That's probably the courtyard part. The dad repented and arranged to get the boy a real puppy and set up the whole thing wonderfully well with a big surprise, with a big preparation for the big day to come, with a big reveal in the tissue paper covered kennel. The puppy rushing toward the boy in all its glory. It's one of my favorite sentences. In all its glory. The boy receiving the puppy and the two of them becoming inseparable. Earlier in the book, Andrew's pointing out the difference between agape and eros. Eros in our culture is sexualized, but he puts it in the context of eros as being the desire for union with something. The desire for union. And agape being the desire to see something blessed according to its nature. Appropriately blessed according to its nature. And so this little boy is able to receive the puppy in love, both kinds of love, and they become inseparable with one another. And that this love instills in the boy the desire to know the puppy and to know about the puppy. And so the principles of puppy care become something that to the little boy are principles that he wants. You don't have to force him to learn how to feed the dog, to clean the dog, to water the dog, because he loves the dog. So the idea of the glory of the logos of the lesson, the glory of what the students are being taught is not wrapped up in the principles, but the principles flow from the love and their desire to learn it. So how love yields principles. Show the glory first, and they will love learning. That was the end of part 1, a heavenly pattern. Part 2 is the pattern revealed, where he starts with the T.S. Eliot poem. Guess I'd like to just hang out and chat about the poem sometime. I like poetry, especially in meter. So I struggled through that one. But the goal, Andrew's goal, his argument in the book is that T.S. Eliot reveals to us the beauty of the relationship between light and word. And this is important, of course, because Andrew started with light, and he's moving toward logos. So he's moving toward word. And T.S. Eliot, I see, is forming a bridge between where we were and where we're going in the book. So the first chapter of part 2 is all about the T.S. Eliot poem. The second chapter is on the logos, and he says there's 4 things to know about a logos. It is a name, a unifying principle, a thought, a source of standards. And you got to read this section. It is a great explanation of logos. For any pushback I may give Andrew on other parts of the book, this is so fulfilling. The one where you can't find the words, how is it a thought and how is it a standard of assessment? If you have something you want to say, but you can't find the words to say it, Andrew asks the question, how are you able to assess that you can't find the words if this has not yet been expressed? How do you not have the right words for it if there's never been an expression of it by you? So you're already prejudging that you don't have the right words. It's like, how do you do that? How do you know you don't have the right words? Because the logos is more than just the spoken words. The logos is the thought that you're having, the unifying principle between you and your words, between the thing and reality, between the thought and reality. And so it ends up being a standard of assessment. The logos ends up being a standard of assessment of your word, about the word. There's a lot of capital L's and lowercase L's in this section, and it's one you kind of got to read to keep up with which one he's talking about. That's not a critique, it's just something you have to read. He lists 3 kinds of logos. Logos, how are you supposed to say it? Say it different every time. There is the uncreated logos, only one of those, because the uncreated logos is Christ himself. There are created logoi, which are the things that the logos makes. And then there are the mimetic logoi, things that humans make and words we say. And I want to read another section to you. How am I doing, Alec? Dang it. Couldn't even keep Alec awake. It's 22? Okay. All right, so now I've lost you again. There's the uncreated logos, Christ, the created logos, the things that Christ made, and mimetic logoi, the things that we make and the words we say. Listen to this paragraph. You're going to have to read it for yourself when you buy the book. On mimetic logoi. Finally, there are words, in quotes, words that proceed from our mouths because as an image of a creator who speaks, we also create by speaking. As Eliot said, the Lord who made us must wish us to create. These are mimetic logoi. Though they possess only a spark of the brightness of his light, yet they possess a thought, are expressed in names, are guided by a unifying principle, and are assessed by an internal standard. A mimetic logos is an analogy of a created or even uncreated logos. It is the smallest of nested dolls, a microcosm, a fragmented fractal, yet it is a logos, a fragmented fractal. This is why you're hard to summarize. Nested dolls, a microcosm, and fragmented fractal in the same sentence. No, I love that. I love that paragraph. I want to think about that one for a while. So as the mimetic logoi, we are sub-creators who make things and say words. Mimetic logoi share by analogy the properties of both created logoi and the uncreated logos. As images of a creator, we create. As images of the word, we make words. The words we generate carry meanings, are held together by a unifying principle, and possess their own standards of assessment. Furthermore, the words never exhaust the inner thought that drives us to speak them. The words that we speak should be treated with a proportionate gravity, for they are mimetic logoi. If we speak them, we should speak them with care. If we hear them, we should hear them with reverence. Andrew wraps up the book with priorities for a Christian education, and he speaks of an artist making an artifact. And at first I was confused again. It's like, artists and artifacts. I thought these were priorities for education, and you're giving me artists and artifacts. But then he wraps it up, speaking first about the artist who makes artifacts, and then bringing the teacher who writes lessons into the same category as artists who make artifacts. Speaking of the artist, guided by his intuitions into the essence of the Logos, having mastered the tools of the craft, the artist joins the Logos to the material in a manner that honors both, raising the matter to the level of the Logos through the descent of the Logos into matter. What we see extends far beyond the principles and boundaries and the arrangement of parts. What we see is a Logos made flesh. If that sounds mysterious or mystical, I am not sure it isn't. It is analogous to what Christ did when the Logos became flesh. When we create mimetic logoi such as lessons, paintings, or sentences, we are enacting the privilege to do by analogy what he did as the first principle or archetype. That's close to the end of the book. So analogical reasoning is one of your glories, Andrew Kern. And it is also one of the burdens you have to bear. But if you'll keep leading, I'll keep dancing. And if you keep writing, I'll keep reading. Thank you. So you can't touch the bottom part or it'll make weird noises.
All right. Thank you very much.
I too am glad to, oh, by the way, I want to get right to going after the jugulars of this book, but I also want to frame it properly as well. Thanks to Mark, he summarized it, so I don't have to do any summarizing. But first of all, I'm really grateful to be here. It's coming from San Diego, flight delays, lost bags. I don't know if you saw a weird guy sitting in the back in a hoodie and a t-shirt. That was me until 2:30 because I just got my bag here so I could put on a sweater. I thought, I can't go and represent San Diego up here in a hoodie and a t-shirt and sweatpants, so I'm glad they showed up. But my thanks to Andrew for letting me be part of this. I have a lot of sympathies with this book. I love its visionary approach. I love its focus on images. I'm a poetry teacher. I love that he quotes Peter Lightheart. I got to edit that book, and I was a colleague with Peter for many years at New St. Andrews College. And so share many of those things. So when I go after the jugulars here, I'm sure Andrew's got answers for these. But these are things, this is sort of a sympathetic criticism here, because I like the direction that it's going so much, but I think it's missing some things. That's the worry. So as we heard from Mark's description, there are three areas that I want to look at where Andrew talks about light. I want to think about light for a few moments, and then about the temple. Got several points under that I'm worried about. And then there's a part of the temple where glory comes out as the most important. So those are the three things I want to look at fairly straightforward and quickly. So light, temple, and glory. So my first criticism might be the need for darkness, right? It begins with the claim, or we get a litany that focuses on the alleged powers of light by itself. Of course, we're told that light is wonderful, powerful, necessary, and that we can distinguish things by this. And the worry is, I don't think light can do this, right? I don't think light can do this, whether literally or metaphorically. And the sort of thought that I was able to fall upon was a great quote by Leonardo da Vinci about the importance of shadows. And Da Vinci says, the beginnings and ends of shadow lie between the light and darkness and may be infinitely diminished and infinitely increased. Shadow is the means by which bodies display their form. The forms of bodies could not be understood in detail but for shadow. And we can hear photographers and visual artists talk in those terms. So I'm thinking of that, and when I think we could sort of summarize the thesis of the first one part of the book, or the framing with this image of light, that light makes things knowable, right? I think Andrew would agree to that. Light makes things knowable, and I want to sort of sit in that idea and write it for a while. The worry is not just that light requires darkness for perception, it requires much more than that. There's a point where Andrew himself says, if you receive light, too concentrated a proportion, it will burn you or destroy you. Look on too much light and you will go blind. But I think that's sort of a worrisome move for him to make in the book. I think this grants that the effectiveness of light also depends upon the receiver, not just the light itself. Excessive or deficient light distorts our perceptual field and undermines the work of light by itself. Light, though, doesn't just depend on the adequacy of our visual perception, falling within a certain range. It depends also on the world around us, right? Our whole perceptual field. Even if the light is adequate and our visual perception is functioning well, the world around us also contributes to the situation through the reflective properties of the material world. How the nearby liquids, right, the atmosphere or the reflective properties affect the situation. So light is not just dependent on those things, it's also dependent on someone having a source of light, right? There's the agent of the source of light. What is the light operator's goal and agenda? The light operator is not just God. Andrew affirms that later in the book, right? We've got created logoi that are also sources of light. But even if we were to restrict the source of light to God himself, the fact is that the biblical God is known to enjoy irony, hiddenness, and speaking in misleading parables. He doesn't always lead with light. So in the end, I think that light by itself, whether literal or metaphorical, does the very opposite of what Andrew wants. Instead of light giving us truth and knowledge, light by itself can only give us unknowability. Light without information about shading ourselves, the world, and the source of light means we can't know anything. We would not have enough information to draw any conclusions, let alone receive wisdom. Light is nothing by itself. And I think, again, this might seem like an odd objection to raise, but remember, this is the frame of the entire book and the direction of a pedagogy. So I'm not just talking about the features of light. I think this line of thought also highlights another omission in Andrew's focus on light by itself. He focuses on how God is light and emphasizes the analogy between God and light. Yet this connection seems to omit all the biblical associations of the holiness of God with darkness as well. In Moses' time, the people watched as Moses, quote, drew near to the thick darkness where God was, Exodus 20. And the Lord spoke to all your assembly at the mountain out of the midst of the fire and the thick darkness, Deuteronomy 5. From the psalmist, we learn that the Lord made darkness his covering, his canopy around him, thick clouds dark with water. Clouds and thick darkness are all around him, Psalm 97. And the Lord told Solomon that he would dwell in thick darkness, 1 Kings 8. And after all, he says, I form light and create darkness. The worry then is that Andrew's emphasis on the primacy of light at the very start of his pedagogy leaves out too much of what is required for learning and knowing. It omits half of reality. It directs students and teachers down a one-sided understanding. Light itself seems simple and pure, and maybe that could be the misleading part of a pedagogy that relies on it. But life and God are not that simple. Light by itself doesn't lead to knowing, but to unknowing. So reality is interdependent, and I think a pedagogy has to include that. Well, let me shift to the temple. Let me call this part a misleading temple. A misleading temple. I've got 4 points under this. The first one is just a basic query about inescapability. There are a lot of points in this book where Andrew speaks about the universality and the inescapability of the pattern of the temple. Right? It is a common pattern throughout nature, he says. The pattern permeates our being. And he says humans are designed according to this pattern. Page 20 especially, he goes into it in much more depth. And then later, 25, since the pattern is universal, it should come as no surprise. As we have secularized, we have set up our secular religions on the same pattern. So this pattern shows up in secular religions, other religions, modernity, ancient world. The point I don't want to be any further distracted from is that the 4 elements of the temple seem to be universal and therefore inescapable. And so the one question that arises here is then, why do we need a book convincing people of the pattern? If it's inescapable, it shows up in every pedagogy already. If it's inescapable, it shows up among unbelievers and other religions as well. Why do we need to be persuaded, reminded to include the pattern if it's there all the time? A second one, temple problems. There are problems, I think, by focusing on the temple. It seems to rely so heavily on a building that the Lord was never very enthusiastic about, right? We learn about in 1 Samuel 7, he really didn't want to build this temple, right? David was excited about it, and then Solomon. But the Lord has got this really interesting, strange, right? Thus says the Lord, would you build me a house to dwell in? I have not lived in a house since the day I brought up the people of Israel from Egypt to this day. But I've been moving about in a tent for my dwelling. In all places where I have moved, did I speak a word with any of the judges whom I commanded? Why have you not built me a house? So the Lord wasn't really interested in a temple. He liked the more sort of homeless existence. So given this frame, we have to begin our thinking of the temple as a condescension by the Lord, not an ideal, a reluctant second thought that he ultimately destroys, right? This doesn't preclude the temple providing a pedagogy, but it's hard to imagine it as a divine ideal. The structure of the temple, right, had built into it several values which seemed to work against it functioning as a universal model as well. On the one hand, the temple served as a highly exclusive and hierarchical sacred space. Only the high priest could enter the Holy of Holies, and only Levite priests in the line of Aaron could enter the holy place. No king, no prophets, no women. These restrictions will be largely reversed in the new covenant. More significantly, the Lord himself destroyed the exclusivity and hierarchy of the structure, showing his opposition to both when he tore the curtains separating the holy place from the Holy of Holies, Matthew 27. Since at least the structural distinction between the two rooms was removed, we would expect Andrew to give some explanation about how this affects pedagogy. But I don't see that built into the pedagogy. Even more, the pillar of fire, which stood so long over the tabernacle's Holy of Holies, transfers, right, at Pentecost to the new covenant believers. So it gets moved out, away from the Holy of Holies, and is transferred to each of the believers. It's a standard sort of ancient reading of what happens at Pentecost, right? The fire of the Holy of Holies now approaches us, Acts 2 and 1 Peter 2. We all become high priests, in a sense. Right, so it seems like a pedagogy has to take account of all those radical changes, but there's a bigger change here. This will be the third point under the temple. And I'll call this the fourfold spiritlessness. The most distinctive difference between the Old and New Covenants is the coming of the Holy Spirit. One of the Old Testament prophetic promises, of course, is that the law would be written on the heart and obedience would be possible in the Spirit, Jeremiah 31. The Old Covenant failed, we learn in Hebrews 8, because the people lacked the ability to continue in it. They lacked the Spirit. The temple focused on law without the Spirit, but law or principle provokes sin, Paul tells us. The law came to increase trespass. The power of sin is the law, Paul says in 1 Corinthians 15. But after Pentecost, Paul says, the righteous requirement of the law might be fulfilled in us who walk not according to the flesh, but according to the Spirit. Right? We're in this new realm now, and in the Spirit we can walk according to these commandments, though. But I worry that by focusing on the pattern, that Andrew recommends various sort of bare principles derived from the spiritless Old Covenant as a guide for post-Pentecost believers. How is this not a kind of regression? He does worry that, on page 22, we learn its truth without reducing it to a blueprint. If we can conform our thoughts and actions to it, this fourfold pattern, without reducing it to a set of rules, if we can live in its light without hiding it under a bushel, if we receive it by faith without being double-minded, we will become wise in our single-minded love of God. But by itself, that seems almost an empty hope, right? If the Spirit's not built into the pedagogy. He focuses only on the impersonal temple pattern, it seems, as if it could do anything by itself. But laws, principle, and patterns without the Spirit only provoke rebellion. So the worry is, could we be provoking students in a different direction by using sort of these principles? All right, last one under the temple is a loose temple reading. So the final worry about the fourfold pattern concerns the apparent arbitrariness or looseness of how Andrew applies specific meanings to various areas of the temple, right? And I won't rehearse them again, but for each sort of room in the temple, right, there's a meaning attached to it, and that's a pedagogical meaning, but it's the template by which everything reveals itself, he says. And it's this language, there's some absolutist language in here, right? It's the only fitting, quote unquote. Everything in this pattern reveals itself, and it's necessarily needed to attain the truth, and there's no other way. It's that sort of very strong language that I worry about if someone were to have an alternate reading of the meaning of the temple. Right? Earlier, Jewish thinkers saw a threefold rather than a fourfold pattern, for example. But their correlations grasped other meanings. Philo of Alexandria saw the temple as depicting the cosmos, right? The heavens, the visible heavens, the earthly, the material realm. Later, rabbinic sources understood the meaning of the temple in terms of the human body, made in the image of God, mind, heart, eyes, and will. Other rabbinic thinkers saw the temple depicting Israel's relationship to God and the nations. But I'm curious, what if Flannery O'Connor were to do what Andrew's doing, right? So he's got some meanings applied here, but Flannery has a different sort of take, it would seem, a darker image, and I've already defended darkness. So at the end, I wonder if the Jewish typologies could produce different pedagogies, or if Flannery O'Connor could as well. I could imagine her arguing that in the Holy of Holies, the meaning of that is the shocking grace and darkness. She would like the darkness in the Holy of Holies. In the holy place, sacramental grace, bread, wine, menorah. In the courtyard, the necessity of identity loss and death. In the camp, tribal action and reaction. And she wouldn't leave out the wilderness, right? The wilderness would have to be the reign of satanic chaos. So you can imagine Flannery O'Connor developing a whole pedagogy and writing a parallel book to Andrew's. And the question is, well, how do we choose between the two? You could make exegetical cases for each of them. I think Flannery can make a good exegetical case, or if she wouldn't, one of us could for her. So I'm worried about that looseness of interpretation with the sort of very strong absolute language from Andrew. All right, last worry is the inadequacy of glory. So leaving the temple behind, but in one part of the temple, in the holy place, it seems that a lot of Andrew's argument relies on glory in very, very interesting ways. So what is glory for Andrew? It certainly is closely associated with light, but it's more than light. Light by itself doesn't make us love. It's too general. It's just a messenger. Glory, though, he says, makes us love. I won't go through a litany, but I go through lists. I mean, glory is called the integrity, the perfection, the inner perfection, light that shines, the soul, and so forth. And it's all, in a sense, generated in the holy place. So glory then is more than light and different from love. And each object has its own unique glory. And all these features match several definitions of beauty. So I'm wondering, does Andrew think that glory and beauty are the same thing? Like we can ask him. Can we just substitute the words in every context? I'm not sure. Perhaps some day we can ask. He does use them in a parallel at one point on page 22. I think there is some vagueness in the word glory, though, that maybe I'd like to replace it with the word beauty and see if it clarifies something in his argument. So let's examine this claim. Beauty inspires a love of learning. Right? Not a terribly, not a controversial claim, but if we focus on beauty, I think it might help. First, it seems partially true. Sometimes beauty or glory of a thing can give us a false satisfaction. It can stupefy us. It can numb us and not wanting any more knowledge, right? Beauty can become sufficient and we won't need any more, or even if we need more, we stop. Many people admire beauty or excellence without seeking deeper knowledge. We can get stuck with admiration alone, and this suggests that the awe of beauty itself doesn't necessarily generate intellectual pursuit. It needs something more. That was number one. Number two about glory is that this claim that glory or beauty inspires a love of learning seems to miss other causes of learning. We all know that plenty of learning doesn't begin with admiration, but rather with frustration, difficulty, and even doubt. Many great thinkers were driven by confusion, contradiction, or unresolved problems rather than by beauty. This suggests that learning isn't solely dependent on beauty or glory. It often develops from a struggle. Rather than the holy place, true learning often starts outside the temple, in the camp, and especially in the wilderness. Third, the claim that beauty leads to learning assumes that beauty or glory are immediately recognizable. Andrew seems to suggest that merely a personal encounter with an object, and anyone can recognize with a little bit of time its inner perfection. But our recognition of beauty is most often shaped by culture, education, and experience. This means that we may not be able to recognize beauty until we have some education about it. We may not be able to see glory until our eyes have been trained. This means that beauty is a product of learning rather than a source of learning. This means it's not true that the holy place generates a love of learning. It also means that learning from the outside recognizes the holy place. And one last one, and then I'll sit down. Fourth, instead of a unidirectional pedagogy, then, where beauty inspires a love of learning, we recognize that learning involves beauty and struggle with difficulty. It involves both admiration and frustration, both discovery and resistance. Learning is dialectical, we might say. Glory is just one small aspect of learning, but not the main story. So in summary, the 3 points, I think the book emphasizes light and pattern as if they could succeed on their own. This was my number 1. But each is already dependent on other aspects of reality to work. By themselves, light would produce its opposite, not knowing. 2, the Hebrew temple is grounded in hierarchy and exclusivity at odds with the new covenant, which has blended or destroyed key aspects of the temple, and the most notable addition being the gift of the Holy Spirit. That was my second worry. And then my third is that glory or beauty is inadequate by itself to inspire a love of learning. Beauty can also create passivity or even envy. A focus solely on beauty omits the importance of frustration and doubt for learning. I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you. So if any of you are ever thinking about writing a book, let that be a lesson to you. Everybody who's ever written a book, I think, dreams of it being read by people like you. This was exceptionally helpful, well thought out. Obviously, you read carefully, you interpreted closely, and we've just entered into a dialogue that is absolutely priceless to me. I think one thing I probably should start with, obviously I don't think I have time to respond to every detail. So let me begin with maybe an attempt to draw back a little bit and say one of the last statements you made was, glory is not the main story, but just one aspect. I think if there's a single statement that I could go, okay, that one I think I can respond to, that would probably be it, because I do believe that ultimately we're created for glory, that ultimately God dwells in light inaccessible, hid from our eyes, and is glorious and yet reveals himself to us, and that the glory of all things of our existence is the moment when we enter into his glory. And I think in that sense, it's all about the glory, that nothing else matters. And then in another sense, because of that, everything else matters so much that glory is just a part of the whole discussion. I guess that's ironic, but then you said irony is part of how God communicates. And I loved that. I hope the description Mark gave was that I hope you were able to receive it sufficiently that I can reflect on everything that's been said on the assumption that he's clarified the 4 stages and so on. Because what I valued so much about the discussion is that Mark really did give us the summary, and everything then, Doug, that you said can be fit into that summary. It is an attempt to write something moving toward a pedagogy. It's an attempt to write something moving toward reflections on curriculum. It's an attempt to write something moving toward foundations for education. In fact, can I pick that up? He pointed out that on the cover it says, "Show me the glory," twice, and that was a direct quote from Jerry Maguire, but I forgot the word. No, just kidding. It's actually, it's a slightly altered twist on what Moses said, which is, "Show me thy glory." And I believe that that's the cry of the human heart, is that as created beings, we are always saying from deep within us, Lord, show me your glory. Except that we are so afraid of it, we are so distorted, we are so easily distracted that any manifestation of that glory in what is a created logos can easily distract us. One of the most astonishing texts in the whole Bible is in the Apocalypse, when John, who rested his head it was called the beloved disciple, and rested his head on the breast of our Lord Jesus, and then in Revelation 1 sees our Lord Jesus exalted in glory. About 11 or 12 chapters later, he sees an angel, a very majestic angel. And what does he do? Some of you know what he does. What does John do when he sees that angel? He falls down and worships. Now, please notice this. He spent 3 years with the incarnate Jesus. He saw the incarnate Jesus transfigured on the mount. And he saw on the island of Patmos, Christ Jesus in glory. After all of that, he falls down to worship an angel. The astonishing thing is they don't kick him out of heaven for it. Instead, the angel says, don't do that. And maybe I say this in the book, but that's one of the things we have to do as teachers and as humans, is we have to, when somebody honors us excessively or ascribes to us divine realities or whatever, which sounds ridiculous, but they do sometimes, we have to not accept it. We have to point it on to the Lord, because the glory's got to go to him. Nonetheless, John worshiped an angel, or fell down to worship an angel. You know what? He does it twice. And I believe that's because way down in the deep, dark, inner heart of our soul, while we need to worship, and we're looking for an object to worship, and as a result, we're easily misled. We're easily distracted, I think, is the word I would use. And so in this pattern that I believe everything's playing out in, you talked about how in one paragraph I mentioned fractals and nested dolls and what was and a microcosm, right? So are we microcosm or macrocosm? I was reading Saint Nicodemus of the Holy Mount, who said that a Greek said that we are microcosms, and he said, no, we're not microcosms. We are macrocosms within the microcosm. Well, how do you make sense of a macrocosm being inside a microcosm? Jumbo shrimp, there you go. But the point that Nicodemus makes is this is because the physical universe around us, the cosmos, is less than us. We are more like God. But when we see something like God, it is our natural response, if I can put it that way. It is our natural response to be drawn to it and to worship it, to adore it, to love it, to desire to be united with it. If we have, as you said, if we have eyes to see. And one of the things, again, that I just loved what you said about the role of the teacher, perhaps, is you can't see the glory until your eyes are trained, right? What's a music appreciation class? If it's any good, it's a training of the ear to see the glory of the music. That's what appreciation is. It's that recognizing the glory of something. But you can't see the glory of something unless you've been taught how to see the glory of something, with this qualification. It's a lot easier for us to see the glory of created things than it is to see the glory of mimetic things. Okay, so if I'm looking at something God made, it's not always easy, but generally speaking, it's much easier for me to look at something God made and say, wow. But if I'm listening to a piece of music that I don't know anything about it and I have no associations with it, and it's not a style I'm accustomed to, right? That's a mimetic logos. And I'm put it this way, I'm not created by God to automatically respond to it. In fact, I have no choice but to sit in judgment on it for the sake of my own soul. I have to learn how to judge works of art. I have to learn how to judge speeches, statements. A mimetic logos, especially because we're broken and in a fallen world, a mimetic logos, something we make, something we say, works of art, statements, essays, speeches, isn't perfect. It isn't trustworthy to the degree that something God makes is. Now, even the cosmos is broken and fallen. But we're created to respond directly to that, to what God makes. And I think the reason for that is because God is constantly drawing us to himself. That everything's a parable. That everything is proclaiming his goodness to us. Another point you made is about what is glory. And that was really good because one of the things that I read almost immediately after finishing the book was in the passage that a lot of the book is based on, which is when Moses says to the Lord, "Show me your glory." He says to Moses, "You can't see my glory." But he says, "I will put you in the cleft of the rock, and I will cover your eyes." And then he says these words, "All of my goodness will pass before you, and I will proclaim my name." Ever since I read that and noted it, I've thought that's as good a definition of glory as you're going to find. All of my goodness will pass before you, and I will proclaim my name. If you want to know the glory of a dog, it's all of its goodness and its name. And if you want to know the glory of a poem, it's all of its goodness. And I think, in that sense, every glory is inexhaustible. I think. I've never exhausted the glory of anything. I've never understood anything beyond a certain limited range. Because there's always more. And I think that's what leads the postmodernists to this concept of the eternal deferral, right? That there's this infinite gap between me and you. We can't cross this bridge of infinite deferral. Because if you try to define the word that I'm using very precisely, it'll just keep slipping away and slipping away. Well, no, it won't. It'll keep refusing to be exhausted. Right? You'll never exhaust the glory of a sentence or of a word or of a concept or of a work of art or something God made. It's inexhaustible. But that doesn't make it unknowable. I believe that knowledge begins with darkness. I believe that knowledge begins with mystery, that God is always hidden from us. One response that somebody, I think it was in response to this book, or maybe it was just something I watched on YouTube about the temple, but somebody said that in the Old Testament, if you went into the Holy of Holies, it would have been dark. There's no light in there, right? In the holy place, there's a candelabra that lights it up. And by the way, the candelabra is on a golden candlestick, which is kind of like a mirror that makes it shine. And then there's gold all over the place, and the walls are gold. So it's actually quite bright, even though there's not a lot of lights in the there's only 7 lights, but it's quite bright because of all the gold. And then you go into the Holy of Holies, and there's no light. But isn't there? This is where the Lord himself is the light. And that brings up the hardest thing I had to deal with in this book that it's the hardest challenge for me from what you said. At least I think it is. You might think I've completely left all of them unsaid. But this idea of how does things change with the new covenant? And I like the point you made about that the Lord didn't want to live in the house. He said, I like being homeless, as it were. I like being an alien and a migrant. But seriously, the Lord cannot be contained within a house. What I'm trying to argue in this book is that even the temple itself is only one branch on a fractal. That the real temple is in heaven. It is heaven. But that temple in heaven is, I think I have to be very careful here. Well, I know I have to be very careful here. In the eternal heavenly temple, it seems to me that all you have is the Holy of Holies. That God himself is the light, and that there is, Revelation 21 and 22, there is no door, there's just the Holy of Holies. That's heaven. And that's become the whole cosmos, I think. Is it? Perhaps the whole creation. Everything has been sanctified and exalted and glorified. And there are no lights because God himself will be the light. That's the sense in which I mean that the pure light aspect of it, without shadow. So I can quote James, of course, that God is light, and in him there is no shadow of turning. Okay, but that's the light that's almost darkness. Well, it is. It's darkness to us. But then, the point about the shadow, you drove something so vividly home for me in the criticisms. I just love that. One of the most wonderful things I've heard or read since finishing this book is somebody pointed out that he put it in question form, so I'll ask you, how much time do I have left? Am I done? Is it too late? How do you show somebody something invisible? Let's say, for example, that you have a hand that's invisible. How would you show somebody an invisible hand? What? Put a glove on it. You give it a veil. You make the invisible visible by putting a veil on it. That's really interesting. Right? And that's what the Lord did by incarnating himself. He put a veil on himself, not only partially, you could say, to hide himself, but by hiding himself, he made himself visible. So the God in whom there is no shadow of turning, dare I say this, turned into a shadow so that we could see him. And so the glory is still invisible to us. Our eyes are still covered, but because it's veiled, now we have access to it. Because it's veiled in the body of Christ, now we can see it. And what does John say in John 1? We beheld his glory. The glory is of the only begotten of the Father. And how do we come to see his glory? Moses' face shone because he dwelt in the presence of the Holy One. And he was transformed, you might even say transfigured, by gazing on him. And Paul tells us that's how it is for us too. We are transformed from glory to glory by gazing on Christ, by gazing on his face. And so the process of teaching, the process of transformation is the product of gazing. And then one of my favorite things about Dante is how you get into paradise at first and everything's too bright for him. Everything's too bright. So what does he do? He looks at it. First he has to look at, if I recall, he has to look at Beatrice's eyes, right? But Beatrice keeps pointing him back toward the light itself. So he looks at the light like an eagle. And every day when he looks at the light, I say every day, but as he proceeds, as he looks at the light, his eyes adjust. And this is what I mean. The whole creation is full of parables. When you wake up in the morning and your eyes are sensitive to the light when you turn it on, that's a parable. That's reminding you, telling you about what's going to happen when you enter into his glory. Or even, it's telling you about right now when you gaze on Christ. You are being transformed. You are being given vision. You are being given the power to see. And so So it's still, but I'm dodging the question, but not on purpose. The point about what happens with the new covenant, does it sweep away, as it were, the fractal pattern? Also, I just want to quickly mention that I want to talk with you about the Flannery O'Connor structure because I loved it, and I think it's in harmony with what I'm saying. I think so. And also that I do have a section where I mention the wilderness. And I agree. The wilderness is the place where the devils are. And it's, the camp is the place of, well, put it this way. I just love the fact that the camp, the book in the Bible that is mainly about the camp, is called, ready? Numbers. Because the people are numbered. They're divided up. They're categorized. They're put into groups. And it's the practical book, right? It's where the difficulties come in. It's where the strain, there's the glory and there's the desire and there's the yearning to be united, but there's also just hard labor. There's just arranging things rightly that want to be a mess. And then there's walking through the wilderness where there's serpents and scorpions. And they're always trying to eat you. And we need to gradually grow. But the main point about the temple in this metaphor for me is that without the temple, without the Holy of Holies, and let me add, without God abiding in the Holy of Holies, your journey through the wilderness is absolutely pointless. And your time in the camp is utterly without meaning. And that's where the practical is being dealt with, right? The day-to-day, the which way do I turn? How do I get along with my neighbors? Where am I going to get a cow to eat for dinner or slaughter at the temple, or tabernacle rather? All of the things that we call practical are what happen in the camp. And it's so important. Look, you spend 6 days there, only one in the temple, tabernacle. 6 days in the camp dealing with practical issues. It's where you spend most of your time. But if God is not in the Holy of Holies, it has no meaning. And you're wasting every single second of every single day of the week. So what I'm trying to do in this book is, well, if you look at the title, Unless the Lord Builds the House is the overall metaphor, shared foundations for Christian education. This book isn't actually directly about pedagogy, and it's not about curriculum. It's not about assessment. It's not about school community. It's not about school governance. It's not about the world that we live in. It's not about the eternal world that's going to survive for all eternity. It's about all of them, but it's only a foundation. And so you might say this book is meant, well, it is. It's meant to be a prologue. And the 7 things I just mentioned are meant to be the 7 next books that I'm trying really hard to write. The next book will be about curriculum. What is the journey through the wilderness that we all have to go on? And how does the tabernacle pattern and the temple pattern help us understand it? Then will come pedagogy. How do we guide? How do we follow? How do we learn? How do we mentor and disciple each other? I believe the pattern of the temple teaches us how. The pattern of the tabernacle teaches us how. And then when we talk about assessment, when we talk about community and school governance and even our place in the world, I think the way I would put it is this. What I'm searching for is a different foundation for education than the one we've got. And here's why. How many of you got involved in classical education because you thought conventional education was really great? And yet that's where we come from, isn't it? It's very, very difficult. It's very easy to dislike something and leave it. It's very hard to start something new because you love it and you want to get it going and know what to do. Because you're going to care. If you move from California to Texas, you're going to bring California with you. And vice versa for those of you who, sorry, you're from California. Okay. We bring our past with us. And so what I'm trying to do is dig under the surface and say, okay, what are the foundations? And here's a critical conviction for me. We are driven far too much by administrative necessity, and the administrative necessities are built on foundationless, principle-less foundations and principles. And we need to get back to Christ the Logos. He's the rock on which this house needs to be built. And so I'm trying my best to say, that being the case, Christ the Logos being the foundation, how do we establish that? And since Christ is the temple, and since Christ is making a temple, and since the Lord, as Peter Leithart said in the book that thanks to you is so good, well, partly thanks to you, points out, the Lord has always been building a house for his name. From Genesis 1 to Revelation 22, that is what the Lord is always doing. And that's what I'm trying to explore is rather than administrative necessities put together by autistically bureaucratic systems, can we find a place where the Spirit can descend upon us without us getting lost from the journey that we're on? Can we build a place where we can coach and disciple and mentor students to learn that 2 + 2 = 4, and oh, look at the glory that reveals. And so I'll end by, I thought I was supposed to end at 5:30. Is that correct, or is it 5:15? Because if it's 5:15, I'm really sorry. I got 15 more minutes. Stress is gone for me, increased for you. That's your problem. Okay, we've got lots more time then. What was I talking about? The last thing we were going to say. I take that back. Beauty. Beauty is a, the priest's garments are for beauty and for glory. So sometimes I'm tempted to say, yeah, they're the same thing. But there's something about glory that transcends beauty. It includes it, but in some way it transcends it. Because remember that the Lord said to Moses, all of my goodness will pass before you. And I think all of his goodness contains the beauty of holiness, but somehow goes beyond it. But I don't know. Is truth different from beauty? I don't know. Is goodness beauty? Is it true that truth is beauty and beauty truth, and that's all we know on earth and all we need to know? I don't know, maybe. All of God's goodness is his glory. And when we are rightly ordered within our souls, and we encounter his goodness, we love it, and we seek it, and we want to be united with it. But because we aren't rightly ordered within our souls, we need the courtyard. Because what happens is we get a glimpse, a trace, maybe a shard of his glory appears to us. Or maybe a lot. When I look at my wife, I can't say I see a lot of God's glory, but I see a lot of glory. I can tell you that the glory that I see in my wife has often led me to repentance. Because I discover by looking at her glory that mine is inadequate, that I am not worthy to be here, that I am not suited to her because of my inadequacies. And I think that's what glory does to us. Glory humbles us. The glory of God humbles us. Look at the Israelites in Exodus 19 falling at the base of the mountain. But I think any glory humbles us. The little boy with his puppy. He's so humbled in that moment that he's forgotten he exists. He's just absorbed in the puppy. Right? And humility isn't walking around with a despondent attitude about yourself. I don't think so. It involves that if you have to repent, but humility is just locating yourself rightly in the hierarchy. That thing's better than me. I'm just going to adore it or serve it or whatever it is. But if I'm serving because I want to be a servant, and I'm not serving because he's glorious, my service is going to become legalistic, like you pointed out. Which brings me to another point that you helped me think through. It's been bothering me a lot. one of my biggest problems, one of our biggest problems, maybe some of you are exceptions, but I think this is true of all of us, it's certainly true of me, is you can be going through life experiencing all the wonders and complexities that are happening all around you, right? And some of them you're aware of, but you're absorbing into your body, if not into your mind, a lot of things happening to you. You're learning to react to things. You're learning how to dance. All those sorts of things are happening. Time is passing. And you learn something super complex, and then you're able to reduce that super complex thing to, let's say, 7 stages or 4 elements or 5 parts of the story, or whatever it is. And then you think to yourself, oh, now I understand. Okay, so that's the structure of this. And then now that you get it, you can explain it to somebody else, right? So then you turn around and you say to somebody else, there's 7 stages to this. And they're going, okay, 7 stages. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll name them. I'll memorize the names. But there's no glory to it. It's just a list of names for them. This is my most lighthearted way of thinking about this is when Adam named the animals, I'm quite certain that he looked at them carefully with his pre-fallen soul and mind and saw into their essence and knew what they were and came up with just the right name for them. And then there's Eve. How did he tell Eve their names? Computer printout? Digital communication? Text messages? List? Here, memorize the list of all the animals. Oops, forgot the serpent. How did he go about telling her the names? Because the wonder to me is, it would have been so interesting to him to come up with the names, right? Now, I'll admit that you women are really super tolerant of us men. And she hadn't sinned yet, so maybe she just really enjoyed listening to Adam list the names of all the creatures in the whole world. I don't know. But for me, when I think about it pedagogically, I'm thinking, how did he tell her all those names? Maybe he had her re-experience everything he went through. Maybe he even said, do you like the name I gave it? Maybe she corrected him. I don't know. I'm being silly, sort of. But it's one of the great problems we have as teachers, is we can encounter the glory and the beauty and the wonder of something and then get names for it, and then think that by telling somebody else the names, they're going to encounter all the goodness of the thing. And we need a pedagogy that gives them eyes to see. We need a pedagogy that names things that need to be named, but I would argue usually doesn't name an animal until they've played with it, until they've learned something about its nature. Now, and the more mature people get, the more you can just give them the names and then explain. But when it's children especially, I think, or childlike people, you really want to play with the wonders of it and the glories of it and all the goodness of it, and let the goodness unfold. Let them come to encounter the beauty and the truth of it, the nature of it, and then give it a name. And then tell them, I used to occasionally actually ask kids, what would you name this? Sometimes those were pretty amusing. But then I say, oh, that's not a bad name. Now, generally speaking, this is what people call it. So you can make up your own language if you want. Mr. Tolkien, you can do that. But if you want to communicate with other people, you have to either teach us your language or learn theirs. Okay, so now they're getting ready for Latin. So that's why in all of my thoughts, I've been trying to get at, well, first of all, the name of this whole series is Show Me the Glory. And the goal of this book is prological, if that's a word, which is to find the foundations, the foundations that we can share among denominations and among groups, that all of us can share for Christian education. And I think that the eternal temple, as manifested in different periods, with the three levels, certainly 3 levels. The 4th part of it for me is around it. That's what I meant by adding a 4th. And so that's kind of the context or the practical element of it. But there's basically 3 levels to the house, right? And then it goes through the wilderness. I think that pattern is an eternal pattern. And I think it's the pattern of divine revelation. You could boil it down even to saying that there is an eternal logos, and that eternal logos manifests itself to us in the incarnation. So maybe in a sense there's only two parts to it. But in a I think practical sense or soulish sense maybe, as we think about what journey does the child go on whenever he comes to learn something and receive it, right? To receive it. I think there's always that glory. Now, sorry, a detail here. You also made a really interesting comment about if the glory comes first or if the hardship comes first or the difficulty. And I think as we get later in life, it can be either because everything's associated. But I think if there's this non-existent state where there's a tabula rasa, if there's not some indication of glory, you're not going to be willing to do the work, right? But if there's an indication of glory, it's astonishing the work that we'll do. Now, we will do work because we're told to. We will. But it doesn't tend to lead to the delight and satisfaction and love, the desire for union with what that work is about if we actually see the glory. So I think practically speaking, by the time you're 3 or 4, it probably doesn't matter which comes first. You just need to make sure both happen. You need to make sure that job applications, people always ask, well, or people always say, I'm passionate about. And I just want you to know that as an Orthodox Christian, I don't want you to be passionate. I don't care what you're passionate about. I want to know what you're committed to. But let me clarify even that. If you're committed to something without any feeling for it, it's going to be really hard to stay committed. But if you're passionate about something without any commitment to it, it's going to be really hard to stay committed or passionate. The two need to work together. The love, the draw, the attraction, the goodness of the thing drawing you to it has to always be there to maintain the commitment, because there are going to be, every married couple knows this, and parent, there are going to be times when the affection and the pleasurable draw isn't very strong, and the desire to leave can grow. At that time, you just flat out need commitment. But there are going to be times when that commitment starts to flag. And man, is it easier to love somebody when you like them? Right? Is it easier to stick around if there's something that's drawing you? And so when it comes to, all this is extended beyond pedagogy, but what I'm trying to get down to is foundational stuff, eternal stuff, and then to say, okay, given that this is the structure of reality and of the human soul, how should we teach? Right? We're going to find the same patterns in our teaching if it's truly human. And so I believe that everything has a God-given glory, that if we can encounter that glory, we will be drawn to it, and that then we will change our minds and be willing to be changed in our being so that we can move toward it. And we will be transformed by being conformed to the thing that we're moving toward. And that's going to involve sacrifice and repentance, and it's also going to involve and guide applications, practical life skills, numbering, counting, dividing up the week, everything we do out in the camp so that we can get through the wilderness. That's the model that I'm working with, and the feedback, I'm going to be thinking a lot about both of your feedbacks. Yours is going to make me feel really good, and yours is going to make me feel really thoughtful. And I'm going to think a lot about what you said, because you're dream readers. You're dream readers. One of the things, a term I heard today, now I really do have to start talking about last things. A term I heard today, I think it was Heather used this term, harmony. Where's Heather? There you are. harmony, right? And I've been thinking about that because there's some kind of, is there something that brings words and numbers together? Let's say that. And I think the answer is the Logos. Christ the Logos. Because Logos means word, and it means ratio, and it means reason, and it means proportion. More technically, analogos means proportion. And when we get to analogos and proportion, we're now talking about something that lies under words and numbers, that generates within us a movement toward the knowledge of words and numbers, and that guides us toward the development of skill with words and numbers. And that's because Christ the Logos is the foundation for wisdom. He is wisdom. He is the wisdom of God. And as long as we are distracted from him by the angel of bureaucracy, by the demon of, no, I'm just kidding. There's a right administration. As long as administration is more important than the foundational Christ, the Logos, the rock, we will never fulfill what he's calling us to. We won't become, our schools won't attain the glory that he's calling us to. So I think this is incredibly eminently practical, that the 7 liberal arts, including the quadrivium, help us to see the glory of everything. And they do so in this same pattern. Now, here's something I'm going to say that's going to be maybe cause dismay. But what actually triggered the reflections of thinking about the tabernacle in this way, I'm not sure which came first actually, but I was thinking about the quadrivium and I was thinking about the tabernacle, and I thought, is it possible that there's some connection here? And that's why I laughed so hard when I got to the book of Numbers. Because by then I was thinking, okay, when we get to the Holy of Holies, there's something heavenly about that. And then when you're in the holy place, that's where you bring in the will, you bring in freedom, you bring in harmony. And when you're in the courtyard, you're bringing in principles that guide you. And the purpose of reason, I would suggest to you in this life primarily, is to lead us to repentance so that we can go into the Holy of Holies. And it's because it's so unbelievable that I think there's a correspondence between the Holy of Holies corresponding to astronomy, the holy place corresponding to harmonia or music, the courtyard corresponding to geometry, geometrical shapes even in there, and the camp corresponding to arithmetic. Now, if that sounds utterly fanciful, I don't blame you for thinking that. I'm not completely convinced, but it's pretty cool to think about. And I'm going to explore it some more. And so I have to tell you a story about when I was a kid in Milwaukee, and I'll end with this. One time, I was about 5th grade, 6th grade, and I lived in a new neighborhood, and I was walking along through the neighborhood, and there were houses being put up, right? And one of them, they were about to pour the basement. And I went down and just started climbing around and throwing rocks at windows and stuff. And while I was down there, I slipped, and I hit my head on the drain pipe, and it knocked me out. While I was down there knocked out, they poured concrete into this basement. And I was lying there all night, and the concrete hardened on me. And the next day, all that's above, just like you, all that's above the concrete was my head. And the next day, I'm lying there. I mean, you can't believe how uncomfortable that is. And my best friend, Todd, comes walking by, and I hear him. So I yell out, Todd, help! And he looks down, and he sees nothing but my head. And he said, what happened to you? And I said, I wouldn't eat my vegetables, so my mother chopped my head off and threw it in here. And he screamed and ran away. So I learned my lesson. Be careful about what you say and when. So thank you.
Thank you, all three of you. That was amazing. Well, thank you all so much. This is the end of today. Go have dinner. Again, we're going to have just some time to hang out, some drinks at the Alumni House later this evening, probably a little after 7:30, just because, so you have a little bit more time to eat dinner, 7:45 or so. But we'll try to be back by then. But yes, thank you very much. What a wonderful first day, and we'll see you all in the morning at 6:45 a.m. sharp. Just kidding. 9 a.m. Thank you.